I mean that family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that. Family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that. Family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Thank you, thanks.
Blessed Lord, I'm the Honorable Priest Isaac, founder of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. I welcome you to Evolution, creating the best version of yourself. Now, this is an innovative and inspirational course designed to bring the best out of any, I repeat, any individual. Whether you need the skills to stay motivated or the strategies to promote, market, and to effectively close your sales, this course promises to teach you the techniques to do so and more. Do you have a startup business? Do you have business partners? Are you the CEO, manager, or do you own the company? Well, the contents of Evolution was prepared specifically for you. It is a fact that once applied correctly, you will see an improvement in the standard and quality of your business, your team, and yourself in 21 days. Guaranteed. Evolution, creating the best version of yourself.
Evolution is an online business course training. To purchase this program, go to the website priestisaacinstitute.com for pricing and availability, or email courseadmin@priestisaacinstitute.com.
Do you want an accurate natal chart reading to know the true position of the sun, the moon, and each planet at the moment that you were being born? We at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge will create a precise natal chart for you and your loved ones, coupled with snapshot pictures of each planet, the sun, the moon, plus the constellations related to them. In addition to this, we will be giving you a detailed report of the alignment of planets to the constellations and its full meaning not from an astrological perspective, but from an ancient astronomical perspective. You will have this report for the rest of your life and can share it with your friends and your family. To order your accurate natal chart today, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed. Prosperity is a herbal remedy that has been naturally designed to nourish the prostate gland. Prosperity uses a combination of leaves, roots, and barks to create a tincture designed to nourish your prostate gland. It also will assist in prostate-related issues such as erectile dysfunction, swollen prostates, and problems related to the passage of urine. Call or WhatsApp 728-8289, 728-8289 and get your bottle today. Prosperity. Yourself. Prosperity is a herbal remedy that has been naturally designed to nourish the prostate gland. Prosperity uses a combination of leaves, roots, and barks to create a tincture designed to nourish your prostate gland. It also will assist in prostate-related issues such as erectile dysfunction, swollen prostates, and problems related to the passage of urine. Call or WhatsApp 728-8289, 728-8289 and get your bottle today. Prosperity.
When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, the black and the green around me. For in the new life I shall rise up with God's grace and blessing. To lead the millions of the heights and the triumph that you will know. Look for me in a world when a storm. Look for me all around you. For with God's grace I shall come back with countless millions of black men and women who have died in America, those who have died in the West Indies, and those who have died in Africa. To aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and right.
Yes, royal family, blessed Lord, we glorify the life giver and the keeper of life. Negus and Agas, Emperor Haile Selassie the first is to be exalted. Of course, we welcome you to the International Flavor, the Universal Spice Radio Anu, definitely also premiering on Radio Anu TV, telling you truth true vision. Honorable Priest Isaac, definitely honored to be in your presence at this moment. And what we have for you this evening is really somewhat of a continuation of that discussion that we've been having as it relates to Haile Selassie, even on the scriptural level. But I think this evening we're going more on a geopolitical level, really to address a concern that an individual that listens to our program from time to time would have had. I was checking out the comments in the previous premiere that we had when we were speaking of Haile Selassie's presence in the Bible, and that was the second part. And there was a comment by a brother, I would believe, that goes by the name or the acronym of VAC or VAC, VAC. I do not know what VA or C stands for, but the brother or sister, it could be a he or a she, I'm not too sure, no disrespect whatsoever, was concerned about a statement we made as it relates to Haile Selassie crushing Freemasonry. So I decided that we would address that this evening, and I hope that the individuals that may need to know more about that concept there about Haile Selassie crushing Freemasonry will pay keen attention this evening. Now again, to paraphrase the concern that the brother or sister had, they were saying that this is the foolishness. This is their words. This is the foolishness that Garfield is talking about or speaking about. As I said, I'm paraphrasing. And it is about Haile Selassie crushing, and they put crush or crushing, whatever it was, paraphrasing again, in inverted commas, and Freemasonry. Then they went on to make a statement similar to Haile Selassie being a part of the very same organizations that I'm talking about. He crushed, really. Now, what I'm saying, family, I'm going to be straight off here. Of course, this is not no tyrannical thing here. And of course, we are very open to individuals' concerns, obviously, and individuals who may not really see something the way that we see it. Now, if a person doesn't understand, because Haile Selassie crushed Freemason, I'm getting to all of that. Just give me a moment. Now, if you do not comprehend fully what we are saying, it's obvious for sure that we have a good comprehension of the subject area. That's for sure. So even if you have a different point of view, to jump on stage and talking about this is foolishness. So come on. And then trying to align the foolishness with some concern that Brother Garfield has. Now, where did that come from? No, I'm very serious, family. So in the same light of addressing the literal subject, I'm also going to definitely address it with that level of concern. I will consider it ignorance to some degree. Because again, this is not religion that we're speaking of. Most individuals, when they hear about, Christ crushing the wicked, it's this, this fantastic thing busting out the sky and coming down and all the wicked face in the dust and all of that kind of stuff. We're talking geopolitically here. We're talking history here. We're talking reality here. So I'm going to lay it on the table as clear as I can, keeping in mind where we sealed up in the other programs as we were speaking of Haile Selassie again in the scripture. Now, one of the main things we highlighted, and I'm only beginning, I want you to listen to me good. This is going to take a little time. I'm only beginning where we sealed up. I'm only beginning on a scriptural biblical level. But then we're going straight into geopolitics. We're going straight into history. Undeniable. Who crush? Freemasonry / white supremacy. Now, again, we were speaking of the 10 toes that Daniel chapter 2 highlights. I do not want to go over that whole reasoning on Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7. In fact, the 2 previous programs of the Tiger's Nest that we did, we spent a lot of time on Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7. But again, in a nutshell, 2 and 7, although they're expressed in a different way. One is the dream of Nebuchadnezzar, and one is the vision of Daniel. And Nebuchadnezzar's dream shows a statue that has different body parts, different metals for its body parts. And the vision of Daniel has 4 beasts, all in various formation: lion, leopard, bear, with wings, 4 heads, and ribs in the mouth, different things, not the regular leopard, not the regular lion. This bear not behaving like the regular bear. And then there's this beast, no one even knows exactly what kind of beast this is. Has about 10 horns and all of these different things. And we clearly showed, without a shadow of a doubt, whether you believe in Bible or not, without a shadow of a doubt, that prophecy of Daniel 2 and 7 is clear as it comes down the line of history from the kingdom of Babylon, taken over by the kingdom of the Medo-Persia people, then taken over, Medo-Persian people taken over by the Greece, or the Greeks, taken over by Greece, the Greeks, and then the Greeks taken over by Rome. And it is this that leads us into the AD time, So let's understand this. We showed, and most of you know this narrative, those of you who are Adventists. This is something that Adventists preach. This is not something I make up, This is not something we unraveled. This is knowledge you find in different books. How many of you have read the Sunday Law book, the little white flat book? It talks about this. And to me, it's precise. And other books, especially again from the Adventist world, speaks about the beasts, the 4 beasts in the vision. So Rome now, historically again, was made up of 10 kingdoms. And this is why the feet, which is the end product of the statue in Daniel 2, had 10 toes. Well, everybody have 10 toes. Well, not everyone. No disrespect to anyone who may have lost a toe or have something extra. No mocking you at all. But you know how the human being was designed. It was designed to have 10 toes. It just so happened that the dream of Nebuchadnezzar just coincides with the 10 kingdoms, because the feet of clay and iron, mingled with clay and iron, not only represents the 10 original kingdoms of Rome, but the nations that they would have morphed into, kingdoms that they would have morphed into. One kingdom would have split up into 3 kingdoms to give you the European kingdoms as we know them. All right, follow me, good family. This is beautiful. So although everyone may not be comfortable with prophecy, although everyone may not be comfortable with seeing, history fulfilled with something written in the Bible, this is just clear cut. And again, any encyclopedia will give you the different dates and time when these different kingdoms were, the Babylon and Medo-Persia and Greece and Rome and how they overthrew one another and what time and who was the ruler at the time. History highlights this. And it just so happens that Daniel's prophecy is very, very on time with this history. Good, fair enough. Even if you may believe that Daniel's prophecy was written after the history was done and they just make it seem as if, well, it's still in line. And it's more than that. Because that prophecy of Daniel went all the way up to the King of Kings. And when the King of Kings sat, when the Ancient of Days sat, that was written already. All right, good. So again, this is as simple as I think we can put this thing, this is not really hard to comprehend, family. Very simple. When these kingdoms of Rome, remember Rome is Europe now. We come to comprehend that. Not Rome in Italy, Italy was a part of Rome. Italy was a small part of Rome. Italy was 1/10 of Rome. But now Rome has become a little part of Italy. But the Rome is the kingdoms of Europe. Simple as simple can be. And again, the previous programs, we don't want to try to go over them, but we gave you at least the list of the different nations today that would have been the kingdoms of the old. The Franks is France, and the Angles is England. I think the Burgundies would be Italy. And I showed you also that there are 3 kingdoms that were destroyed totally: the Heruli, the Ostrogoths, and the Vandals. So they're not anybody today. So from the remaining kingdoms of old Rome came Europe today. It is as simple as that. Now again, if we are looking at some spooky, fantastic thing coming out of the sky, then we would not understand. We ourselves would have fallen for the trap, not seeing the reality of God in flesh. God in flesh doesn't mean God is a human being and full stop, It means the godly stuff and the prophecies of God is as real can get. In front of your face, on time, flesh and blood. Listen to the sound. I see it over there. That's how real it is. So I don't want to even try to take the time now to show you the gravity of what was taking place when World War I and World War II raised their heads in the world. And remember, this is the time not only when the kingdoms fell, this is the time of the rising of the King of Kings. And it is as dramatic as the scripture would put it. Believe me, it is as dramatic as any holy writings will speak of the coming of the Messiah. Because now, when I said Haile Selassie crushed Freemasonry, I don't know if everyone was listening good to where we were. I was speaking of the stone. Now, the stone that came out of the mountain without hands, sounds like Lalabella. This stone hit the 10 toes. Get my point, family. The stone crushed the 10 toes, and the whole statue fell. Now, if I am saying that the 10 toes represents Europe in general, and that's not my philosophy alone, a lot of people think this. People that are outside of Rastafari, people that are not in the so-called conscious realms, people that are not even Adventists, people that just check prophecy, strongly believe in this philosophy of Rome, the ancient Rome, number one, the 10 toes being the kingdom of Rome. And that is so, that's undeniable. And again, these are the kingdoms that became the Europeans today. That's all. Nothing hard to believe in that. And according to the prophecy, a stone supposed to come out of a mountain and crush them 10 toes. So if I am saying, I want you to listen to family. If I am saying that Haile Selassie is the stone, and the European nations, which I highlighted to be represented by the League of Nations. If the League of Nations is the 10 toes, if they represent them, the 10 toes, because that's who they are or who they were, who can deny this? The League of Nations. 1919, the League of Nations was formed primarily of European nations. The 10 toes. The 10 toes had a war amongst themselves. The toes were fighting amongst themselves. They called it World War I. At the time before they started to fight again, it was called the Great War. And then the 10 toes decided, some toes get bust up and all sorts of things. They say, hey, listen, if we're gonna keep doing this, the statue will not be able to walk anymore. So they formed the League of Toes, the League of Nations. That's just reality. Just follow it, good family. If you are honest within yourself, you can see exactly what I'm saying. It's not hard to see. I think I'm just kind of bringing it in for those who purposely don't want to see, because they got some of them doing that. They just don't want. I don't know why they be listening to this, but they don't want to learn nothing. Sometimes I honestly hope they're paid good, eh? Yeah. So the stone now is the King of Kings. Remember in Daniel 7, who can deny me? I beheld after he highlighted the beast, he said, I beheld until the thrones were cast down. That's from World War I, the thrones them start to cast down. And then the Ancient of Days did sit. The Ancient of Days in Daniel 7 is the same stone in Daniel 2. It's simple. The stone crushed the toes. So if Haile Selassie is the stone, because he surely is the Ancient of Days, and the kingdoms fell because all these European nations were once kingdoms. When did that change? Somewhere between World War I and World War II. And I beheld until all the thrones were cast down. Remember the reason why Daniel have to show you the thrones were cast down, because these nations began as kingdoms, the kingdoms of Rome. And then the Ancient of Days did sit. So when did the stone now, the Ancient of Days, crush the toes? And let me say this before we go to the crushing. I will be the first to admit that when we said that the King of Kings would have crushed Freemasonry, maybe I should have taken time to explain that in more detail. But then again, you see, we would have done several programs highlighting Haile Selassie's connection with the Freemasonic order. Another thing I don't want to even try to go into the depths of right now. In fact, I would encourage anyone to visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com. And in the area entitled Shop Products, you find our webinars. One of our webinars is Haile Selassie, Rastafari, and Freemasonry. I would encourage everyone to get a copy of that right on our website. The link is in the description below the video. And then if not, you could just type that up, Haile Selassie and Freemasonry, and on our YouTube channel, and at least 2 or 3, I think, videos will come up. You can at least listen to those and get a bit of the realms. But trust me, the webinar, which is the sealing one that we would have done, the more previous one that we would have done, to me, that's the most in-depth one. But the point is that with understanding Rastafari, again, we use these terms loosely. I would be the first to admit that, because that's what we spoke about in some of these documentaries, Freemasonry. I also said, when I made the statement on the program, I said Haile Selassie crushed the Illuminati as well. I said that. I don't know if one remember all of that. So let us get the words correct now. Now, Masonry, Freemasonry, these are seen as different things. Again, we would have covered all of this. And of course, Illuminati, but they have many different organizations, most really, that is somewhat connected to Freemasonry in general. Illuminati is just one of them. And of course, there would be this argument that quote-unquote Masonry is an ancient African art. We ain't fighting over that. Again, when you listen to our webinars or even the programs we would have done on the subject, we balance it out properly. So we don't leave you with any gaps in your thoughts. We understand that what is called Masonry is I would consider a shallow expression of the connection to the heavens. That's why they refer to the God as the great architect, the first carpenter. That's why Christ is a carpenter, the great architect, not a mason, but a carpenter. These are symbolic terms, really, you understand. But in the same way, the hurricane would mimic the black hole and the spiral of the galaxy. And of course, the petals of the flowers and the atom and the solar system and as above, so below. There are many things below that you can see being mirrored above. That is why in Masonry, you have this great, thing about building the building to align with this rising of this star, to align with the solstices, to align with the equinoxes. All of these Masonic buildings, they're built like that. To align with Mars when it does this and does that, to align with Venus at this time of the year. That's how these Masonic buildings, and when I say buildings, from schools, universities, churches, what else you have? A lot of these clubs. I didn't even mention the lodges. The Masonic lodge is not the only Masonic lodge. A cathedral is a Masonic lodge without a doubt. A courtroom is a Masonic lodge, depending on where you are, the police station or the parliament. All of this stuff is Masonry. Do you understand? Okay. But again, we haven't gone into any depths by just running through this quickly, but it's just to kind of free up the mind so you don't get shackled down with these terms and Freemasonry, the devil, and no. Take your time. Take it, and that's why even in the conscious community, you have many of our elders that tell you that they are Masons of, MP Hall Masonry or Prince Hall Masonry, pardon me, or many ones consider, because Masonry is an African thing. You have the Black Masons of California, the Black Masons of Harlem. So it's not something that everyone may dismiss. So again, but without a doubt, you see what has happened is that white supremacy let me say it again, white supremacy, or what appears to be white supremacy, because it's not really supreme, You just kind of have a hands up right now, but so-called white supremacy, for the most part, especially in its organized sense, is Masonry, without a doubt. Without a doubt. So that is why even the art gets a bad name. That is why even the craft gets a funny kind of sour name. Because white supremacy, which is the devil itself, white supremacy in its organized state, and most of it is organized. Very little of it is just scattershot. Most of it is organized. It's a system. You hear how they talk, the judicial system, the executive wing, the other wing, whatever that is, the legislature, all of these well-organized masonry. And yes, they would have stolen a lot of the concept from our ancient African governmental system. I definitely agree with that. Obviously, I teach that. And that itself, follow me good, that itself has its own level of secret science. That's why Christ is the carpenter. You get me good? Good. So what they are taking already is filled with science, esoteric science, deeper than what they're giving you, much deeper. Yeah, man, the 33, 32 degrees business. No, man, it's 360 degrees they came and met. Some scholars say 720 degrees, 2 circles. So what they saw, the science they saw, the depths of the glyphs, the hieroglyphs and the meduneter that they saw was much deeper than the Masonic stuff they're talking about. But that is what they stole, watered down, and not only watered down, but vilified, adding the little the devil ingredients into it, basically. That is why you get now all of these, what do you call these organizations, the Bilderbergs, and CFR, and Red Cross, and just a whole system of governance across the earth, educational systems, health systems, all of them wrapped in masonry. So that's why the health system now itself, you see the symbol of the snake and the wings. These are ancient African Kemetic symbols from the ancient African Kemetic who dealt with esoteric secret science. But now the wicked would have come and stole it from Imhotep, and then talk about Hippocrates, and then hang up the snake with the wings and tell you this is medicine, and that is Freemasonry. So this is deep, is the whole system. And white supremacy now, white supremacy for sure, is Masonry, Freemasonry, to be honest. And I hope you are understanding and comprehending what I'm saying. Good. So when the 10 toes now gathered in Geneva, I'm talking about the League of Nations, when the 10 toes gathered to crush the children of the Most High, as the book of Daniel says, a stone came out of the mountains. The mountains the stone came from, the mountains. Where is the mountains, man? Ethiopia, and the stone crushed the 10 toes. Now again, if you're looking for something spooky, you're not gonna see the reality of what took place geopolitically in history. If you're looking for some weird thing to come out of the sky, some religious stuff, that is why you may refer to what I'm talking about here as foolishness. But let us see who's the real fool now, because we're talking reality. When, come on, don't we understand? Maybe we don't comprehend it. The atrocity of the transatlantic slave trade, etc. When you really comprehend, again, the organized kidnapping of a people, and then the forced removal from their native land, and of course, the forced removal of name, identity, language, and etc., as we mentioned, language, etc. That's not African, etc. What does it mean, man? How you spell that? ETC, imagine that. So, when you remove a people from their origin, totally rip them from where they are, who they are, and bring them to something totally new, and this totally new stuff is filled with violence. You set up a wall and call the place Wall Street and start to auction off the Negroes. Cotton and cane, they picking plantation style. Sun up till sundown. And cornmeal porridge and breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and whatever the masters throw away. Out the back door, they go and gravel it up and make some sort of delicacy for themselves. All of this was well organized. People that went through this for hundreds of years, and those that orchestrated this, they've been doing this for a while. Oh yeah, man, they've been doing this for a while. Even before they came on the grand kidnapping, when they came to the West, they tried a thing on the Indians, as they call them, the Caribs and the Arawaks and all of these different ones. Then they worked them to death. They killed them out. Columbus and Cortez, they killed them out. And then have a nerve to lie in the history book and tell people that the Arawaks were eaten by the Caribs. The Caribs were savages, and they ate the Arawaks. So who ate the Caribs then? There hardly any of them around. I mean, just a pack of lies. This is white supremacy in action. I can tell you, even when Abraham Lincoln decided out of the goodness of his heart to free the so-called slaves, that was white supremacy at work. Chess being played on us. That's why in chess, the white has the first move. Chess being played on the slaves. 22nd of September, that was just 2 days ago. 1962, that's when that was announced, the proclamation of Emancipation Proclamation. And it came into effect on the 1st of January, 63. So when the King of Kings set up the OAU in 1963, that's exactly 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation in the United States of America. And I don't have to explain how a system would have gripped on to the so-called newly freed slaves up to a day like today and hold them down, whether it's through taxes, mortgage, and all these different things. But let me show you, this is very deep, that when the League of Nations gathered themselves together, that was not just to make sure that they didn't fight amongst themselves again. That was to ensure that they had full control of the world. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to give you an audio. The video is up as well too. But I'm just giving you the audio here of that documentary entitled The Lion of Judah. Many of you know the documentary. And a few things was said in this documentary that I want to highlight before I continue. The Lion of Judah documentary goes into Haile Selassie.
Of his life. But almost immediately, he was embroiled in the outcome of the other war in Europe. At the Versailles Peace Conference, in their victory, the Allies again redrew the map of Africa. But once more, Ethiopia escaped. Playing off the great powers against each other, Rastafari kept his independence. Joining the new League of Nations, he put his faith in the latest post-war watchword, collective security.
Okay, hold that. Now, here we said good enough. Now remember in 1884, 1885, they have that, the Berlin Conference. And these killers here have Africa cut up like a pie. You remember that? Have Africa cut up like a piece of cake. And this fella say taking this piece, and the other fella say they're taking the other piece, and everybody having a scrumptious time. But because of the might of Ethiopia, we all know that we would withstood the wicked. Those of you who would have checked the documentary A Petty Mech, you have a clear understanding of what we're talking about. But then now, after they failed to do that and they ran into their own world war, that's World War I, they came out again and decided that, listen, we got to band together. If it's one thing with these toes, we got to band together to make sure we rule the world. Now, this documentary is a BBC documentary that you're listening to. It's not designed to make Haile Selassie look good, I'm telling you, because it has some pockets of propaganda in there. You all know it. But yet still it has some reality in there as it relates to the truth in history. Now listen good again. This is not me speaking, eh?
But in the end, the man who rode back to Addis Ababa in triumph was Rastafari. It was a victory that he still recalls as the turning point of his life.
Now listen, here it is.
But almost immediately, he was embroiled in the outcome of the other war in Europe.
Almost immediately, he was embroiled in the outcome of the other war in Europe. That's the same World War I. The winners now.
At the Versailles Peace Conference in
the Versailles Peace Conference,
victory, the Allies again redrew the map of Africa.
After their victory, the Allies again redrew the map of Africa. So they just done World War I. White supremacy we talking about here. The same people that enslaved Africa. White supremacy. And again in their organized state, Masons for sure, Illuminati, you can go on and on. And at this peace conference, they redrew the map of Africa again. And once more, Ethiopia escaped. And this time, the escape wasn't like before, because the other time they map out a piece of Ethiopia for themselves, but they just could not get it. But this time, the king up in their face early and bright, where they have to say, okay, no, Ethiopia, you safe, you're a member of the League of Nations. Although white supremacy had in their mind to do some dastardly deed in a few years. They were just playing chess, but they didn't realize, or they did, but maybe they just were losing it. The master chess player was there, the great architect himself. Hear this, man.
But almost immediately, he was embroiled in the outcome of the other war in Europe. At the Versailles Peace Conference in their victory, the Allies again redrew the map of Africa.
You see?
But once more, Ethiopia escaped.
Once more, Ethiopia escaped. How he escaped? He jumped through the window? How did Ethiopia escape?
Playing off the great powers against each other, Rastafari kept his independence.
Played off. You see? You see how the king moved? Playing off the great powers against each other. You think it's now the king doing that? Even when 1940, when Britain came in with the Allies to run out Mussolini, playing off the great powers against one another. Haile Selassie kept his independence.
Playing off the great powers against each other, Rastafari kept his independence.
Rastafari, the same person.
Joining the new League of Nations, he put his faith in the latest post-war watchword.
Join in. Join in the new League of Nations. So this is why the individual that had a problem with, according to them, the foolishness that we were talking about, was making some sort of comment about Haile Selassie being a part of them. You see, this is the thing. This, just like many Ethiopians at the time, the moves that the king would have made, many ones didn't understand. And even today, looking at the history, many ones still don't comprehend. I was watching a video. You ever see this video? No easy walk. It's no easy walk. It's no easy walk. Yeah. It's no easy walk to freedom. That video there. How many of you have seen that video there? Hey, they have a man in that video, an Ethiopian patriot. God bless him. This man old and elder now, you know. Well, at the time of the video. The video must be, I think they did it either in the 90s or the late 80s or the 90s. That's when they did this video here. And you know, in this video, this Ethiopian patriot saying that, you know what I mean, it was a shameful thing for Haile Selassie to leave Ethiopia during the time of the invasion. You know, and he's saying it with sincerity, like many of us. We thought that he would stay and fight with us. We never thought that he would have deserted us. It was a very shameful thing to do. Never before in the history of Ethiopia have an emperor. And you know, you go on and on. And I listening to the fella and I say, okay, here it is. Before the outcome, I mean, maybe I could understand how you feel. Because again, the emperor is not known to leave the battlefield, etc., etc. All right. But I mean, I don't think there's any emperor on the battlefield like Negus and Agas. But anyway, all right, fair enough. You yourself, even in your speech, insinuating that, man, he should have stayed and die on the battlefield. So you already get the idea that, listen, that was a losing battle. The emperor leave Ethiopia and come back and crush Italy. And not only crush Italy, you know, the aftermath. We have decades of rulership after that now, where the king established Ethiopia on all angles, from every direction, modernization and ensuring the ancient culture is kept. And this man lived through all of that. And he see the results of the emperor going before the League of Nations. He see the results of the king coming back and destroying Italy. And what would have happened if he, the emperor, did stay and it didn't go the way that history would have made sure that it went. The OAU established, the universities established, the Haile Selassie and the United Nations and all of this. And this man, even after the whole Derg and everything, this man have the nerve to sit and say, it was a shameful thing that he did. He couldn't believe that's what he did. History will remember him for that. Of course, you better believe history will remember him for that. I want to know what's wrong with that man, with all due respect to the elder, you know. So I'm just showing you how stiff-necked some people are, to the point that you see the results of his move and you still, you know, you're so deep in your political outlook, because a lot of us in this conscious realms, we're very political. That is why there's anybody that's always watching and following someone just to disagree with them is politics. The same individual that called VAC, whatever that stands for, this same individual that called my comments foolishness. Several times they're making a heap of comments in the chat and then they delete all. Now, what kind of behavior is that? I don't know them personally and I don't want to disrespect them, but anybody that moving so something not too right, straight up. You can see there's an irritance there. That's like troubled soul. You just keep writing comments and deleting them quick. What is that? What mentality is that? And again, I mean, if you don't understand, you don't understand, but to refer to what we talking about as foolishness. So all you hear so far, that's foolishness? You're serious? Give me a listen. The scripture show you that Christ went to hell to rag the key out of the devil's hand. I wonder if you comprehend. So what was sitting before the King of Kings when he addressed the League of Nations was white supremacy in its fullness. White supremacy in its what you would call most organized state at the time. So in other words, the individual represented the same individuals that would have enslaved the African people hundreds of years ago. They represent the same individuals that would have colonialized them just decades prior to that. They represent the same people that pretend that they release them, but still keeping them under neocolonialism and even neo-slavery. That is what's taking place. So when the European League of Nations now gathered together in Geneva, I don't mean when Haile Selassie spoke to them, I mean in general, that was white supremacy in its governing sense, on its mission to rule the world with an iron fist. And let me show you something. Although we speak of white supremacy today, any spiritual person can see that if Haile Selassie I was not in the picture, this would be a different world today. And that is why, even though it appears as if the evil and the beast has a power that is prolonging, it is only prolonging for those who do not understand that the Messiah would have arrived. And that's the whole vibes of the scripture too, you know. That is why ones would say, but listen, if Christ come to do this and do that, how he come and gone and it's still going on? It's going on for those who didn't catch the vision. Those who have eyes will see. Those who have ears will hear. Listen to me, good man. Remember they tell Christ, but hey, if you are the Christ, John the Baptist was supposed to come back. John the Baptist don't come back yet. That's what they're telling him, you know. John the Baptist don't come back yet. And he tell them, John the Baptist come and gone. Huh? John the Baptist come and gone. Marcus Garvey, the man. Because that's what they were telling the Christ in the Bible. Elijah was supposed to come back. So if you're the Christ, where's the Elijah? And he had to tell them, John the Baptist is the same Elijah. Now I want you to listen to this, good family. I want you to hear this good. This is very, very important.
An embargo on arms sales to both sides. For Italy, ruthless. But for Haile Selassie,
listen to this statement here.
But for Haile Selassie, the final betrayal came at the League of Nations.
Betrayal.
Pierre Laval, the French foreign minister, and Sir Samuel Hoare for Britain, proposed to hand part of Ethiopia to Mussolini. Appeasement had triumphed. Collective security was a myth. In the war that followed, Haile Selassie had no chance. Years earlier, Haile Selassie's father had helped Menelik to beat the Italians at Adwa. Now Mussolini's troops had their revenge. Within a month, Ethiopia's first capital at Aksum had fallen, and over 2,000 years of independence were nearly at an end. Abandoned by his international friends, Haile Selassie found even his own men unwilling to fight on. He had only a handful of trained troops, The rest were untrained tribal warriors, hopelessly outgunned. Before the Italian assault, the Emperor's army disintegrated, and at Easter 1936, Haile Selassie left his men to make a pilgrimage to the rock churches of Lalibela and to pray for his country. His Italian empire, the train from Selassie followed them. He left behind...
Ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker on the list is His Majesty Nicholas Haile Selassie, Speaker
to confront his betrayers at the League of Nations.
Now hear that. He's going to confront his betrayers at the League of Nations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker on the list is His Majesty Nicholas Haile Selassie.
He did so with a dignity that has become a legend.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le...
The jeers of fascists in the gallery did not stop him. I am here to claim justice, he said. What reply shall I take back to my people?
Listen to this.
There was no answer, and there could be none. The League was dead.
Listen.
So, said the Emperor, it is us today. It will be you tomorrow.
Okay, now, there's another aspect of this I want to get into. And for me to get into that, I have to clarify this without prolonging it too much longer. Because you see, what's happening here, these are things that, with all due respect to those who may be just coming in for the first time, but these are things we talk about more time, because it's Haile Selassie we deal with. So, the address to the League of Nations, even the scriptures that align with it, and all of these things, most of us know exactly what's happening here. This is not a feel-good thing. We don't come here just to preach to the choir and all of that kind of stuff. But let's be clear here. Even the point that we want to make tonight, maybe we're fashioning in it in a different way, because it's a very important point. And when you understand the point, you wouldn't be saying Haile Selassie crushed Freemasonry is foolishness. Okay. Is there any sensible person that cannot see that this is white supremacy at its worst? That is why Mussolini, that is why, as they said, the League, Samuel Hoare, and Pierre Laval, Britain and France were looking to hand Ethiopia over to Italy on a silver platter. I don't think many of us understand what Haile Selassie went through in exile. That's why we need to read the king's autobiography. And all the nations, the members that betrayed Ethiopia. Down to the very last drop when the emperor had to write to the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the emperor got assistance from, Black Americans that understood the plight because of the teachings of Marcus Messiah Garvey, the thing heavy. So white supremacy was coming down on the world. Have we forgotten that all the African countries were done with already? That was it, That was it, It was one more country to lock, and we done. We missed this point. If Ethiopia would have lost that war, this would not be the world that you know today. I am positive. I am supremely positive. It doesn't mean that evil is not around. It doesn't mean that masonry is not around. It doesn't mean that white supremacy is not around, man. They just kill another black youth there in America, the cops and they drag somebody off of a truck the other. White supremacy is alive and there What are you talking about? Freemasonry? We all know that. But again, for the spiritualists, those of you who are spiritual, you understand spiritual things. And that is why there is a Messiah. That is why there is a Savior. That is why when the Ancient of Days did sit, one like the Son of Man came unto him, and he was given a kingdom of which we are a part of as Bobo Shanti. He was given a kingdom and dominion and power. We better take them power, you know. We better take the dominion that we've been given. Eh? I'm very serious, Rastafari. So that is why although the beast, the scripture says so, he beheld until the body of the beast had a time to prolong. Just for a little time. A little time, maybe a couple generations, but the beast had a little time to prolong. That's what's happening here. Prolonged time. I like to liken it to when a supermarket is closed. Have you ever been in a supermarket when it's time for the supermarket to close? You hear the one come over the telecom, will you please complete your shopping? The supermarket is about to be closed. So if the supermarket's supposed to close at 9 o'clock, that means those who come to the supermarket at 9 o'clock, unless you have some special relationship with the security at the door, you're not getting in the supermarket. But there are people inside the supermarket, you know, still picking up goods. There are people still in the shopping line. The cashier is still working, and it's after 9. The supermarket has officially closed. Nobody else coming in. But yet still, it's prolonging for a little time while we make sure everyone gets their goods, cash, and out of the supermarket. So although it closed, it didn't really close yet. And it's the same thing. So that's why I like to remind people, you know, when we talk about, like what we're talking about now with Haile Selassie, etc., that ain't no long time story. That's our time. When I was born, Rastafari, when I was conceived, for sure, when I was conceived, Haile Selassie I did not disappear as yet. I was conceived in 1975. I was conceived before the news said that Haile Selassie has gone missing. You follow what I'm saying? So it's not no distant thing for me. We are right in the time of this. So even though the supermarket closed at 9, those who are still inside the supermarket can still run to aisle 17 and pick up a bag of flour quickly and get to the cashier. Because you still have a little time. And this grace period of little time now, again, you are still sheltered under the umbrella of the salvation order that was brought to you by the same Ancient of Days. That is why the Ancient of Days that sat, again, gave power to one like unto the Son of Man that was brought unto him. The Son of Man that was brought unto him is the same Lamb in Revelation chapter 5 that was brought to the lion, because they got the same thing, a kingdom and dominion and power ever living. And the amount of angels that were present in both Daniel 7 and Revelation 5 is the same amount of angels, 1,000 times 10,000 times thousands of thousands, something like that. But you get the point. This is beautiful, eh? So when Haile Selassie stood before the League of Nations, this is scripture. When it says the Lord shall gather all nations, that's it there. Nations don't mean everybody in the world standing up at the same time hearing God's voice come out of the sky. That's the problem. This was televised, you know. This is not something we read about in a book. We see it on TV. Cameras were taking pictures. Today now they're showing it to you in color. And we see Haile Selassie give the speech before the League of Nations, before the representatives of the 10 toes. You hear what the narrator say?
I am here to claim justice, he said. What reply shall I take back to my people? There was no answer, and there could be none. The League was dead.
There was no answer, and there could be none. The 10 toes was dead. He just said that. The League of Nations was dead. What are you talking about? As simple as that was said. That is so real. You know why? Because the defunct League of Nations, remember, it was the same members of this defunct body that went into World War II. I don't think we understand it. That when World War II really kicked off, Ethiopia was already out of that, building back. When Europe and the same England, you know, the same England and Britain, I should say, that came into Ethiopia, with Haile Selassie I, they got some serious blows in World War II. That's why England and London and these places, London specifically, I should say, was almost decimated. Buildings with all the holes in them. Look at some of these old war movies. Europe was in shambles, Europe was in shambles after World War II. And their plan of complete world dominance, as they thought, was not achieved. Because they could not hold on to that last African country, which was Ethiopia. And in the scramble to get Ethiopia by trickery and hypocrisy, they self-destruct. What do you call it? Implode when they explode from inside. The League was dead. The man just said so. The League was dead. Who killed the League? The League was dead. How did the League die? After Haile Selassie speak to the League was dead. The stone that came out of the Simeon Mountains, formed without hands, crushed the 10 toes at the League of Toes, and the statue came crumbling down. Well, yeah, but today, up to today, you still have the white supremacy. You still have the supermarket is closed at 9 o'clock. Please, shoppers, get all the items you need now and straight away go to the nearest cashier. The supermarket is officially closed. I am positive that what you consider white supremacy, its system, cannot last forever. Which kingdom has lasted forever, Rasta? You expect Santa Claus to be coming around every end of the year forever? That must stop. And it may sound strange to some may consider it foolishness. But an economic system has to crumble for you to stop seeing Santa Claus. Remember, Santa Claus is money. Easter Bunny is money. All of these holidays is about money. Halloween is money. They work with a system, an economic system. And when the economic system comes to a halt, which is already there, when Haile Selassie I, remember Kennedy, John F. Kennedy, was attempting to make the US dollar backed by silver again. That's one of the reasons they took him out. The same US dollar was backed by silver and gold. Now, it's as if the US dollar, which is worthless, being printed every day, is the standard of all the currency of the world. All economies lean on the US dollar and compare themselves to the US dollar. So money in general now is a real worthless commodity. intrinsic value, it's called. Yeah, it's worth what we think it's worth. If they say we're using stones for money, we'll get the best stones. But paper is paper. You see, all of this is a part of white supremacy. All of this is a part of the Freemasonry. In God we trust. We're not getting this. We're looking for religion. So when I make a statement like Haile Selassie, crush Freemasonry, crush the Illuminati, and crush white supremacy, some, I do say, they say fool, would refer to what I am saying as foolishness because they don't understand. And nothing wrong if you don't understand, but humble yourself and ask politely. You hear what the man say?
What reply shall I take back to my people? There was no answer.
Why?
And there could be none.
Yeah?
The League was dead.
The League was dead. The toes, remember the League is the European, the toes were crushed. And then what happened after that? The Ancient of Days did sit. So I can't get too spooky with this. This is as real can be. And my brother and sisters, whoever, whatever, I mean, the spookism is not a part of my expression at all. Now, I want you to hear this. This is John Perkins, Confession of an Economic Hitman. Listen to this.
We economic hitmen really have been the ones responsible for creating this first truly global empire. And we work many different ways. But perhaps the most common is that we will identify a country that has resources our corporations covet, like oil, and then arrange a huge loan to that country from the World Bank or one of its sister organizations. But the money never actually goes to the country. Instead, it goes to our big corporations to build infrastructure projects in that country, power plants, industrial parks, ports, things that benefit a few rich people in that country, in addition to our corporations, but really don't help the majority of the people at all. However, those people, the whole country is left holding a huge debt. It's such a big debt they can't repay it, and that's part of the plan, that they can't repay it. And so at some point, we economic hitmen go back to them and say, listen, you lost a lot of money, can't pay your debt, so sell your oil real cheap to our oil companies. Allow us to build a military base in your country, or send troops in support of ours to someplace in the world like Iraq, or vote with us on the next UN vote, to have their electric utility company privatized and their water and sewage system privatized and sold to U.S. corporations or other multinational corporations. So there was that whole mushrooming thing, and it's so typical of the way the IMF and the World Bank work. They put a country in debt, it's such a big debt it can't pay it, and then you offer to refinance that debt and pay even more interest. And you demand this quid pro quo, which you call a conditionality or good governance, which means basically that they've got to sell off their resources, including many of their social services, their utility companies, their school systems, sometimes their penal systems, their insurance systems, to foreign corporations. So it's a double, triple, quadruple whammy.
Now, again, I just want us to take this in now. This is John Perkins. I'm sure many of you would have come across. We ourselves would have covered, the economic hitman, And basically, in a nutshell, if you didn't pick up everything he's saying there, he was a part of the CIA spies, operatives, basically. And he would have gone in himself, he was an economic hitman, that's the title. He would have gone into countries all over the world, Africa, South America, primarily Asia, and especially countries that have wealth and minerals and a certain level of resources that they could use. The USA, by the way. And basically they would just encourage, as he's saying, the leader to, hey, just toe the road, man, toe the line. Just, hey, it's all right. I know you want to hold, the wealth for your people and all of that good jazz, but that's not in style today. That's not the blame. We can make you and your family rich. You just work with us. And here how you work with them, they're going to give you money. Wow. I said, yeah, we're going to lend you plenty of money. And as the hitman was saying there a while ago, the money doesn't even go to the country. It goes into building infrastructure and businesses for the U.S. businesses, for the United States of America, basically. Their interests, I should say. And only a few people, he made mention of this, only a few of the rich people in the country, whatever country it may be, will benefit. So somebody there is going to benefit. More than likely, the head of the country going to make a little piece of change too. But the people are not going to feel it at all. So that's why the international IMF, and of course the World Bank and these ones there, that's really what they do, eh? Yeah. Freemasonry. Illuminati again. All of the good word, white supremacy. The banking system is white supremacy. Eh? The education system is white supremacy. I'm just trying to show you all of this. And Perkins, who's really, I must say, one of the freshest breath air. That's it right there. A breath of fresh air, really. That's what I'm saying. One of the freshest breaths that we would have received in a while, in the sense of the depths of what he's talking about, of which we would have known, but an insider coming out and clarifying this, and he's been doing this for a while now, decades now. I've heard, it's over almost 20 years since I saw him on Democracy Now! I think that's one of the earlier programs of Democracy Now!, where he was speaking of his book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. So basically that's it. He goes into a country and say, hey, listen, man, oil, gold, diamond, river, water, what else? You have it, bauxite, coltan, cassiterite, you know what I'm saying? Right. So all of this plan, you have to make sure everybody's happy. That doesn't work, No, that doesn't work. Our economy is crumbling, and we got to do what we got to do to keep ourselves alive. So if you want to save yourself and your children and your wife and your mommy and your papi, just work with us. I can't promise you a village, but at least the people that live in your house, you're okay. And some of your ministers can profit too. That's what it is. And if the leader is going to say, well, no, I'm not into that. You don't hear what Perkins say? He say, well, you sure, brother? I mean, I like you, man, but you can't, trust me, man, it's not going to work out good for you. It's all right. And Perkins go home and tell them, well, another one bites the dust. And they go and kill him. They go and overthrow the government, lock him up, something just to make him move. And the harder he pretends he doesn't want to move, is the harder he will die. Are you following me? And Perkins is saying they went all over the world with this kind of stuff. So what about Ethiopia? I'm asking. When you hear Perkins speak of the situations in Panama, Nicaragua, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, he's speaking of the time when Ethiopia was the Ethiopia we know, with Haile Selassie I. And remember, we're talking about geopolitics here now. We're talking about international affairs. We're talking about World Bank affairs. We're talking about military. We're talking about commerce. We're talking about embargoes if possible, if needed, from the outlook of the wicked. And sanctions, that's the world they live in. All of these things we're talking about. And assassination, coup d'etat. Where was the King of Kings in all of this? Listen to this.
The precedent for economic hitmen really began back in the early 50s when democratically elected Mossadegh, who was elected in Iran, he was considered to be the hope for democracy in the Middle East and around the world. He was Time Magazine's Man of the Year. But one of the things that he'd run on and began to implement was the idea that foreign oil companies needed to pay the Iranian people a lot more for the oil that they were taking out of Iran. The Iranian people should benefit from their own oil. Strange policy. We didn't like that, of course. But we were afraid to do what we normally were doing, which was to send in the military. Instead, we sent in one CIA agent, Kermit Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt's relative. And Kermit went in with a few $1 million and was very, very effective and efficient. And in a short amount of time, he managed to get Mossadegh overthrown and brought in the Shah of Iran to replace him, who always was favorable to oil. And it was extremely effective.
Bombs overflow Tehran. Army officers shout that Mossadegh has surrendered and his regime as virtual dictator of Iran is ended. Pictures of the Shah paraded through the streets as sentiment reverses. The Shah is welcomed home.
So back here in the United States, in Washington, people looked around and said, wow, that was easy and cheap. So this established a whole new way of manipulating countries, of creating empire. The only problem with Roosevelt was that he was a card-carrying CIA agent, and had he been caught, the ramifications could have been pretty serious. So very quickly at that point, the decision was made to use private consultants to channel the money through the World Bank or the IMF or one of the other such agencies, to bring in people like me who worked for private companies, so that if we got caught, there would be no governmental ramifications.
Now, just in the interest of time, I'm going to look to see this up now. Just give me a few moments. Listen, the brother goes into Iran, Guatemala, Honduras, etc. Now, he just mentioned Iran, and he's saying that Iran was almost like the pilot project for all of this economic hitman kind of stuff. 1953. Again, you got to study geopolitics properly. This is why I'm asking, where the king fit in here? So all of these countries where you have revolutionary leaders, that's why the revolutionary leaders always have a hard time. There are very few revolutionary leaders that really stick out to almost the very end. You can mention Fidel Castro, even Libya there, Gaddafi, no matter how they said he came to an end. You know, several times they tried to assassinate Gaddafi, at least 15 times, some heap of times, Castro too. About 9 times they tried to assassinate Fidel Castro. So I'm just trying to show you that what Perkins is saying is reality. That it is only obvious that a kingdom that is supposedly on top wants to stay on top and is made up of the wickedest set of people ever, white supremacy. And they're going to very craftily do their best to stay on top by using other people's resources. So if they have to send in missionaries to pretend that they are nice, they will do that. So Perkins now again is like a negotiator. He comes to make sure that you, the leader of the country, you are ready to cooperate with the US of A. And if you have any ideas of helping your people, we will take care of you. But it was not so with Haile Selassie. You go and read Perkins' book. You listen to any interview that Perkins gives and see if he said anything about Haile Selassie I bowing to them. What I know, there was an attempt coup in 1960, because you got to keep in mind, they're going to make sure that if you don't go their way, they're going to try their best to take you out. And it was obvious that Haile Selassie I was on the straight and narrow, no sellout, no turning his back on his people. That was already proven from even the time of the Italian-Ethiopian War. Do you know that once came to the emperor from the Italian government, to the British government and other governments trying to sell out the King of Kings? Even down to the point where Italy said they will give him this position in his own government and he'll get a holiday home in Rome. You crazy. And to prove this point, you just heard Perkins say that they were the one that established the Shah of Iran in 1953. Now remember, the Shah of Iran had this big party where he crowned himself King of Kings. Now this is a conversation I would have had with my good brother Bingy Mike, Ras Mike, who for some reason or the other believed that Haile Selassie's King of Kings title was something that was given to him, you know, by America and Britain. Ras Mike telling me this, eh? But of course I vehemently disagreed, because again, if they had a puppet King of Kings in Negus and Nagas, they would not have to make another King of Kings in Shah and Shah, which is the Shah of Iran. Because the Shah of Iran, without a doubt, was a puppet, not just for the USA, but for the CIA. Perkins clearly explains that. If you didn't know that, Perkins would make you know. The Shah of Iran was a puppet for the CIA. And that is why after a while, the CIA decided to crown him King of Kings. It's the CIA that crowned the Shah of Iran the King of Kings. And remember, we did a video, eh? You can check it on YouTube. You should watch these videos when these are done. The video is entitled, Who is the King of Glory? You watch that. You get a good understanding who the King of Glory really is. Because the Shah of Iran had this great big party. Representatives from all over the world, almost every head of state was there. The emperor was there too, Haile Selassie. Can you imagine that? He gonna crown himself King of Kings and he invite the King of Kings. But when you listen to the episode that we did on that, you could see how dynamic the presence of the King of Kings was at that event. When everybody had to bow to the Shah, the king never had to bow. The king was standing up behind him while they bowing to him. In diplomacy, the king was at the head of the table. Remember, all the other heads of states was there. And the king, Haile Selassie, Negus and Nagas, as always, was at the head of the table. He was chaperoned by the Shah, his wife. She was Haile Selassie's chaperone, and that's just a symbol. Remember, all the heads of state were there, you know. So the highest head of state will be chaperoned by the host wife. That's just diplomacy. So it's obvious who the highest head of state was. Prince Philip was there. Britain was represented. And the Shah was crowning himself King of Kings. What kind of thing is that? And everybody there, all Prince Philip, everybody had to bow to him except the real Negus and Nagas, the real King of Kings. So if Haile Selassie, the King of Kings, was under the let's say, the control of the CIA, why would the CIA have to crown a next King of Kings? And they have one already. Because Negus and Nagas is no puppet for nobody. IMF, CIA, FBI, KGB. And this has been proven in the history that the King of Kings, Negus and Nagas, would have left for us, man, even when he was in exile. Some people came and wanted him to act a movie entitled Flight by Night. And they say, if you act the movie, we're going to give you some good cheese so you could help your people in Ethiopia during the war. And although at the time, the little change would have come in handy, it would plug a hole, as we say in the Caribbean. It would have plugged a hole. The king said, no, we're not selling out our dignity for no money from nobody. Crazy. Pardon me when I say you're crazy, you know. So within this, I would say, silent, humble action, you can see Haile Selassie, if you don't want to use the word crush, he definitely conquered Freemasonry and white supremacy, even in this perspective here. Because not most of them, Perkins, I don't know if I would say he was gleefully saying, but in all of his interviews, I've seen several of his interviews. Again, he speaks clearly of what he would have done and what the CIA would have done. And he called by names the leaders. He even goes as far as to say he respects Chavez. Because when they mounted the coup to take down Hugo Chavez, the people backed him so much that they had to back off. And that's why up to today, Venezuela is suffering CIA. So at a time when the economic hitman was so strong, or hitmen was so strong, the jackals, but they were working in Ethiopia, obviously, but they just could not move the King of Kings, Negus and Nagas. That is my point. So I have no apology. If VAC doesn't understand, if Garfield doesn't understand, I have no apology. I can't be upset. You know, you can't blame me for somebody else's lack of understanding. Haile Selassie crush Freemasonry. You hear me? Haile Selassie crush white supremacy. And anybody that talking about, well, this and that's still going on, the book of Daniel said that the beast was given a little time to prolong. The supermarket is now closed. Shoppers, please get your last items and make your way to the nearest cashier. That means you better find salvation. You better get right with God. Come and do it now. Yeah, man, trust me. The kingdom that we live in and around, the education system, the so-called healthcare system, the industrial systems around us, the banking system, the economic system, man, you better believe. Not only is it deteriorating, but it's deteriorated fast. Anyway, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Give thanks to the God of gods who crush. Wait, want to tell me? I want to say the King of Kings crush colonialism. Who crushed colonialism? The God of gods crush colonialism. Who rug off the shackles off of Ghana and rug off the shackles off of Togo? Do you know that the United Nations was in support of Israel's occupation of Palestine? The UN backed that. Haile Selassie was against that. Haile Selassie severed himself from the Zionists. Haile Selassie speak out strongly against apartheid when the UN wasn't doing that. Perkins know more than he's saying, eh? But he also know how much he can say. Yeah, Holy Man never lie. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, love, love, love.
Prosperity is a herbal remedy that has been naturally designed to nourish the prostate gland. Prosperity uses a combination of leaves, roots, and barks to create a tincture designed to nourish your prostate gland. It also will assist in prostate-related issues such as erectile dysfunction, swollen prostates, and problems related to the passage of urine. Call or WhatsApp 728-8289, 728-8289 and get your bottle today. Prosperity. Do you want an accurate natal chart reading to know the true position of the sun, the moon, and each planet at the moment that you were being born? We at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge will create a precise natal chart for you and your loved ones, coupled with snapshot pictures of each planet, the sun, the moon, plus the constellations related to them. In addition to this, we will be giving you a detailed report of the alignment of planets to the constellations and its full meaning, not from an astrological perspective, but from an ancient astronomical perspective. You will have this report for the rest of your life and can share it with your friends and your family. To order your accurate natal chart today, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed. Prosperity is a herbal remedy that has been naturally designed to nourish the prostate gland. Prosperity uses a combination of leaves, roots, and barks to create a tincture designed to nourish your prostate gland. It also will assist in prostate-related issues such as erectile dysfunction, swollen prostates, and problems related to the passage of urine. Call or WhatsApp 728-8289, 728-8289 and get your bottle today. Prosperity. Sunday the 17th of September, 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Join us on Zoom and on YouTube for the official relaunch of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge website, priestisaacinstitute.com. Our website has been upgraded and has been made more easily accessible to you. On priestisaacinstitute.com, you will find all that you need for your holistic growth. We offer certified courses in ancient astronomy and ancient archaeoastronomy, as well as our international homeschool program for children of all ages. At priestisaacinstitute.com, we not only offer our books, video documentaries, and webinars, we also have available food preparation courses and cooking classes in the field of raw foods as well as vital plant-based cuisines. Do you shop online for your nuts, grains, etc.? We have that too. Get all your necessities from your agave, honey, spices, all your nuts, and so on. Now, don't forget our online clothing labeled with our icons. You can get your sweaters, t-shirts, even hoodies. The Tiger's Nest. And speaking of the Tiger's Nest, Radio Anu International, 24-hour internet radio, giving you positive, conscious, information and inspiration throughout the day. Again, on the 17th of September 2023, mark the date from 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Join us on Zoom or on the Priest Isaac's YouTube channel for the official relaunch of PriestIsaacInstitute.com. Zoom VIPs will receive a special gift. To get your Zoom link, go to the website PriestIsaacInstitute.com or email us at PriestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com. 17th of September. Be there.
Oh, yes, blessed love, my family. Give thanks for your presence with us at this moment. Of course, we glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. I am just inviting you. Of course, you just got the good word. Looking forward to your presence with us this Sunday. I'm talking about this Sunday, the 17th. Yes, it will be the relaunch of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge website. Remember to contact us, email us, whatever the case is, PriestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com to get your Zoom link. Definitely very important. Or you could visit the website and definitely you could get it straight from the website. And don't forget, I will be making my special presentation, my ancient astronomical natal chart reading document. I will be presenting it. Remember, I'm encouraging you to get your document. It will be a precise, concise, and comprehensive reading of the heavenly bodies in relationship to your born day, what people call birthday. But don't worry, once you are in the house on Sunday the 17th, remember we start from 2 p.m., you're going to see myself present in a lecture form my natal chart reading, so it's going to be fun. You're going to definitely full enjoy it. And remember, those who will be in the Zoom will be definitely getting a very special offer as it relates to the natal chart document. Remember, it's a document. And of course, we will be also highlighting the new and improved international homeschool program. Children approved, parents recommended. Remember, that is only $2.99. And listen to this, the youths get a lifetime. Imagine that, even when they're youths no more. A lifetime membership, more videos, more activities, more content, and more continually added. That's what we're developing here. A lifetime relationship. And remember, on that day, everyone, let me explain this to you. Everyone who will be purchasing from the holistic food store, whether you're in the VIP Zoom or not, you will be receiving a special gift or two gifts. You will be getting a free copy of the newly released book, The Rudiments of Ancient Astronomy, of course, prepared by myself. And of course, you'll be getting a copy of The Night of the Black Tiger. Beautiful. So all you got to do is to order whatever you order from our holistic food store, whether it's your nuts, your honey, your seeds, your grains. Just link us and get the catalog so you see what we have to offer, and definitely you could buy in bulk. And on that day, during the webinar, definitely you'll be getting free gifts. You don't have to be in the VIP Zoom for that, but I am encouraging you to get in the VIP Zoom, because that is where, for sure, you'll be able to get other special gifts. Everyone that is going to be in the VIP will be getting a very special gift. We are going to be hearing a few words from Brother Rotendo Mati Nayarari, if I pronounce his name correctly. You know how it is. And this good brother, for sure, and let me say before I go any further, I will be highlighting him tonight in the Tiger's Nest. What did I say? I will be highlighting this brother tonight in the Tiger's Nest. Now, he is a political activist and commentator between Zimbabwe and South Africa, Southern Africa in general. And he has some comments here, at least in this clip I'm going to play. And he's going to be speaking to the so-called, well, he didn't say so-called, the fake middle class in South Africa. And he's going to be speaking about resources and the continuation of colonialism. And in fact, he's clearly telling the South Africans that they are dumb, you know, and how they release their resources. Listen, I can tell you, whatever you're going to get now, I think tonight, you have to make sure you are in the tiger's nest with me on Radio Anu. That's Radio Anu, and we'll be going into this in depth. But for now, let's just get a little of what the brother is saying.
Is where your era is. In economics, in accounting, we've got something called gearing. And gearing is determined by ownership. Ownership of the factors of production. Ownership of the capital that you're going to employ in order to make wealth. All your capital, all your assets, all your resources are not owned by you. They're owned by foreigners. So you have no gearing capacity. You have no gearing. Instead, what you have is debt, while somebody else owns your factors of production, so they are a liability unto you. It's time you start understanding that the ownership of your assets, the ownership of your resources is the only gearing that is going to build a better future for your children. Zimbabwe today has its issues, but it owns its land, its assets, everything that it requires for future gearing to produce. You guys need to wake up. This academia that is not based on practice, this academia that is based on being brainwashed, makes you similar to a rat that is running in a cage that thinks that it knows the world just because it knows how to run in the wheel. The world is a total different place. You have to build black business. You have to build black capacity, black capital, and black expertise in order to grow your children's futures. As I speak to you now, South Africa is growing at 0.2%. Zimbabwe is growing at 2.8%. This is a white European-controlled economy growing less faster than a black-controlled economy that's under...
I wonder if you heard what he said. I got to highlight this tonight when we get into Tiger's Nest. South Africa, as he said, a white-controlled economy, growing at 0.2%. And Zimbabwe, the tyrants, you understand, even though Mugabe is gone, they still ain't checking for them. They still don't want to even lift sanctions. And they're growing at 2.something%.
As I speak to you now, South Africa is growing at 0.2%. Zimbabwe is growing at 2.8%. This is a white European-controlled economy growing less faster than a black-controlled economy that's under sanctions. I don't know if you're smart enough to understand what that means, but that's an indictment on this economy that you show off about. You have shacks. People do not have clean water. People do not have sanitation. Black people are still suffering and living the lives that they lived during apartheid in the country with the richest resources in the world. 15 trillion plus worth of resources, but you cannot build housing for your people. Then you, the middle class, to drive BMWs, want to maintain the status quo without understanding that your resources are being depleted. You need to be smarter than that. And this indictment of Zimbabweans, without realizing that Zimbabweans own what is theirs. This indictment of Zimbabweans, without you learning from them as your bigger brothers who have been through this struggle way before you, is an indictment on your intelligence and your indictment on understanding the importance of Pan-Africanism. You are the weakest link in Pan-Africanism. It is time that you get on the bandwagon and understand that the ownership of resources is unequivocal. The ownership of our land is unequivocal. Spending on goods, on Western goods, while depleting our children's savings is not smart. Slavery to the white man while he depletes your resources and gives you the peanuts is not smart. You will get to a time when you will regret this. Fortunately for us, we had a government that was smart. In as much as our parents were as foolish as you, our government gave us education.
Listen.
They developed a black capital class.
Listen.
That black capital class sabotaged the country and left with white capital, but at least our government created a black industry.
Hey, listen, family, this is some real serious stuff, and I'm just encouraging you to make sure you join me tonight, 7 p.m. sharp, every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, so whatever tonight is. Oh man, I listened to this late. This was yesterday. It's all right. It's still tonight, 7 p.m. Join me Radio Anu. The link is in the description below this video. And we will be going into more of what Brother Rutendo is saying here. He has a lot more to say, and we're going to be definitely clarifying that this evening. I'm telling you, serious information. Make sure you're here with us on Radio Anu. In fact, don't wait until later. Whatever time you're listening to this, just go below and press the link in the description. Bless.
Prosperity is a herbal remedy that has been naturally designed to nourish the prostate gland. Prosperity uses a combination of leaves, roots, and barks to create a tincture designed to nourish your prostate gland. It also will assist in prostate-related issues such as erectile dysfunction, swollen prostates, and problems related to the passage of urine. Call or WhatsApp 728-8289, 728-8289 and get your bottle today. Prosperity.
And of course, it's obvious that you can order your prosperity through the website. Of course, as you just heard the ad itself, fully all natural, definitely no side effects, created by the professionals at Mount Kailash Rejuvenation Center. And I'm telling you, my good brothers, specifically, and you too, sisters, all the brothers, all the men that use their prosperity, they have nothing but rave reviews. And give thanks again to the brothers and sisters at the Priest Kailash, Mount Kailash Rejuvenation Center, who have created such a mighty product that is now on the shelf for real people to utilize, that won't make you sick, no side effect, and make a man just be a man. And that's it. Nourishes your prostate, strengthens your erection. All of you who have problem waking up 10 times in the night to go and pee, the prosperity would assist you. Just visit the website and order your prosperity today. Give thanks. Blessed love. Oh, yeah. Give thanks, family. Blessed love, hotep to each and every one. Alafia and shalom. Give thanks to Nestalin as we definitely greet you in peace. We definitely greet you in the name of Negus and Agas. We're talking about power and might of the Holy Tree. We give thanks, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Give thanks to each and every one, all conscious souls, all good-hearted one, all brothers and sisters of light that are in tune to the tiger's nest this evening. Or we have a wonderful sit down, a very upful meditation, I would say, that we will be going in this evening too. And it is a joy that I have my wonderful visitor sitting with me already. And this is going to be a reasoning or a discussion that will add to each of us that will be partaking in it this evening. The subject for this evening will be understanding the cultural war on Black people. Let me repeat, understanding the cultural war on Black people. And with me to go into the depths of that, I have Professor of Education at the University of Houston. I think he was once at the University of Howard. Yes, before. Yes, and
Howard University. Yes,
Howard University. And our good guest this evening, he also appeared on the Hidden Colors series that I'm sure many of us would have seen, many of us would have full joyed, many of us would have definitely got a strength from. So we have with us the good brother Kemet Shakley, and he himself will be going into the whole aspect of African-centered education, theory and practice. And as I said, the reasoning will carry us into the realms of understanding the cultural war on Black people. So again, let me welcome a heart of love and warm heart of welcome to our good brother, Professor Kemet Shakley. My brother, blessed love to you.
Thank you, Priest Isaac. This is an honor and a pleasure to be here. I just think it's wonderful when you're invited to do things for the people. When the people want to hear from you, it's always an honor. So this is just a great honor, and I'm humbled and would like to thank you and Sister Nia for the invitation.
Give thanks. Well, even before we go into the reasoning this evening, which is a very heavy topic, I mean, understanding the cultural war on Black people. Now, some people may say, is there a cultural war on Black people, much less to understand it? So I know we're going deep. But I know I just gave a quick introduction of yourself, but is it possible I could just get a bit more from you as it relates to who you are, you know, just a quick thing on your background, especially coming into this conscious realms. And as I said, many of us would have seen you on Hidden Colors as well. So just give us a quick idea for those who do not know who the good Professor Kemet Shakley is.
That's not a problem at all. So for the last 18 and a half years or so, I've been a professor of education. Prior to that, I was a teacher and school leader. I helped start a couple of charter schools here in the Washington, D.C. area. I also have worked in the community as a community organizer, if you will. When I was a student in college, I was a community organizer, and I'm also actively involved in things that are happening in the Black community in both Houston area and in the Washington, D.C. area, where I still spend quite a bit of time. The work that I do is about trying to find ways to make things better for the next generation. So what I care about the most is what's happening with Black youth. And as a person who I grew up in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I attended schools that taught me absolutely nothing about who I am as an African person. And so I wanted to see the kids that I taught when I was a teacher walk out of the classroom with a sense of self and not a sense of self-hate, which is what I walked around with for most of my young life. And it was when I was about 19 years old, I met a mentor working at the YMCA in Indianapolis who asked me one time, would you like to go see Minister Louis Farrakhan speak? And I didn't even know who that was. But I went with him on a whim, and I haven't been the same since. Minister Farrakhan helped bring my consciousness to me.
He can do that.
He can do that, especially in the 1990s. He was really good at it. I'm sure he still is. But after that, I started listening to and paying quite a bit of attention to people like Naim Akbar, Francis Cress Welsing, Asa Hilliard, and people like that. And over the years, really increased my consciousness after being mentored by many of them, and then receiving a lot of personal mentoring from people like Anthony Browder. And as a result of working with them closely, the consciousness started to grow. And then that's when I became a student leader. And then I went from student leadership to community leadership, and went from all of that stuff and propelled myself into becoming a college professor, where I wasn't one of those folks who wanted to be a college professor to demonstrate how smart I am. I wanted to get a job that was going to put me in position to be able to use my time to make a difference for the community. And so that's what I've been trying to do since getting my doctorate and all that in 2003.
Positive. Yes, my brother, thank you. And let me just ask, before we go into the subject area itself, Kemet as a name, would your outlook philosophically, I mean, of course, as spiritualists in our African culture, we know that there's a oneness within all of, the African expression. But I'm just interested to know if Kemet, if you have a special heart towards the agency of Kemet more so than, maybe Yoruba or anything. Why so the name? Or just a question.
I definitely have a connection to the name Kemet. When I got that name from the people, the Nubian people in Kemet. Whenever you travel to Africa, they give you a name. And one of the things that they did in Kemet, in Egypt, if you will, Kemet, is they gave me the name Kemet. Now, I had so many different names when I went to Nigeria, when I went to Egypt, Ghana, when I went to Senegal, I got these different names. And I was a young person. The name Kemet stuck with me while I was in Kemet, and also my mentor at the time, Patricia Newton, Sekhmet Jehuti. She was my post mentor. And she said, it fits you because of the things I'm going to make you study. And so, you know, I don't know if you all know who she is, but she was a wonderful person. She passed away a couple of years ago. She used to do tours to Kemet and to all over Africa. And I traveled with her every single time I went, minus the last 2 times. But all of my trips there have just were with her. And so I learned a lot with her, and also the people, the Nubian people. I felt like the name fit what she wanted me to do and what I wanted to do. And so that's why I let that name float with me for so long.
Powerful, brother, powerful. Okay, so the subject at hand, my good brother, now is a very serious subject. We're talking about, you know, as you said, well, we're getting into African-centered education theory and practice. So I know it's directly connected also to understanding the cultural war on Black people. So if someone was to just ask, the cultural war on Black people, but Brother Shakley, is there a cultural war on Black people? What would be your response to that?
I would say that there's definitely a cultural war on Black people. There's a war of all sorts on Black people. The problem we have right now is that I think we need to change just a few things so that we can start to win the cultural war that's been waged against us. And one of the things I think we should do is to switch from using the word racism to the word war. As opposed to talking about the system of racism, which we are in a system of racism, white supremacy. I'm a full believer in that. I think we should start using the word war more often, and maybe even replace racism with people committing acts of war. When the police kill one of our folks in the street, we should say that it was an act of war, for example. What's happening to our young people in school, I think we should refer to it as an act of war. I think we should switch, because I think that's the best way to teach our young people what is happening and how to respond. I think when you tell somebody that we're in a system of racism, the first thing that Black people think is white people should stop it. Let's get white people to change. Let's get white people to stop being racist. But when you say that we are in a situation where there's a war, it switches the onus of responsibility from what white people should do to what you should do. I think it would send a message to our children that they have to fight, and that if they don't fight and if they don't change, we will lose. So I'm of the opinion that we need to make that language change and start talking about the real situation where people have, if you look at all of the areas of people activity that are laid out by Neely Fuller and Francis Cress Welsing in their definition of racism, white supremacy, economics, education, entertainment, etc., labor law. If you look in each of those areas, what you'll see is acts of war being committed against Black people. If you look at what's happening to Black people around the world in terms of them trying to pit us against each other, use the United States using its FBI and its CIA to commit atrocities against us in terms of what is it called, espionage and things of that nature, and trying to keep us from being able to get ourselves together. Those are acts of war. When you look at the economic disparities within, for example,
character assassination too.
What's that?
Now, I was just interjecting quick character assassination when you were speaking of the
character assassination, exactly. And when you look at what's happening to us in terms of economics, the average median white household income in the United States is $188,000 versus the black, which is $10,000. And then look across the world and see the major disparities that are happening in the world. I mean, for example, I was looking at Jamaica recently and looking at how much a Jamaican makes, how much money a Jamaican. Now, you know that Jamaica and, for example, England are both under the English monarch. So
Antigua too.
What's that?
Antigua as well.
Okay, and Antigua as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so the king of Jamaica is Charles III. I'm sure that's the king of Antigua too, since you said it. You're right. Okay.
They were bigging him up today in the parliament.
Isn't that interesting? Well, the average income of an English person is $44,000 per year. The average income of a Jamaican is $1,500 per year. But they're both under the King Charles and formerly the evil Queen Elizabeth. And so you ask yourself, how is it that you're supposed to make it on these amounts of money, and why do the white people make so much more money? It's because war is actually being committed against us so that we can even survive. So I think we need to make that switch. I think we need to start talking more. For a long time, people were scared to even use the word white supremacy. They wouldn't even say it. And those of us who are a part of the African-centered community were trying to push this idea that the system of white supremacy. But the other Black people just wanted to call it racism. I think we need to change the lexicon, the common lexicon, from racism to war, because these things that are happening to us in every area of people activity and with the surveillance organizations around the world, not just the United States, are committing acts of war against us, and we're not getting ourselves together. Perhaps in part, one thing is the reason is because we're not teaching our young people that they are in something that they need to win. We're not just trying to end racism. What we really want them to do is to take an attitude toward winning in this thing that has been committed against us and has made us lose a lot of our culture. Mm-hmm. So I do think we're in a war, and I think that that's one thing we could do soon that I actually think would help us. When our people know that there's a contest, we do much better.
So, okay, obviously, give thanks, my good brother. Nice conversation there. So I already see that we are at war, and you're definitely looking at it from a psychological point of view for sure, because it's psychology. You're psyching up the mind now, because if you're looking at the way that we adjust words, because even us, as Rastafari, I don't know how much you follow the Rastafari culture, but the fabrication and manipulation of words, the English as it's called, is one thing that we are well known for. So when you hear people now saying overstand and innerstand, it comes from Rastafari. Yeah. We were the one that brought out understand.
Yes.
And I'm coming back, and we would say, we're coming forward. But anyway, what I'm saying is, as you were pushing the whole aspect of war, now how would we implement it? And I will tell you why I ask it. Because interesting, just previous night. See, I said previous night, because not all the time we say last night. Because it's not the last night. But we're coming to the whole concept of words. Like you say, all of us are in war, but very few of us are at war. All of us in the war. There's none of us escaping this. No matter who
That's correct.
We are. But very few of us actually understand that we're being attacked. And we have to fight back. But the program I did previous evening, I had a program on Radio Anu, and I was speaking of the concept of Africans having slaves then, because that has been a topic that keeps coming up. So I said, I'm going to address this because I'm not one of the biggest fans of Africans into slavery. Whether you could find some realms of facts. I know there are African chiefs that have asked for forgiveness, and I'm not ignorant of it, but I find my people go for that point too fast. And some of them that go for it, they cannot prove it. Now, we were studying the serfdom system of Africa, what people call Africans having slaves. And I was saying that if in Africa we had slaves, and this happened when we had a friction with our brothers. So we would capture our brother in war, if you want to call that war. Now, we wouldn't, punishment was taking him away from his society. There's a professor from Cameroon, Professor Hold, his name is, and other scholars who would tell you that when we have a prisoner of war, we would send representatives to his tribe to negotiate with his chief to bring his wife. Now listen to this, bring his wife and his children so they can be with him. And then I'm sure you know of situations where these so-called slaves would integrate into our society after a while, even into the royal family. Now, what I'm saying is that if what we went through in the transatlantic slave trade and Jim Crow and lynching and all of the above, if that is referred to as slavery, then we cannot use the same term for what we did in Africa that people trying to call slavery. It's confusing us. This is why when we call our situation a Holocaust, not even the Holocaust, a Holocaust, Jews get upset because they think that the name belongs to them. Because the definition of a Holocaust is maybe what they went through, but we went through 10 times of what they consider a Holocaust. So what system can we now, my brother, who, whether it's with the current system that runs our life as such, or by ourselves as conscious people, what can we put into motion to ensure that the next generation, or what is already in motion then, to make sure that the next generation understands psychologically this word game and knowing it's not just semantics, but it's etching in the mind really what's going on, what can we put in motion, programs.
Yeah, I think in terms of, let me address programs in just a second. I think the thing that we have to do is to stay on track. So the distractions that we're facing are immense. And I think what's getting in the way of us being able to really put a system together and being in the way of us being able to understand, for example, the difference between slavery and chattel slavery. That may be one thing, is just understanding the difference between being an indentured servant or a slave and being a chattel slave.
Exactly.
And what's in the way of us being able to understand the difference between something like schooling and education. Education being knowledge of self, and schooling being a process of diseducation and being taught to love someone else but hate yourself, is that we are major victims of distraction. So one of the things that would help us is if we could focus on the overall goal of sovereignty and concentrate on the fact that sovereignty comes as a result of understanding the intergenerational transmission process of culture. So that means that right now, what should we be doing, those of us who are alive on Earth now, those Black people who are currently alive on the planet, so that in 20 and 40 and 50 years, those who are still around would be working on getting us to sovereignty. Because right now, I think we're too focused on what we want and what we need for those of us who are here and now, and not focused enough on what about the future generations. So when we were on the slave ship, what our ancestors were thinking about the most is going home. The degree to which we're not thinking about that now is an indication of the degree to which we're being defeated. So what we have to do is to ask ourselves, how often am I thinking of sovereignty and returning home? And if the answer is hardly ever, then that lets us know we're not even ready to prepare the next generation, because we ourselves aren't really where we're supposed to be. Our mind should be stayed on sovereignty and returning to the source in as many different ways as possible. But the distractions are so great that we're not able to concentrate in a way that will move us to thinking about sovereignty hardly at all. And I hate to admit that even in circles where I have been with other conscious Black people who do understand, who do know the information, and who are supposed to be in a process of Sankofa, many of them are also not interested in sovereignty. So if what we're doing is trying to keep the current order but be Africanized in it, then I think we're setting ourselves up for loss. That's the reason why I think we have to focus on the war. I'm creating a film right now. It'll be finished in about a month or two. It's called Cultural War, focus on Black youth. In fact, if your listeners want to go to the website and subscribe, they'll find out when the film is coming out. Just go to culturalwarfilm.com. One of the things I'm going to explore in that film is the different ways that the systems of education and the system of white supremacy are committing atrocities and really trying to put us into a permanent situation where we wouldn't have people who are even conscious. We wouldn't have people who are trying to get us to move towards sovereignty. We wouldn't have people who are trying to get us to understand that our focus and concentration should always be on getting free and be on liberation. Now, whenever we focus on something besides liberation and our independence, that's an indication of a distraction. And we're filled with them now. So I think that just in answering your question and sort of going back to your question, I think that the tools will be developed over time, but one of the major tools we have right now is re-Africanization. So we do have organizations and institutions that are trying to help us reconnect with who we are and re-Africanize, and teaching that within our families and teaching that to the young people in our families and in our communities, and transmitting the things that we need to know so that we can get our young people's minds in the right place, as opposed to on social media and all these kinds of things, to get their minds on re-Africanization. And I turn to things like Kwame Ajayi-Akoto. He has a wonderful book called The Sankofa Movement that really is filled with a ton of resources that we could be looking at in our process of re-Africanization. One of the things that's in his book that I think is critical is he explicates this thing called Onyame Nsheshe, which is an Akan word that means God's order. And it implicates things such as the ancestors. What is it that the ancestors and the Creator want us to do in this process of re-Africanization? And there are instructions in that piece for how we can re-Africanize and what it is that we should be doing, what we should be thinking about in the process of re-Africanization. And I am with John Henry Clark. If it's not about nation building, re-Africanization, then it really isn't about anything. So I think that in the process where we are now, those of us who are currently adults on earth alive, our job is re-Africanization. Generation, maybe the next generation, their job is stop getting us closer to sovereignty. So we have to be on a track that's moving us closer to sovereignty. None of it is sexy, none of it is wildly interesting, but it's work that must be done. And we have to change if we're going to get ourselves to the point where we are going to see future generations who are actually sovereign and independent in the system and able to end the system of racism and white supremacy.
Yes, my brother, John Henry Clark. Pan-Africanism or perish, eh?
Right.
Right. I think he also says you have no friends.
That's correct.
Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah, we have no friends. Okay, so even to the listeners, the audience, and everyone listening, you know, as my listeners would know, this is not about entertainment. You know, sometimes we have to even get serious with our people that listen to us in a sense. You know, you see, the thing is layered, and many of us, we are on different levels. You know. And that is why sometimes we have to be even strategic. As you say, it's a war. And even me and you speaking here, we're talking to the international community, even our enemy that we're at war with, sitting down listening to our little conversations. So obviously, we still have to be strategic generals to know what we're saying, even now. But, you know, we're still smart enough. We can feed what we're feeding. But the point is that in reality, we have to be so strategic. Okay, for example, since we're talking about programs, just to bring this plug in here, every year around at the time of February, Black History Month, we do an essay competition here in Antigua. It's like the last 10 years, a decade now we're doing this. And the reason why I started that is because prior to that, and still up to today, I have been advocating for some level of African history in the curriculum of the nation. We're one of these so-called independent countries, right? We got our... We're one of those, you're right to say it again, we're one of those so-called independent countries that got its independence from Britain.
Well, I already know how independent that is.
In 1981. And as I said, today in the parliament, about 4 hours ago, the prime minister and the opposition leader, etc., that's the kind of governance we have. They, you know, they renewed their allegiance to the British monarchy, because when they get into power, they swear, well, they used to swear to the Queen, her heirs, and her successors. So I mean, I guess it's all politics. But what I'm saying now, my brother, so we've been advocating for African history, and then it became African history and heritage into the curriculum of the school, because in our school system, it's Christopher Columbus, it's John Henry Hawkins, it's Jesus Christ, you know, so there's nothing at all about us in it. Nothing. I could remember going to secondary school, there was a picture in the history book of Marcus Garvey. I could remember that, and a little paragraph of some little thing about him. At the time, I wasn't even checking for none of that, so I can't even remember what it was. So because we've been, let's just say, rejected that cry, and, you know, every educational minister I would have approached since I knew myself as a conscious being, and it's excuses after excuses, and the Central Examination Board, which I think is in Barbados or Trinidad, they would not allow it, etc. But just fast forwarding now. So 10 years ago, I decided to create an extra curriculum program, which is an essay competition. And every year, the title is the same every year. What does African history mean to me? Never change. And I would cater for children between 7 and 17, divided them into 3 sections, and I would get prizes. The prizes are usually laptops, tablets, things of that nature, because in reality, that's what they want. But the idea is to get a child. What does African history mean to me? To get a child that would say, well, it doesn't mean a thing to me. But that laptop you were showing on the 6 o'clock news, I would like to get that. Can we put money into it? You know, we invest into it. It's not a money-making thing. We invest. We have a budget. We go looking for assistance. If we don't get it, we put the rest in. I mean, and we've been doing this for 10 years. And the reason why, there's a reason for this. To at least spark the mind of the child towards the Afrocentricity. You understand? So this is why when I ask about programs, because there are different levels to this that may just spark the mind of some, or that may spark a specific individual who may become one of our greatest revolutionaries in the future just because of that spark. So I know our people, especially our children, it's the youths we're talking about. As you say, the war is on them. So there's so many things covering them, from entertainment, from just the so-called education system, as you said, that was set up to unlearn them, from a religion, and so many, from the food, the distractions. There's so many things laid upon them. And we know, we as the conscious ones, even in our different groups, how are we going to do that? Because, for example, amongst Rastafari, and I know I can speak for other groups, even us amongst ourselves still cannot work together. We are in the same choir, singing from different hymn sheets. How do we straighten that part out before we start to get to our children?
How do we get ourselves all on the same page?
As conscious people. We are conscious people. Me and you having a good conversation. But how will me and you work together? I'm sure we can work together, because I'm a free-minded people. But how are we going to structure these same economical systems that you're talking about? This is not about money. This is about the economy. We confuse money and the economy. This is a system, as you just explained, designed to keep us in poverty. So how do we, as the conscious people, stop arguing about who's right and who's wrong, and which is the oldest language and which is the oldest place, and start to mobilize now a government of sovereignty that you're talking?
Well, I think there's probably some good news on that front, and that is that I think that in many ways we're doing that. I think that the people who are serious and who understand what must be done in order for us to win the war are creating institutions for our young people. They are engaging in rites of passage programs for our young people, which you talk about programs. Rites of passage programs are probably the most important ones that we could come up with. They are engaging in teaching our young people how to use technology but not be sucked into it. In fact, I ran a program like that at Howard University. That was a technology and culture program. I got money from Verizon to do the technology, and then I brought in the culture. And we have people, a number of people, many of them I just recently visited, who have created Homeschool, where they're teaching our young people the things they need to know. African-centered schools all around the United States, and I'm hoping that there are some in the Caribbean, African-centered schools. But at least homeschools and things of that nature, where we are going after school or something of that nature and teaching the young people. So many of the people that I know on the continent and in the United States are in fact doing the work, but not most of them. Let me rephrase that. Not all of them are on the same page ideologically. It's hard to find somebody that you're on the same page with ideologically, because even if you are in the same space with somebody ideologically on paper, I mean, I'm thinking of a friend of mine who, on paper, we have the same ideas and beliefs, but there are some important and interesting differences.
I get you.
And I think that Black people are so diverse in our ways of thinking about things. But if a person is serious about what we're experiencing as a group, they don't let that stop them from doing the work that needs to be done. Because we're never going to agree on all that stuff.
Exactly.
It's not going to happen.
Exactly.
Because of the way we're made. We're not made to think uniformly in that sense. We're a very diverse group of people who are very quirky and interesting and a peculiar group of people. And we can stay that way and still get stuff done. We just have to agree on the system of racism, white supremacy, and that we're at war. Now, if we can at least agree on those things, then we can respect the way that other people might try to put together their particular strategy for getting work done. And I am seeing in the conscious community that seems to be happening, at least in circles where of folks that I know. I haven't seen where ideology is totally stifling. What I see is that people who are doing work are distracted oftentimes by things that seem like they have to do with us, but don't, like in the US, Democrat and Republican Party stuff. Being distracted by that, being distracted by conversations about, is it okay for a conscious person to date a white woman? Things like that, as you know, I mean, it should be obvious whether or not that's something that you want to do. So it's sort of, I do see the distraction, but I do also see a lot of work being done. I do. And I think what we're gonna have to do is really focus on those people who are doing the work and having and putting ego down and actually supporting those people. In the making of this documentary that I told you I was creating, many of the people who are in the documentary are not people who stand where I stand ideologically necessarily. They're not necessarily, some of them are African-centered, some of them are sort of Christian people who, I don't know, believe in voting for Democrat, but they had something to say in the documentary that was needed. So I was able to talk to them and learn something from them. Now, because I'm a conscious African-centered person, the documentary is going to have a feeling and a flow like that. But that doesn't mean that if you deny the system of racism, white supremacy, and you deny that there's a war against Black people, I can't work with you and I don't want to. But as long as you understand that, we'll just find a place to work together. And I think that's possible, and I do see it happen.
I get you. All right, my brother. Well, I know our time, we have a few more minutes. I know you definitely have so many other things that you have to take care of as a very busy person. But the importance, you see, the reason why I was asking the question on that level is because it is something really close to my heart, our people moving forward. And as a conscious individual, let's say I've been, what's the term? Conscious, that's the term we know. I now hear people using the term woke now, but I would say I've been in consciousness maybe 25 years, right? So that would be maybe when I was about 18, 19. That's the age, all right. So, everyone knows my age. So, but what I'm saying is that there are different levels again to that. So I think I've passed the stage where, because me and you look at something slightly different, we can work. I've so long passed that stage that it hurts me to see that stop us so many times. Your experience sounds a lot more smoother than mine, but where I am, man, so many ideas we bring to the table, not necessarily just me, but ones with ideas, so many conferences, you leave your island to go to a next island so we can sit for a week and talk, and what comes out? We're still in the same position. So that's why it's a bit touching for me. Even in our social media outlook, many people are, there, they talk and yeah, good show and this and that. But when it's time for us to get to the grind, I don't know if it's the system has us tied up, the 9 to 5, and even the payroll that you just mentioned, you call some figures there. I mean, wow, I was writing down, I was wondering if you got the figures correct. As far as how much money people are making a year. Did you say $1,500 a year for a black in London?
In Jamaica.
In Jamaica.
In Jamaica, but the English make about 44,000.
Yes. Okay. Wow. All right. Interesting stuff there, and survive on that. All right. Okay. That's the reality of that. Okay, my good brother. So before you go though, I know you were mentioning the movie, but I want you to just give us a little more detail on the movie. Give me the name again, first of all, before.
Sure. So the film that I'm making is called Cultural War, focused on Black youth. And
okay, good. Yes, you're good.
Yes, and people can subscribe if they want to know more about the movie when it comes out. We'll send something online. They can go to culturalwarfilm.com and they can click the subscribe button, and then they'll know when it comes out. The film is really looking at the kinds of things that are happening to our young people, for the most part, and we're trying to emphasize, just to give you a couple of examples of things that are kind of happening to our young people. There's a case, for example, about there's a white guy. Black people don't know about this. There's a white man named John Howard who recently pleaded guilty to sodomizing a black teenager who had special needs. He sodomized a teenager with a coat hanger. Went to trial. The guy faces no charges. He was allowed to walk out of court a free man after 150,000 people signed a petition to punish him. There's a teacher in Little Rock, Arkansas named Carla Lassiter. We talk about this in the film. She made a black student who was 5 years old clean feces out of a toilet with his hand. She said she was trying to teach him about how to clean a toilet. There was a teacher named Crystal Smith in Shawnee, Kansas, who was caught kicking, a white teacher kicking a black kindergarten student. And a lot of people did see the resource officer in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, choking a black student. He was choking him, and then he tased him. That police officer faces no consequences whatsoever. We're going to be talking about that. We're also going to be talking about what's happening to our young people in the classroom itself. I mean, even just more punishing things, like a teacher beating a black kid in the head. This literally beating him in his head. We're going to talk about that teacher as well. So the documentary is focusing on that. Also, black kids in the United States have the highest suspension and expulsion rates. We're going to focus on, but we also have some people in the film who are master teachers of black children. And they're going to talk about what are their strategies? How are they winning in the war against racism and white supremacy? What are they doing for our young people? So we're really going pretty hard hitting and looking at some things that are happening to the young people. And in the film, I've got some young people themselves talking about things that are happening to them. I've got a young man in the film who talks about how, just so happens his father was there during the filming. He's about 15 years old. And he was saying some things his father didn't even know were happening to him in school, being bullied by other white students, being called nigger. And he said that when he goes up to he's a baseball player, and when he goes to bat, some of his own teammates are going, you can do a nig, like make it like they're gonna say nigger. And he's just talking about how he feels and what that's like. And he became pretty upset during the time we were filming about these things that are happening to him. So we go into that, and we also go into some other statistics and data and information that I think people really do need to know about.
Yes, my brother. So that sounds more, so you'd consider it a documentary film?
It's a documentary
A
film.
documentary film. Very, very good. So we're encouraging everyone to go and take a look at that. And of course, culturalwarfilms.com.
Cultural for Film, yep.
.com, and other programs will definitely put up the link so you could see it. And as you said, within the whole aspect of the words again, I could see the importance of the term war, because there was a time for real, when no one wanted to say Black supremacy. And not Black supremacy, pardon me, white supremacy.
Yeah.
No one wanted to say white supremacy, it was just racist.
Yes.
But now everyone is saying white supremacy, even the news network. But their definition of white supremacy is Donald Trump, and anything around him, as if they themselves, that saying white supremacy is not white supremacy. So now even that term, I think, needs to be redefined, or as we said, or as you're saying there to us, find a different term so we can clearly understand.
Yeah. And we can also make sure our young people know that we're not trying to get white people to change, even though that would be a good thing and they should change. What we're really trying to do is to get us to fight. We're trying to, we need to fight. And I think it comes to you more sensibly what you should be doing when you know that you're in a competition or what have you, a war. It comes to you more sensibly how you should behave. Malcolm X said it best: you can appear to be intelligent instead of unintelligent. Right now, many of us are thinking that the best way for us to operate is to hope for, pray for, and try to get white people to change. The system of white supremacy is too good to many white people. Don't expect too much change. What you can do, though, is you can change. You can transform, we can change. And that is what the re-Africanization piece is about.
Yes, my brother, give thanks, So, yes, family, we definitely had a wonderful sit down and discourse with the good brother, Brother Kemet Shakley. And he has taken time out of his busy schedule. I can tell you he has a busy schedule. So we're thankful for his patience, and we are all looking forward to the movie. And I hope when the documentary comes out, we could sit and have this reasoning again, and we see how it's progressing, and we all could, purchase it when it comes out as well. Well, my good brother, I don't know if you have any last words, any more social media, any other links you have, whether you want to give emails, anything else?
I'm on LinkedIn at Dr. Kemet, KMT Shakley.
KMT.
Yep, just KMT Shakley, SHOCKLEY. So I can be reached on LinkedIn. And you can also reach me on email at kshockley@uh.edu.
Thank you very much, my good brother.
Thank you.
This is Hotep to you, and I will escort you out.
All right. Thank you so much, brother. Have a good
blessed
one.
Love. Oh, yes, family. Well, we definitely give thanks for the good brother being with us this evening and expressing, such information with us. What a joy, what a meditation, what a strength we receive. And that was the good brother Shakley, Brother Kemet Shakley, there with us right here in the Tiger's Nest. What a strength. And of course, we were talking about the cultural war on Black children. So just meditate on that, the cultural war on Black children, Black youths that is taking place. And obviously, the brother, just as cool as he's expressing himself, you could see that this is not about rabble-rousing, but it's just about being very smart and being very shrewd about this strategy. Family, this is a real thing, Man, I like information as much as anybody else. I think you know that. I like new vibes. I like new knowledge. I'm a person I always into the knowledge thing. Yeah, trust me. I like to unravel the mysteries. I like to decode. In fact, I honestly think, that's what I'm here for. But you see, there's a time when we as people have to think straight now. And we have to really unite to build our nation. We have to deal with food, clothing, shelter, and infrastructure. What is the sense? We have all of this knowledge and all of this brains and all of this information there, you know, and we can't step into, you know, empire building, and we cannot step into rising the standard of our people, and we cannot step into moving to another level. We can't even talk about reparation and repatriation for ourselves. Who we gonna beg for reparation now? Charles III? What Charles III gonna tell him? if mommy didn't even bother with you, useless eaters. Yeah, that's what his papi used to call them, useless eaters. I ain't making that up. Them things recorded, useless eaters. And we still begging. We supposed to, we specifically as people, as conscious people, even just the conscious ones of us, not all of us, you know, those of us who say we woke, we alone supposed to can pool the resources that we have at this point here. We ain't got to start nothing new. And rise the standard of our people in general. Yeah, the blacks in the US alone make more money than I think the top 9 or 10 richest countries in the world, something of the sort. And that is the collective expenditure of black people in the USA, United States of America alone, not Canada, not the Caribbean, not Brazil or wherever else they are, Nigeria, just the USA alone. They make enough money that can rival, I think it's the top 10 to 12 most wealthiest countries in the world. So that means that the blacks there alone could come together and pool their resources together and rise the thing to a different level. Internationally, if they would just wake up. But Harriet Tubman said it best, eh? Oh yeah, man. She's the one that let us know that, I mean, I could have saved how many people if they only knew that they were slaves. You know what I mean? Yeah. But anyway, give thanks to Brother Kenneth Shakley. Give thanks to the full family that was here with us this evening. It was a very, very, very wonderful discussion. Give thanks for all of those who have taken the time to come and sit and sup with us. Remember, if you're not a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest radio program on the Radio Anu, make sure you subscribe and you'll never miss another program again. Them kind of interviews and reasonings will not pass you because you are live and direct with us here in the nest, in the Tiger's Nest, cutting and clearing and renting and tearing. Wonderful family. Give thanks for your presence with us. You don't know it takes some realize the real lies that are amongst us. So we are at war. You know, we say in the Caribbean, or specifically in Antigua, they say it in Jamaica too, you see me? War go on. That's it. War go on. War go on. War go on. Yes, I, life giver and the keeper of life. Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Blessed love. Oh, blessed love, my family. Yes, I give thanks for your presence with us. And of course, you know, give thanks for all things of right and all things of beauty. We glorify the eternal spirit of truth. We thank the Most High for his presence. We thank the Mother of Creation for her presence. We give thanks to Negus and Nagas, of course, Emperor Haile Selassie I is praising all our doings and sayings. I welcome you into the Tiger's Nest once again, as always, the Honorable Priest Isaac here with you, humble servant at this moment here, just praying and hoping that we can, you know, bring some level of joy to you and insight and meditation and education at this moment. I have a wonderful visitor with me at this moment sitting in the nest, the Tiger's lair, and this is my honorable brother, Dr. Ras Rose. And in a moment, he will be coming forward and we will be having a wonderful reasoning on Pan-African consciousness, race, justice and healing, restorative justice and healing, to be more specific. So obviously just the depths of the subject area, you could see that there's a lot, that we will have to cover. This sounds like a series. This sounds like a part 1, 2, and 3 because of, the nature of these different aspects. Just Pan-African consciousness alone by itself, and then race, subject alone by itself, that alone is a subject. And then when we talk about justice, restorative justice, and then we're going to talk about healing. Healing is by itself, man. That's a program by itself. So we definitely will see where we go this evening, if this is just an introduction or we can capsulize it here. My good brother, Dr. Ras Rose, representing this evening, because I know, there's so many things you would have done and doing and will do. So the representation would be broad, but this evening here, you are coming under the banner of the Ubuntu movement and Jaja and I initiative. My good brother, blessed love.
Blessed love, my good brother, Right Honorable Priest Isaac. Give thanks for the invite and the opportunity to just reason and share thoughts and action items for ourselves and the family. Give thanks.
Yes, my brother. Before we go into any depths of reasoning, and before I even ask you about the Jaja and I, and of course the Ubuntu movement, tell the audience a little more about who Ras Rose is, the Honorable Dr. Ras Rose is.
Yes, well, give thanks again, my brother. And first, let me greet all in that magnificent, that powerful name, the might of the Trinity, Kadamawi Haile Selassie I, and of course his royal consort, or righteous Aitige Empress Meninasfo, the mother and father of our inspiration and movement, the Rastafari family. It is indeed I privilege, and so we give thanks again. I am, as I mentioned, Ras Wayne Rose. I have a PhD in African diaspora history, and we hate the term because we don't want to die as poor asses, yes? So diaspora as a term is just one of those created constructs within the fraternity or the convention of history that covers everything outside of African people and everything outside of Africa on this side or within Europe, etc. So the African diaspora is broad. I also specialize in African American history and 20th century US history. I teach at Jackson State University and that virtually for a number of years. And I am a principal in the School of Sacrament, Rastafari University. It's a 2-year construct by Rastafari academics, sharing information on Rastafari livity, Rastafari constructs of ideas, and how I position myself within the future, how I define for ourselves what is necessary for our future and strength. So, and also I'm the former president and chairman of the Universal Development of Rastafari, known as IDOR. It's based here in Washington, D.C. and in Baltimore, Maryland. And so there's much work to do that has been done, and so much more will be accomplished and I will. So that's just a summation of some of the things that we have done and some of the things that we have earned through the grace and mercies of our Father and our own will to do for ourselves. So give thanks, my brother.
That's my good brother. Give thanks for such accomplishments, and we applaud you, and I can speak for myself. We appreciate, obviously what has gone into accomplishments, what is being accomplished now, and what we're going to accomplish for the future, because we all individually go through our own rites of passage, but especially those of us who know what we put into the passage we go through and what we've been through and what it takes just to achieve what you achieve. You must have a level of appreciation for those who would have achieved too, even if you didn't read the book as yet, but obviously they would have had to battle their way in this time, whatever level it would be. Give thanks, my brother. Pan-African consciousness. Would you like to frame that for us? I mean, a person in the audience may say, but please, that's what kind of simple question that is. Everybody know what Pan-African is. Everybody will know what consciousness is. So, I mean, that's a no-brainer. But I want to hear from your perspective, what you consider, you know, Pan-Africanism to be. And just before you come in, because a few evenings ago, we had Dr. Kemet Shakley with us. And he was definitely adamant that the whole construct of definition of what we're going through needs to change. He said, number one, we are in a war. We need to teach our children that we are in a war. They need to understand this is a battle and we have an enemy and there's a winner and a loser. So this is why, as I know that these are serious times. Even when I see you have, we're talking about restorative justice, and of course, people talking about monarchs and buried monarchs. So the time is changing. We are going into different realms. And yes, even the definition of terms and what terms really mean need to come under the microscope. Myself and yourself, we were at a conference the other day and the word propaganda almost stopped the whole meeting. So I just want to know, from your perspective, Pan-African consciousness, what is it?
Give thanks, Honorable. Again. You know, so as the reasoning starts, because, you know, we cover a level of preparation all the time for anything we're doing. But as the reasoning starts, even my own preparation changes, and that's the nature for humanity. So first, let me frame my response in this way. There is a past, present, and necessary future reflection and even definition of what has been labeled as Pan-Africanism. And that consciousness that has been spread in the academic circles about Pan-Africanism as a definition. Obviously, all of us come within our realities or spaces, within building blocks that created those spaces. The educational institutions that we've all been part of created, whether on the individual or collective side, created definitions so that they themselves can function. It's like you define something, so you give it a body and a space, like a building, it's a house. You want to live in that house, so you create the things that allows for it to become comfortable and easily defined. And so African people for a very, very long time have been conscious, whether they're on the continent or outside of the continent, and knowing, recognizing that there is mutual relations, mutual expectations and benefits that are necessary for at least their survival wherever they are, collectively and individually. So in the past, the term Pan-Africanism, many people credit our beloved brother Blyden, Edward Wilmot Blyden, and others credit Alexander Crummell for the term coming to fore. But what happened even in the formation of these terms is the realization of what is impacting our people and what solutions will resolve the negative impacts. So, for instance, when you look at Blyden, William Blyden, when he travels and opening up his eyes, first from the Caribbean, he comes into the United States, and then other spaces in North America, and then he goes to Africa. And he sees the broad spectrum of the African reality, the very good, the very bad, and everything in between. He sees it and he constructs ideas as to what is necessary to ensure that the bad is subdued by the good and the energies of development through evolution or revolution takes place. And equally with our beloved Alexander Crummell, getting the ability to study and to improve and to see the world created for him, that reality of how and why we need, as a collective of people scattered all over the place, the diaspora, come out here to die as poor people. So, created then this notion that we need to have, because we all have something in common that negates our sovereignty as they saw it. It was necessary then to create or to construct not just the idea, but the vehicles through which our people could come together and define for themselves what they want their future, present and future, to look like. Equally then, as those two were progenitors of this construct of Pan-Africa as an idea and a work, we have the Right Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who again is traveling from Jamaica across the Caribbean and Latin America, and then to North America, also to parts of Europe, seeing the broad spectrum of the challenges and opportunities that are available, but for the unity of our people, the coming together and the laying forward of this vision equally. And sometimes people take this or have strong criticisms for this man, but there's a conversation to be had at some point too. W.E.B. Du Bois, travel, gaining a clarity of himself and what the reality of the people of African ascendancy is, and having traveled and seen the possibilities of how it is done and how it can be done, and then framing for ourselves what mechanisms need to put in place. So first you have to come together, you have to have the conversations, you have to lay forward a plan and a structure, and then you have to develop programs and policies within those structures to ensure that something sustainable can take place. So Pan-African or Pan-African consciousness then comes from the, excuse the term again, those among us, and you could call them the talented 1%, the talented 10, or the bright, inspired ones among us who have traveled and have engaged platforms, not dissimilar to your own work, where you have created a platform to share information, to share knowledge, and to broaden the scope of the how our people get things done. And it is within that framework. Yes, it was not YouTube or Facebook or other social medias, but they used the media available at the time. So all of these people wrote, published, and promoted the vision that they saw for our people. And through the writings of the Right Honorable Marcus Garvey, through the writings of Edward Blyden, through the writings of Alexander Crummell, through the writings of W.E.B. Du Bois and others, we get engaged in what challenged them then, how those challenges are permeated across our current reality. And if we just take the time to really interrogate and then act on a few of the suggestions that are made by these noble ancestors of ours, we could stand in the space of our own clarity that leads us to justice and healing, which is the other, or the end products of our consciousness. So our Pan-African consciousness today, remember, it's speaking of what it defines is the things I and I have in common, the things that I and I share in common, and the need for those commonalities to come within a structure that leads to our unity, leads to our self-empowerment, our sovereignty. And it is, of course, other people, you have Pan-Asian consciousness and you have other different kinds of consciousness. The European Union has come together. CARICOM said they come together. It's a kind of consciousness, recognizing the similarities that people have, and then empowering through institutions, resolutions to challenges and collaborations with the progress that is happening in one space that can benefit the other. Those are the basic ingredients of our Pan-African consciousness, where you see brothers, sisters in different spaces across the Western Hemisphere, especially first, and knowing the common history and experiential past that we all faced, saying to each other, let us come together and do one thing. As the Right Honorable Marcus Garvey did many things, but some of the standouts were the establishments of business, the establishment of the shipping maritime initiative that he started, the necessity of standing tall as man and woman, therefore defining your God self, defining your sovereign being and the right of that being to be where you want to be. Acting in those ways motivates and inspires, and then people gravitate to. And if you are a good leader, then people, if it is your destiny and your will to lead, then you will have those people of like-mindedness to come together and to not just be led, but to share their own divine work and inspiration, so the collaborative or the collaborations can be wholesome. So Pan-Africanism is no different. I don't come to, even as I can, give all the definitions and go into the history of who did what and who said what, and it's all constructions of humanity, our humanity. The good thing about the titles like Pan-Africanism comes out of our bowels. It's our vernacular. I and I created it, our people, both on the Caribbean and in the North American and the African spaces. Our people decided and coined that term. That is a term that morphed incidentally from Ethiopianism, which again, it's our people who did the work. And the framework of these things, including Pan-Africa, but less so, comes from a spirituality defined in a non-African space, right? So let me say this, it comes from a spirituality that is defined within a non-African space. So because we're not in Africa,
yes,
right, we have to find a way to reconnect ourselves to a base that we have no clue about. It's just inside of us and we're not even sure. So you could imagine those early progenitors of Ethiopianism as they are looking within the religious framework to define their spiritual and physical existence. And so they look toward Ethiopia, the god of Ethiopia, they look towards Africa, yes? But they're still in a Christian dogma, a Christian orientation. And so they defined and designed a construction that clarifies for them what that current reality is. Yes, and what they did then is to start movements, churches that now pegged their spiritual reality and destiny to Africa and Ethiopia, but it's still within the construct of something that they're socialized in from the West. Now, as that morphed and produces clarified thought within the academic circles, people define then that this is Pan-African or Pan-Africanism. And what they did is to leave out the religiosity of Ethiopia. Yes, and now look for economics, look towards the social structures of people in different cultures and cultural spaces. When we talk about culture, we're talking about language and ethos, the way people live and act. So based on those things you're saying now, those people are early Pan-African actors started looking at economics and looking at the sociology of our people and to define and engage conversations on how that becomes real and beneficial. Because as you're very much aware, yourself being not just a historian, but an historian of note, because you're reading and activating the knowledge that you have, you'll know that all cultures have faced enslavement at some point. Yes? and therefore have had to engage in ways to liberate themselves. Some of it becomes inadvertent, and it also becomes through or comes through collaboration. So when you have like-minded people, like-minded cultural experiences, like-minded historical experiences, then you can at least come together and engage solutions to challenges that you face on the common spectrum of your reality. For African people, because we're scattered so far and so wide, it has remained a challenge. But of course, everyone would know the 1900 conference that took place in England, where this notion of the problem of the 20th century being the problem of the color line, and Du Bois delivered that. And that is long before we have our Honorable Marcus Garvey stepping into that space and then running with the baton in ways that just still confounds all of us. The energy and the work and the discipline and the vision, right? But it is, Du Bois had the opportunity simply because of what was taking place at the time and how, you're talking about post 1896, where Ethiopia has now defeated Italy. You're talking about an era where Europe is uniting itself after 100 years war. Shortly after they've done war for a century between each other, they're coming together. You're talking about a period of time now where the scramble for Africa has been engaged, and people are going in and dissecting a continent and the people and its resources and sharing it among themselves. So it was an opportunity for people who are thoughtful, who have the mental organizational structure to come together and to examine what it is that we have done in the past, what is our current possibilities, and then how do we engage that. That is what took place over 100 years ago. And our people were very deliberate. The historical record speaks to laying out a comprehensive Pan-African plan with objectives and goals and engagement. And by the time you go into the end of the first third of the 20th century, so by 1930, when His Majesty steps and ascends to the throne of Ethiopia supremacy, a whole spectrum of work has already been done to accommodate and facilitate him being Emperor of Ethiopia. Ethiopia representing Black, and this is not me saying that. This is what Du Bois said. Yes, the reason why Emperor Haile Selassie took the term, or the reason why Rastafari took the name Emperor of Ethiopia and not Abyssinia as his predecessors, is because Ethiopia is Black and Abyssinia represents a mixed race. Yes? So it was a clear pronunciation in his action when he engaged the title Emperor of Ethiopia, but it's also based on a foundation set by people like Blyden and others internationally to engage the Black world in a Pan-African consciousness. So the baton is being moved and shared and passed forward from generation to generation. And what has happened really in the last 100 years has been a reformatting, if you will, of our revolutionary mind, where here in the rise of American world supremacy or dominance, you find a consumer-driven, materialism-driven focus that our world is taking on. And whether we say we Pan-African or we Rasta or whatever titles and identification that are used by us, we are all victims, if not just mere consumers of Western materialism. And it has consumed us in ways that has shifted our focus from the Pan-African agenda, from the wholesomeness of that agenda, meaning the liberation of our minds, our bodies, certainly our economics. And so what we get is we get trapped on a treadmill, running, a treadmill going at about 60 miles an hour. and we're on it running fast. But when we recognize, we're now recognizing in reality, we're running on a treadmill going nowhere. It is taking us nowhere. Yes, we have the physical prowess to do anything because we've been running on a treadmill. You're getting fit, but you're fit for nothing because you're going nowhere on that treadmill. Yes? And so it is time now for that reflection on justice, because equally, when you're running in a treadmill, yeah, you're engaging muscles and parts of your body that really, after a while, get stressed. So just if we should just look at stress as a singular component of trauma, and when your body is stressed, everything else crashes. You have no use for your family, for your resources, it don't matter. You're stressed. Your body is stressed. So our people have become stressed by this treadmill effect that we've been engaging for nearly 100 years now, where materialism becomes our focus, where after the 1950s, especially in the American spaces, people no longer have an interest in Ethiopia. People no longer have an interest, a particular interest and admiration as they did in the past for our clarity as we define ourselves. And so we constantly have to be redefining ourselves. And so you have the rise of the Rastafari movement as a definition again of our sovereignty and our kingship, our Africanness, our African self. Because we had to, again, peg ourselves to a Pan-African reality because we're losing it. Because everyone who is conscious now is still, the conscious people are dying their hair blonde and purple. That is the level of consciousness we're engaged in. They talk well, they're bright, and they perhaps mean well. But the socialization has taken people away from even a love of their own image. And so they have to recreate something that makes them look a certain way. So the fact is, Pan-Africa today is calling for a definition within the construct of personal or restorative justice and healing. Because when we're just, we're not talking about justice now where the system owes you something and you have to go claim it. That is justice also that we will pursue and get. But you cannot get that justice, in fact, if you are unjust to yourself. And so it first requires us, and this is what you alluded to earlier, Honorable Priest Isaac, is that I and I came together in St. Lucia intentionally to say, listen, we need justice and healing. And first, it begins with I and I. That is what Ubuntu represents. I am because you are, and you are because I am. Let us then examine the ways in which we have divested our positive energy from self-development, from self-identity, and our sovereign need to represent our next and our new, the stopping of the buy-in to someone else's agenda, and let us really unpack who I and I are, what is our current mission, where we're going, and how we get there. That is the whole framing for Pan-Africa today. It's called justice and healing. I am suggesting that then, our Pan-African reality moves us away from the academic constructions, move us away from all the talk, and it is activated in meaningful ways where people can touch the result and say, yes, man, I remember when this occurred, I was part of this, and this is where it has taken us. That's taken us to economic liberation, that's taken us to developing programs that impacts our life, our reality, and our past goodness, and builds on that into a present and future greatness. Yes. So this is the sum total, my brother. And yes, sir. So blessed Lord.
Positive. I definitely I take in the whole treadmill analogy that you put out there, because one thing about the treadmill, it does make you strong. It builds your muscles. It comes to me like somewhat like, the higher education system that we have. We have more engineers amongst us now. We have doctors, we have scientists, chemists, but yet still we can't do nothing for our people with all the knowledge we have. As you said, Marcus Garvey, I wonder how much cellular phone he had in that little knapsack he walked with. You know what I mean? If he had 5G, I think they had 2G back then. I don't know if he was on Facebook, how many likes he got at daytime. But the point is that he didn't have none of these mobilities at his disposal, but yet still he's doing what nobody can do up to now as a group or by themselves, with so many connections, with LinkedIn, with Facebook, with Instagram, with a whole email list of people, but yet still we cannot even put several ships on the water. We cannot buy land in Liberia and start a rubber plantation so we can make some tires, and all of these things that Marcus Messiah Garvey was doing. So it just brought me, that's what came to mind when you were speaking about the treadmill. Because again, just adding to, the flavor you put there, the treadmill does make you strong. And we will admit, most of us, that some of us would have gone to some of the most esteemed colleges and universities and have the paper on the wall to prove it. But yet still, can we come together and even buy a plane? We are on the treadmill. Mm. We are getting strong. And after a while, as you said, tension and stress will come, which we also see that coming through. So that was a very beautiful analogy. Just admiring it and adding to it just for clarity. I see in your reasoning, though, and I give thanks for that, you went straight to justice and healing, and we kind of went over race. I want to put race in a context here. Not really in the context maybe some would put it. Now, in the title because let me just let the public know, the title of the whole conversation was given to me by you.
Yes, ma'am.
Pan-African consciousness, race, restorative justice, and healing. Dovetailing from what you just said, because we don't piggyback around. Yes. Dovetailing from what you were saying a moment ago. And I hope the audience would have really analyzed the chronology that you were putting down in the diaspora. You call some stalwarts in this thing here from Blyden, and give thanks to Honorable Priest Blyden, who would have become an ancestor a few years ago. He is a descendant from the Honorable Blyden there. And you also mentioned Du Bois, and of course that Pan-African conference in London. It was in the early 1900 itself. And also, just somewhat summarizing what you said and recapping, that even just prior to that was the Battle of Adwa, which was a great inspiration for that. So the inspiration of the Battle of Adwa went across Africa, because we're dealing with Africa. I'm getting to a key point here with race. We're dealing with Africa, and we're dealing with the diaspora. Now, what is interesting in the African context, my good brother, as you just said, Haile Selassie utilized the term Ethiopia to be closer to blackness there than Abyssinia. But then now you would notice that the Organization of African Unity, because in your reasoning, well, I know it's just time, but you didn't really get time to touch upon the African leaders now, who are seen as stalwarts of Pan-Africanism as well. Of course, everyone would think of Kwame Nkrumah, who was inspired by these same stalwarts, not just Garvey alone, but everyone that you spoke of prior. But what I'm saying, my good brother, when Kwame Nkrumah and the West linked up with Haile Selassie and the East, and they brought together this Organization of African Unity, that is also seen as Pan-Africanism as well, maybe on a geopolitical level. But now when it comes to the aspect of race now, Egypt as we know it today, it's not even called Egypt, it's actually known as the Arab Republic of Egypt. That's its actual name. Do you know that that became an independent country before Ghana? Most of us do not know that. I think it was 1922.
In the first third of the 20th century.
Yes, right. But psychologically, we are so removed from the Africa north of the Sahara Desert. So this sub-Sahara Africa thing, that's what we are, we ain't Africans, we're sub-Sahara Africans. So we don't talk too much about Algeria and Tunisia and Libya and Morocco as if this belonged to somebody else. You just stick to sub-Saharan Africa, to the point that if you ask even some of our greatest scholars, which country in Africa got its independence first, we would say Ghana. Because psychologically, we're locked into sub-Saharan Africa. Now, the reason why I brought this into the picture, because race is a broad thing. And I would want to get from you now, what aspect of race are you talking of, especially when it comes to Pan-Africanism, which is not just diaspora now. Like we can say, well, a conscious black man shouldn't be marrying a white woman or that kind of talk. But when we get to the geopolitical aspect of it now, and we're dealing government to government, and a white person in South Africa can look at you and tell you, oh, yes, I'm an African. I was born here, second generation, and, you just got to shrug your shoulders. Where does the race, I know that has to do with the justice part of it too, but with the concept of race now, especially with the continent, linking with the diaspora, what is the outlook of the Ubuntu and the Jaja and I movement when it comes to the aspect of race in the fullness, in the holistic aspect of it? Just keeping in mind all that I put on the table.
And I put a lot on the table, but let me first respond with this, as I would have and still will engage. Pan-Africa or Pan-Africanism has different components in mind.
Exactly, that's it. That's what I'm saying, basically.
And one of the components, it's really both spatial and epoch, if you will. So between the late 1800s all the way up to the 1950s, early 1950s, late 1940s, early 1950s, is one epoch or era of Pan-Africa, and that was engaged primarily by people from our region, like the what is called the Caribbean. I hate that term, or the West Indies. I don't even use that term. But that is where you have leadership coming in again. Blyden, Garvey, of course, Atlee Rogers. Edward and others who are focused on the religiosity of spaces, but also the empowerment of bodies and minds and economies. Yes, and they ran with that baton all the way up until the 5th Pan-African Congress. Yes, this was now taking place, I think, in Manchester, England, and being led primarily by two powerful, and this is something we need to talk and expand on. I started a lecture series on it already, just looking at the Garvey wives. Yes, but this component of Pan-Africa is led and concluded by, let us just leave 3 people on the table: W.E.B. Du Bois, Amy Ashwood, and Amy Jakes Garvey. It is by their reaching into the brother responding positively, and then their network, Amy Ashwood and Amy Jakes' network across Europe, and especially in England, that allowed for that conference to take place. And at that conference, based on, again, the network already created by these 2 powerful sisters, Garveys, these are Garvey, the very spirit of Garvey, the very spirit. This is a man who united with these 2 women to bring a singular unit Yes, so it's still Garvey, that energy of Garvey pushing the envelope and pushing the button into the hands of a Kwame Nkrumah, into the hands of the Kenyan president, Jomo Kenyatta, into the hands of Azizi, right? And others right there in England, because these big states in Africa that speak English, all of these bright young brothers were in England studying, preparing themselves in the academic and social structures that allows for physical infrastructures to manifest. So these were very privileged brothers, by the way. Remember that. Yes, coming out of Africa with brilliant minds, going into Europe to study, but then to engage conversations. Amy Ashwood had a space where all of these bright minds would converge. It was like a club, and they would come together, and the talking, the planning, the organizing. But it is through those networks that the baton of Pan-Africanism shifted from North America and the Caribbean and was engaged by Africa.
I get that.
In reality, meaning here is your baton, run with it now. And of course, this is how we get to a Kwame Nkrumah becoming such a larger-than-life figure, simply because the ideas that he puts together, both from and by the way, Kwame Nkrumah engaged both Marcus Garvey, Honorable Marcus Garvey, and W.B. Du Bois in his academic preparations. And in his physical socialization, he engaged Du Bois quite a bit, to the point where it is he who invited W.B. Du Bois to Ghana, established a significant household with a chauffeur and preparations for him to do the work that he started from as early as 1906, where he was trying to put together an encyclopedia an Africana encyclopedia of all the African greats, their accomplishments, their culture, work, and how to prepare our people from the West who are now in this poor state of being to come home or to be engaged on those platforms. So we have that as a component of the Pan-Africa evolution that takes from the inception and the work and the inspiration coming out of Africa. And remember, our people, Blyden and others, are looking to Africa. That's what our right honorable Marcus Garvey says. Look, didn't say Africa, but he said the East. But he was always African-centered in his thoughts, actions, and reality. So we're looking to Africa for inspiration, but then Africa came, as the family would do, comes within to the table and say, boy, you really inspire my child.
Yep.
Yes, and let me run now with this and engage the politics of governance through the same construction. So Kwame Nkrumah was unapologetic about the African mind, engaged for the African sovereign self, engaged for the African economic development. And it is the Garvey model that so many people still are gravitating to. I know you asked about race, I'm not divesting from that. But
no, you're honest to be.
What then becomes critical to understand, even when we speak the rhetoric of liberation, when we speak the rhetoric of war, we have to recognize that that is not a rhetoric for other people. And especially, let us say, the other side with whom we would be at war, it's not rhetorical for them. It's an active engagement with subversion and constant strategic innovations to ensure that they win that battle. From most accounts, they're doing very well on the battlefield, because it is now ourselves who have become the enemy of I. Yes, let's check that. Ourselves, the enemy of I. So we now have people, both in our governmental structures, in our civic organizations, etc., who are the gatekeepers on the battlefield for the victory of the enemy of good. And so you will find our people mourning the loss of people they have no relationship to, and people who have been directly involved in their physical, economic, and spiritual demise. And we will cry for these people. We will take time and put on our best garbs just to engage the space where those people are. And mind you, diplomacy, when you have that diplomatic responsibility, then you act in that in a responsible way. So if you're a head of state, or as in the case of my family, my Bobo Shanti family, you have ambassadors and cheer people who are doing different work. And if you're engaged in a space where you had to go to a particular engagement that the Queen or someone else representing a head of state is that, you go with your dignity and you stand tall. Yes, but to weep and mourn, the symbol of your oppression, is a different thing. And I'm not saying what people should do about the passing of their queen, if it's their queen. I really don't care. All I'm saying is that what has happened to our people is that we become the gatekeepers of the oppressive system, and we defend it. We defend it with vim and vigor. So even, and I say this from experience, Honorable, because I've had communications on platforms where 90% of the people on are white, and our delivery is such that they get it and they support and they say yes, and the 1 and 2 people object to it.
Blacker than you.
Yes, and you're saying, oh my goodness, but what is it that would make you believe that the people who have wronged you, who are now prepared to say yes, but you're right, we have done some wrong. Why do you think that you know more about their wrong than they do? So that is where our challenge lies. Our challenge is not in race. That's another construction within both a social ethos and an economic reality. Yes? So what we have, His Majesty spoke of Ethiopia as a race, and he's one of the only people that I see in his writing, volume 1 of his
autobiography.
Yes, the autobiography of My Life and Ethiopia's Progress.
Yes.
It speaks of what happens in the First World War. I mean, not the First World War, in the Second World War, but the leading up. So Ethiopia is the first victim of the World War.
Yes.
Right? And he speaks of the attempts at Italy to wipe out the Ethiopian race.
It's true.
And so when you see that the extraction then to his own diplomatic work in taking on Ethiopia as the construction of blackness is very clear, because he's saying, when I say Ethiopia, I'm saying black, right? So we have multiple spectrums in the black reality. Yes? So the racial constructions are only utilized in our spaces simply because it helps with a conversation. Yes? But when the conversation is between academics, when it's between I and I, we don't even engage. We don't engage race when it's between I and I, because what are we talking about? Because most engagements, most conversations on race are conflicts. They're centered on conflicts. Who did what, and why, and how, and all of that. So when I and I is speaking in the context of our own trauma, past, we look at Europe and what they've done, and present, many people still look at Europe and the foothold that they have on the necks of African economies and African peoples internationally. Yes? So we talk in that context, but we're not defining race in that context. But when we're talking to Europeans about this, or we're talking in certain academic circles about this, then you have to be very specific about what happened, the motivations, and therefore the recompense, if not restitution or restorative processes that are necessary. to resolve those things in the human family. Yes? So race engages different spaces, different times, and different overstanding, and it cannot and should not be used in the broad swath kind of engagement that sometimes are loosely done, especially in the place that people become very emotional. And our people, we're very emotional people, and it's not all bad.
No, in motion.
Yes. Right? In motion, right? Give time.
Alive.
Also, what happens is that we share conversations that inspires people without formulations of use of tool, if you will. So war. And I respect my family and those who overstand that we're at war. Yes? And if those overstanding leads us to establish the military academy that allows for us to engage the training of the mind and the discipline that allows us to move forward. In the warfare, the strategic warfare that allows us to disengage our trauma, disengage our victimization and stand as victors, then I'm on that. But let us not fool ourselves. There was a reason why Pan-Africa emerged through Ethiopianism, a spiritual, yes, a spiritual engagement, because we don't, for instance, if we want a physical engagement, even if we clamored for it, at best, we might be able to get a few ways, a few, things that can give you a little effect, but not the effect that ends our trauma. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying, in the physical warfare, we talk about warfare. If you don't further say how that war is engaged and through what mechanisms, then we're doing a disservice to ourselves. Yes? So say warfare, and the first thing that comes to mind is armament. What is your armament then, since you are at war? And how do you use that armament to win the battle? Critical questions. And in fact, these are not new questions. This is why so many people in the academic circles have written about conflict between the Right Honorable Marcus Garvey and W.E.B. Du Bois. Yes? Because on the one hand, the Honorable Marcus Garvey is inspiring the energy toward one's moving in the space for economic and social and political liberation. But people are hearing the rhetoric of Right Honorable Marcus Garvey, excited about it, but then calling for the types of warfare that they themselves are not ready for. And these are truths and facts. I have read documents upon documents where people say, yes, let us put a military army together. And who is going to arm you? Ethiopia faced that at Adwa, where hadn't it been for the intentions of Italy to engage domination over Ethiopia by friending Menelik. So long before Menelik became emperor, he's befriended by Italy. He's courted by Italy because he's a strong man. He's the king of Showa, and he's doing powerful things. And they knew that he had designs on the throne of Ethiopia. So they befriended him, they armed him, because that's the way the feudal structure worked at the time. And they armed him well. Hadn't they armed him, when they engaged him at the Battle of Adwa, he would not have anything to fight them with. And mind you, he still didn't have the quality
that they had
of equipment for warfare that they had. What he had was the strategy, and he had the great Empress Taihuti with him. Yes, who was a strategist, both militarily and intellectually. Yes, and was able to design something that really give those people the whooping they deserve. So we have to be very mindful when we talk about warfare. By the way, my initial spells it. If you see that double and that R, those are the bookends. There's an A in between. So I speak I speak from the authority of being a warrior from birth, even by naming. But our warfare has to be strategic and it has to be defined so that we know the battlefields and we know the rules of engagement, so that when we bring young people into the space of engaging or of engagement, they are clarified what they're doing. When you can say to young people, shift your focus from self-inflicted wounds and injuries, yes, and prepare yourself in a way that allows you to advance in the economic battle, because there is an economic battle. And that economic battle does not have a color. Just overstand that, you know. It has a system. And all of us are engaged in the system, and most of us are engaged on the wrong side of that economic battle, because we're feeding our resources, our financial resources, into the beast that oppresses us. That is real warfare. And all we're doing, we're strengthening the beast by buying and consuming the things that we're not supposed to consume, by engaging their constructions of what holidays look like, and spending our monies, wasting ourselves, and socializing our young people now to expect a gift every 2 to 3 weeks or a month or so, things that they cannot even focus on, because they're focused on is some little equipment in their hand, but we buy them all these things because someone says it's Christmas or it's Thanksgiving or it's whatever new one they're going to create soon. Yes? So the warfare, we have to be very clear. Right now, the warfare, Honorable, for I, within the construct of justice and healing, it's personal. The enemy is very personal right now for I. And it starts with I. Cleansing from my own thoughts and sharing a process of how that can be done. Sharing a space of how that can be done with our people who are prepared to engage in that cleansing process of stop doing the things that we have become so socialized to do that is antithetical to our own sovereign reality and existence, and a future that is beautifully African and designed for our survival and thriving. That is the conflict right now. And that is not going to be engaged in any easy way, because the socializations of which we have been engaged for the past 100 years, it's a beast. That's why our good book, whether a man wants to burn it or not, I use it all the time. Matthew 24 tells me very clearly some things that says, except the days be shortened, the very elect could not be saved. And I don't take that into eschatological kind of construct where everything ends. I'm talking about the fact that in this battle, in this warfare, if things don't really come to a bomb quickly, we're going to be wiped out in our sovereign God cells. We're going to be gone. As Franz Fanon says, we're really going to become white people with black faces. Right? Because that is our ultimate destiny if we don't stop that treadmill. If we don't jump off that treadmill and say, hold on a second, my legs are strong, but my heart is strong. But my head is weak, is light. Yes, I don't focus. All these things are coming at me and I don't know what to do. Because people are now dictating what you do. You turn on your phone, my goodness, and immediately something pops up based on the last search that you did. Tell you that you need a driveway fixed. Or you need this car because you were just glossing over it.
Yeah, man, it's true.
Or this is what your friends are doing. So we have now become, and remember, this is the start of the new battlefield that these people have developed. And remember, when I'm saying these people, I'm speaking of a system, and our topic is race. Because I'm showing you how unimportant that becomes in the broad spectrum of things. Because while there's malice directed at our people because of how we look, you have had people as dark as I coming into America, and in their passport it says white. No, it's true. If you're a black Arab, Yes? Your racial construction based on the document they give you is going to say you're white.
Yeah, right, yeah.
All right? So it then tells you that this thing of race is just something arbitrary nonsense.
Yeah.
Right? It is a serious game. Now remember, Pan-Africa engages us because we have an experiential past that speaks of Africa, and therefore, based on all the dynamics of Africa, we're trying to find the common things we can do and work on that takes us to economic and political, if not spiritual liberation. That's Pan-Africa. This thing of race then is something Pan-Africans engage in, but it has some completely different components that is going to mesmerize us and confound us. Literally confound us.
It really will.
Yeah, so yeah, man, it's for I then, just to conclude sound and race, it's a non-issue. It's a non-issue for our people. We are the first in the human family. The mitochondrial DNA that connects all humanity according to the scientists, and we accept the science because science is always as good as the moment you're in. It may change 50, 100 years from now, some new things. But based on our scientific reality and also our spiritual consciousness and the physical spaces from which we have emerged, those things give me a strong conclusion to say Ethiopia, blackness, is the foundation on which everything emerges from. So as we say in the beginning, darkness was on the face of the deep. So if you want to equate darkness and black together, then it's I who stood on the face of the deep, and out of I came everything else. And out of I, and within I, everything must return. Yes, so the problem, as I said, is warfare. When you talk of warfare, let us talk about what the strategy is. If the strategy is economics, we need to extract economic resources. We need to stop pumping our energies into a beast that is killing us, creating foods that are poisonous to us, creating medicines and policies surrounding medicines that is antithetical to our sovereign being and our knowledge of self and the way we want to live our lives, creating educational systems that excludes a narrative of our greatness, our goodness, and therefore our possibilities for the future.
Of course.
All of these things are the warfares that we are engaged in. So unless we're strategic in saying, all right, I am an educator, and therefore in this battle, and I've done this, and so if they all want to fire me after this, is up to them, it's fine. But when I go into a classroom to teach, in the first month or so, I give the student everything they need from the book, everything. That's what the book says. Get that solid. Now let us really talk about what you need to do for the next 2.5 months. Since you're the next generation, I'm just preparing you for something. Overstand the space you're in. And many times my students are also of multi-ethnic, multiracial, and multinational spaces. And I'm saying, it don't matter what you look like. It's your world. And you have to be clear as to who your enemy is. Is this brother sitting beside your enemy? But you're going to be the policymaker of tomorrow. Are you going to make sure that he's incarcerated simply because of his lack of economic opportunities? Are you going to overstand and the past and the current challenges and then be empathetic, if not, strategic in how you design, how you lift people with yourself? I mean, teaching and giving strategies to young people so that they say, oh, okay. And most of my class, at the end of the class, 15, 20 minutes, students are still there asking questions, trying to get some next steps. And that is what you want as a strategy. Because we fight not only against flesh and blood, my goodness, those are symbolism of a system. Yes, the flesh and blood are just the gatekeepers of a system. It's how do you strategically dismantle the system without lifting a gun. But having the gun just in case you need some protection. But it's your right. Where I grew up or got educated, they have a Second Amendment. Yes? That says you have the right to do something. Yeah. And that is part of, that component of the battlefield. If, for instance, people speak of that, and people are very passionate about that, then where are the institutions that would train the black bodies for at least self-defense or family protection? We have our churches and our schools telling young people, don't touch it, my God, Jesus Christ, the boy take a gun. No, if someone takes a gun, it means he might be interested in it. Get in the training. Get her the training.
Because somebody coming in that same church or that same school to deal with that.
But that is the reality we see in North America. Where the church, where it's designed to speak of your spiritual existence and your soul, that component of you that people talk so well about, and I love some of the work you do in that space. But people want to demise or destroy your physical existence simply because they don't believe you have a soul. And you're in a space of spiritual enlightenment or worship where you're trying to do the right thing, and someone gonna come snuff out your life, and you don't have the means of defending that life simply because you have been socialized to look at weapons of protection as weapons of destruction based on what somebody tell you. Based on
somebody that using it on you.
Yes, and the fear that they have. I mean, if you look at American history and people of African ascendancy and use of guns in America, you overstand it has been a battle just for once to even engage the Second Amendment. And our people are still being told by family members, good people, good intentioned people, to stay away instead of saying, let us engage, let us train you, let us have you organize. If that's your inclination, for instance, you look at a young prince or princess and you say, so what you want to do for your future? What kind of career you want? And if someone say police or soldier, we talk them out of it for the most part.
Yeah, man, but they can still be a soldier for us.
Yes, we should. When someone say that to you, then you should be saying, wow, give thanks. We have another soldier.
Yeah.
You understand? And then you give that soldier, because it's a mindset, you know. Every sovereign nation requires protection. It requires the infrastructure of security. What is our infrastructure of security? We're calling on the police, and mind you, there's some good police. I know quite a few of them. But we're calling on people who have been socialized by a system to incarcerate us, to beat us, and to treat us as criminals. And many times when you call them, and if you're a little, belligerent because you're facing a little trauma, they tell you to shut your mouth. And if a man tells you to shut your mouth in your own house, you might want to respond. And if you respond, he might pump you in your mouth and arrest you. And it's you call him. That is the folly, the craziness of our engaging our security forces. So we need to, at least when we talk about strategic engagement for community development and sovereignty and a battlefield, we need to be engaging our young minds to say, okay, if you're inclined toward this career path, then here's an institution that you can be engaged in that gives you the discipline, gives you the organization, gives you a mission, and the wherewithal where you can execute and accomplish. That is what we have to talk about. Otherwise, we're wasting breath, we're wasting air, and we're wasting time.
Yes, King. Yes, my good brother. Yeah, the time moving fast and us such a deep reasoning here. But as I said, I know we're not going to cover all what we need because this is a work in progress. And this is not entertainment, it's a work in progress. So people have to understand that as the plant is growing, we're growing, and we have to come back again and get water. But before we seal up here, before we seal up, I want us to just touch, even if it's quickly, the restorative justice aspect. That healing part, at least the way I look at it, it is so deep. Yeah, because we're seriously wounded. So I think even when we come again, we might just have to deal with healing alone for that program there. But if you could just, with the events of the last week and a half to 2 weeks and the death of the previous monarch of Great Britain and a new monarch being announced and established the third of the Charles. And although you already made it clear that when we speak of justice, it's not necessarily looking for something that somebody already stole from you. Okay, we understand that, but you clearly said, but that's a part of it. That is, those diamonds in the crown do belong to me. Fair enough. But it's not just about that alone. But on that level, though, when it comes to reparation and compensation and these things, what most people understand. And if you want to touch upon the other level of restorative justice, which I believe is closer to healing, please feel free to. But as it relates to that aspect that most of us lean to, reparation, recompense, compensation, and recompensing us, really. And in relation to the death of Queen Elizabeth II and the time we're in, and the monarchy continuing, etc., etc. How do you see that fitting in, her death, burial, with that restorative justice that we've been crying for some time?
Give thanks, Honorable Priest Isaac. You know, when we called for the justice and healing initiative, when we called for it, we said some things and people laughed. And remember, everything that happens post our event, post those 28 days of coming together in spiritual rituals and cultural educational activities, everything post that is subject to my claiming as a victory. I as a people who came together for a restorative justice process. Yes? So early in the process, we said the symbols and individuals of our oppression must be removed. That is part of what we're calling on the ancestors to ensure happens. Yes? So when we say Nyabingi, we were saying a cessation of the activities and a removal of the symbols of those activities that oppresses our people. We're not going to move upon that because everybody see what happens days after, a couple of weeks after, but immediately thereafter, we're seeing symbols removed. Yes? Because there has to be the beginning and continuation of a process that allows us to go to the next and the new. After 70 years of reigning over economic, political, and spiritual institutions that were designed and continued to oppress our people and to bring our people to the lowest ebb of humanity, that symbol in the embodiment of the person who transitioned. And you see, I accept the African principle of not calling the names of those who you don't want to resurrect. So I no longer call the names of those who I don't want to resurrect and their processes of oppression. But we know the passing that took place. And so we're saying, what I'm saying is that we called for an end to that structure, to that system, not just that singular system or that individual. We're saying all. And we have to be careful then, and this is where my pivot is important, Honorable. Because if we stand in the way of our own people's liberation, we'll be moved. That is the warning we have to overstand. Because the Nyabingi calls for a cessation, the death of, the ending of those processes that have been engaged in our oppression. So if we're feeding into that system, if we are contributors to that system, we have to be very mindful. If we stand in the way of African liberation, even if it's an African who is important to the process of our liberation, let us say the Right Honorable Priest Isaac or the Right Honorable Priest Kailash, who has work to do important work, and you stand in the way of that man, you can be removed by Nyabingi. And that may I say, that is what I have accepted. And that is the intention that we came together in St. Lucia for, to say, we're not going to call people names, we're not going to judge people. We're saying all righteous people come together, led by Rastafari. Yes, the Nyabingi family, the Bobo Shanti family, the African righteous family. Let us come together and we call for our own restorative justice. And then we look internally to ensure that we are not part of our own problem. And if we are, we start a process that restores us to ourselves, our clarity of mission. So that when we're in that process, and this is why the educational spaces become important too, because what do you do? I give you $1 trillion, right, Honorable Presider, as part of a restorative justice process. What do you do with it? I'm giving it to you today. What do you do today, tomorrow? We have seen people winning the lottery, and in 5 years, I mean, tens of millions. Yes, they're wiped out because of a lack of preparation. So without a vision, our people perish. So when we speak up, and this is why the admiration for Rastafari must be premier in the minds of our people, because Rastafari have been preparing, not everyone prepared at the same level, but we have been preparing for the next. And so we said, on the day when Rastafari gets ready, the wicked have to move. But equally, on the day when Fari gets ready, we must be ready to move into the spaces of our own liberation and our own justice. And it's not something that is coming out of the sky. And it's not something that is going to come from the British Parliament necessarily. Now, if it comes, it is past due, way overdue. If it comes from America, then it's past due, way overdue. From France and Belgium and Germany, way overdue. But we don't have the luxury of engaging that space en masse. If you have a few people and it's their job, give that a ministry within the sovereign spaces we're creating. The ministry that pursues the reparation that is necessary to ensure the African progress. But we also have multiple opportunities to do that. Organizationally, we can set our organizations. Economically, we can engage economic activities that empowers ourselves. But we cannot be so entrenched in focusing on Europe and what they should do, because they have not done it for so long. In fact, they're engaging new ways to constantly take money out of your pocket, new ways of constantly hiding our truth from us and our children, constantly finding new ways to ensure that we have some level of incarceration, whether it is right in your own house. Or structurally, they structure the way they put structures together. You feel incarcerated. In fact, I remember speaking to some sisters recently, and these were government workers in very prestigious positions with master's degree and thing. And the sister paints up herself in so many ways and proves upon all different kind of things. And I said, my sister, how you doing? I was just blessing her up, and she said, boy, I feel tired. I said, what are you tired of? She said, boy, all this pretense, this facade that I have to keep up, people are putting on, they're making up themselves to fit in. So the boys talk about double consciousness, but we are in a triple and quadruple consciousness, because we're coming out of the Caribbean as one level of consciousness. If you're from the Caribbean into Europe, you have to engage those two minds. You have to talk like them, but you want to be a Caribbean person. Then you're African black beauty, and you have to dissect what that means. And then when you go into a corporate world, and even though you want to relax and show your natural hair, the sister said, I want to stop this perming. I said, well, just stop. She said, no, but they have to keep up with appearances. And so few will step into these spaces proud and black and tall and dignified. But most are putting on the facades of European identity in some ways. A little tint here and here, a little coloring of this, a little. And remember, it has now become normal for young people to do what they're doing. And so you have these conversations and say, but everybody's doing it. And they say, yes, I know, but that's why you are who you are. You're not everybody. Leadership don't do what the common man does. And that is pivoting toward Rastafari. But nonetheless, African righteous people cannot do what everyone does, because most people are not dealing in righteousness. Most people are dealing with some level of folly that will deceive people, that will rob people, that will, enrich themselves first and alone. Because it's good to enrich yourself. My goodness, we need the resources, especially when you're a good man or a good woman. The resources are good because you're going to do goodness with it. But you cannot be, after you enrich yourself, you put structures in place now to undermine the possibilities for others to be enriched. So that is malicious and evil. Yeah, so, within the justice and healing construction of ideas and then reality, the activation of that, we've been very intentional, right, Honorable Priest Isaac, to look at ourselves, to say to ourselves, even as we call for the systematic end of the symbols and personnel who are maintaining these systems of injustice, we also are saying very intentionally, if I have wounded any souls, if I have been the cause of trauma for my brother, or for myself, for my parent, for my community, forgive I, my Lord. And then let us now come and find a way that we can move, function, coexist, build, work together for a bright future. And that may engage people that don't look like us, but it's led by us because it's our idea, a Philistine thing. It's about us. Yes? Yeah. And we must, and that is a difference, because it's not, we're not saying move away from the systems of economics and things. We're saying they are unjust. We have something that is going to give you coconut water, give you your healthy foods, give you education, but it is flavored by justice, yes, by goodness. The intentions are better. It is helping you organize ideas that makes your possibilities endless. We're not trying to create a labor force. Enough people are lazy that they won't want to aspire for higher education. So we don't have to put stumbling blocks in the ways of young people to say, well, if everybody got an education, then where would our labor force be? No, it's okay. You will have a labor force because it's there. Some people, that's all they want to do. Work 8 hours and then go home. Some people work 14 hours trying to build something. Yes? Yeah. Organizing something. So we will create, and we are creating these processes for ourselves, and that is where our justice initiative is. So do we demand reparative justice and reparations from Europe? We're not going to demand it. We deserve it. We are commanding it, but we're not pursuing it in the ways that eats up our time and our resources, because we are spiritual beings having this physical experience. And when we know ourselves sufficiently, we will just utter the word and happen.
I think eat up your time.
Yes, and on that, my Lord, because what we find, we have a lot of people, good people, engage in social media spaces and having these big, lengthy conversations. Not real, and they feel empowered by it, But it really is going nowhere fast. It's better utilize, and people, they'll see something posted by Raswin and they feel so irritated that they have to spend an hour just to write something to respond. Use that hour and read a book that tells you what kind of plant you can use in your garden to help yourself. By the way, that's what I've been doing within the tutelage of the Right Honorable Priest Geopolitical. He's a city man. Grew up in the city. I don't know nothing about farming. So when the Honorable Priest says, learn about stinging nettle, it's good for you as a man. You need it I am engaged in that process. I'm saying to our people then, let us not waste time with conversations and people who are not worthy of our time and resources. That time can be better utilized empowering ourselves with information that takes the battlefield in the new direction that we want, which is self-preservation, self-elevation, and our sovereign activation. So we have to get engaged in those spaces. Otherwise, all we're going to do, we're going to be confronted. Remember, on the racial side, we're seen by others in a particular way that is not going to change. And you can't do nothing to change that. You can't pass no law that changes that. All the laws that's supposed to talk about whether or not the races are equal and justice, they don't mean anything. See, January 6th last year.
Yes,
they don't mean anything. Right? They really don't mean anything. And you have groups of people, and I don't mind those groups, honorable. I don't mind them because at least they're honest. But I don't mind our people and politicians and policymakers who comes with the smile and the pat on your back while they're stabbing you deeply. And we have seen it across the multiple spaces. Yes? So our people need to spend time on self-development and a mission that unites their families, extend that into community spaces, like we're doing in the Ubuntu Rastafari Cultural Center, and say, this is what is important. This is how we see this issue as an important issue. What do you think? And many times you'll find a family give you their input, and then together we can collaborate and design what project we want to engage in the next 5, 10, 15 years. Make it in that increment. When we done build a mountain, people will say, wow. And I'll tell you, even the proof of concept for while it is not new, in the spaces we came into St. Lucia and did our work, people still marveling and say, but how you do it? I said, I didn't do it alone. I had a team of people, like-minded people, who saw the vision and made input into the framing of that vision. And every time there was a problem, and there were many, Honorable Priest Isaac, many problems, but every time there was a problem, members of the team, if I got too excited, someone would say, just calm down, man. That is going to take care of itself tomorrow. I said, but it's okay. It's okay. Yes, you'll see. And I said, but because we come from that socialization that we start panic and we start fight, and no, certain things, especially when you empower goodness from intention to action, and something comes at you, sometimes you step away a little from it, and then make the forces that you are already spiritually engaged in act in your justice. So we have to understand these things, that while we empower the change, our empowerment is both physical and spiritual. Yes? And we have to make the spirit of goodness from within do the work for us that we cannot do on the physical side. Honorable God.
Yes, my Lord. Wow, give thanks to that strength. Well, my good brother, even before you go, we have to leave some links. When we come again too, we must speak of the maritime initiative. As you spoke of the works taking place in St. Lucia, that previous time we would have met up in that land. Of course, that is a whole process that is definitely moving. I don't know if you want to say a short thing about it now before we gather again, and when you're ready for that aspect of it, because I know things are happening behind the scenes as it relates to putting ships on the water there, basically, so that we as a people. So as you said, it's not just talking. Yeah, we had a nice discussion here, but things are happening. So ships should be going up and down the Caribbean, carrying so far beyond where we belong. Ships should be going back and forward to the motherland. People as well should be moving and cultures being exchanged and cultures reuniting again. So you want to just give us a quick thing on what's going on behind the curtains as it relates to the maritime initiative?
Yes.
What you can say?
Yeah, man, as much as I can say, what I'd love to say to the family is that first, I celebrate the Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, 135 years since his birth, but the vision that he empowers in our current reality has allowed for many ones, to engage the talk on the Black Star Liner and what he did and the greatness of that. And that has sown the seeds of inspiration to us right now coming forward from our 28 Days of Justice and Healing Initiative. And we're looking at ways in which we empower transportation, food security, interaction, cultural and economic exchanges between ourselves in our region, starting in St. Lucia and the Eastern Caribbean region and expanding beyond that. And we're doing the due diligence. We're being very deliberate. We are also being, we have the urgency of now, but we have so much examples to pull from. So we're pulling all the right examples together, the right business structure together. We're looking at the right team of ones who are not just inspired by the possibility of what that means economically or culturally or socially or politically, but ones who have the full sum, the full spectrum of those things in mind, activated, so that everything is working in tandem. The good thing about this Right Honorable Priest Isaac is that we don't have to be rushed. Yes, we have a fierce urgency of now, as Brother Martin says. So we're acting now, but we're acting very diligently, very deliberately.
Take your time and walk fast.
Yes. So we're looking out for the stumbling blocks, the stones, the pebbles, the boulders, whatever they are, because we know they're coming. But what we have, at least from the Right Honorable Marcus Garvey's work, we have over 100 years of disciplined work that he has laid forward. So we see some stumbling blocks, some things, and we're watching our own self because we can be that stumbling block. So we're doing some work, and we're going to unpack that and present that to the public. We also, as just a point of contact, we have a program every Monday on Calabash TV in St. Lucia, Justice and Healing. It also showcases on YouTube, Justice and Healing. On Facebook also, Justice and Healing. So, you know, we're doing the conversations that unpack some of the work in terms of preparation, because the preparation is both physical, it's spiritual. We have to get into our head, cerebral. We have to really change some of how we think, because our actions are tainted by our thoughts, or influenced, if not tainted, because tainted is the lower side of the spectrum. But it's very much influenced by our thoughts. So if our thoughts not right, if we don't have it right in our head, the activation is not going to be right. In fact, the physical activation. So we're having these conversations then to say to the family, here is a small increment, because the big picture might overwhelm most of us. Sometimes even those who are leading, my Lord, they get up and say, why? I tell you. But then you get right to the task. But some people will say, boy, I may tell you, and they run from it. They can't break. Yes, then they go school, or then they go work, or then go somewhere. Them, yes, and some people just cap right out. They're done.
It's true.
Done. So what we're seeking to do, especially through the Ubuntu Rastafari Cultural Center, St. Lucia, and the Ubuntu movement, is to ensure that we create an incremental process that engages the conversation, that engages some physical activities, proof of capacity and capability. Yes, so when we bring a team of 5 or 10 or 7 people, 11, 12, 13 people together, and we say, all right, here's what we're doing, this is what your responsibility is, And you say, this is, you have 3 to 6 months, and you see the delivery, then you know the capacity, you know the capability, you know the commitment, and you can go to something else because you have proof of all of those things. So our process is very strategic and incremental, but we're acting now. We're in the moment, and so we're getting things done. And we're feeling, you know, when the Lord look at after 6 days his creation, and he said, boy, it was good. Goodness is the baseline for us. And so I accept that I is good, the work is good, and it's a lot of work. So what we have done is so small on the spectrum of what we must do that it will be missed by a lot of people, because they look and they say, but not start. But it's a lot has been started. So not done, but it's a lot has been done.
Yes.
But what people don't understand is that the qualitative work, if it's even as small as the eye of a needle, or the base of a needle. Qualitatively, it is the same as the mountain you look at. And I generally use the analogy to say, if I am just like a drop of water, but I am water. And if you go to the ocean or the great rivers, you see water. Qualitatively, I have the same components of that water. But you would look at me and say, boy, there is nothing in the spectrum of the vastness of those things. But still I am. Still I am alive. Still I am doing the same thing that ocean does, but my waves, you don't even see the ripple of my waves. Don't mean it's not there. It is there. Yeah. But it is when I and I collectively come now, and that is what I allude to in the power of the collective voice and the African drum, calling for an end to the symbols of oppression and the people and the structures. That when we see movements, we better say give thanks to our ancestors and to ourselves and to the divine within us, because now there's the possibility for new and the next. Yes, let us pray that those people who take the mantle of power, wherever they do it, and especially in the moment, let us pray that based on their socialization, even amongst Rastafari and African good people, that they'll do the right things. Because if they don't, mark my word, right, Honorable Priest Isaac, the justice and the judgment is going to catch up with them in short order. It won't take as much time, because now is the time where our salvation is brought to I and I, by I and I, through our own will and that of the divine within I and I. So give thanks, Honorable God.
Well, then people are taking power. They themselves come and beat the drum, you know, so.
That's the point.
Don't run up and...
No, that's the point, you know. I remember that is a weapon within our knowledge of weaponry. And so when you engage my weapon, that weapon can be turned in some
That's what I'm saying.
So I am praying that through divine will and powers that is within us, and that we extend in creation, that these people do the right things. Because it is not that I will that all or any should perish,
true.
but all can come to salvation.
Of course.
So that's yes, my Lord.
Yes, ma'am. So those links that you were given. So if anyone wants to contact you personally, say someone say, hey, man, I want to talk to the good Dr. Raswayne Rose, or to catch any of the programs taking place or even the initiative, you have any, well, you just gave some links, you know, for the television program, but any other links, or you want to repeat those so we could keep them and put them up as well?
Give thanks, Honorable. So for the television program, again, it's Justice and Healing on Calabash TV. And there is a Justice and Healing Facebook and Justice and Healing YouTube through Calabash TV. But the Ubuntu Rastafari Cultural Center, importantly, has a website called justiceandhealing.com. It speaks to the initiative. It's being updated right now because we're post the initiative, but we're still in the process of our own healing. And our justice has to be so vast that it can't be stopped after 28 days, you know. The next century, we are asserting our justice, you know, and then so we can be contacted also on email at JAHNI, that's NI for Nyabingi Initiative, Jaja. So it's Justice and Healing, Judgment and Heaping, Nyabingi Initiative. So it's JAHNI21 at gmail.com. And I certainly will respond to any links on that. Also, we have a WhatsApp number, which is 758-287-0637. Again, that's 758-287-0637. And those are mechanisms through which I and I can be contacted directly. Of course, you know, we have our own links, and when we get more intimate with the family, you, of course, my beloved brother, I and I will have those links and share, but yes, it's WAROS3@morgan.edu is another email. That's waros3@morgan.edu. So, yes, Honorable.
Okay, that's right. In those down. Yes, my Lord, give thanks then. I will share this again with the family even before I myself seal off. I give thanks again. We give thanks for Dr. Wayne Rose coming and sitting with us. Pan-African consciousness, race, restorative justice and healing. I think we would have covered a lot this evening. It should have been a nutritious meal, man, for anyone who was sitting at the table with us. And we give thanks for the strength, of course. And at least in the Tiger's Nest, we will be doing this again. Of course, I for sure will be joining you, on justice and healing, as a part of that initiative, from time to time as well. So give thanks, my Lord, for accompanying us this evening. I will assist you on your way out if you have any last few words. If not, give thanks, my Lord. Blessed love.
Give thanks, Honorable. Blessed love, and just love to the family and guidance and goodness. Rastafari.
Rastafari. Give thanks, my Lord.
Yeah.
Blessed love. Oh, yes, that was wonderful. And we give thanks for the good brother that is Brother Wayne Rose, and of course, the strength that he basically gave to us there. Yes, mighty, mighty, mighty strength. All right, wonderful family. So, really, just putting this aside here, definitely give thanks for that strength. Of course, again, if one wants to contact the good brother, one can definitely give him a link, of course, again. The WhatsApp that he gave is area code 758. That's area code 758. And then you have 287 0636 287 0636. And of course, we're talking about justiceandhealing.com. You can check that out, justiceandhealing.com for sure. And of course, you can check the Facebook page and of course the YouTube page as well. Wonderful. All right, my family, definitely giving thanks as well. Also, what else he has here? Yes, I think that was the information he gave to us. But it was a wonderful discussion, a wonderful reason with the good brother, Dr. Wayne Rose, and of course, speaking about African consciousness on a whole. Definitely giving thanks, of course, family. Yes, remember for sure, we're talking about the International Homeschool Program. Make sure you get the young ones involved in such, even at this time, whether it's African history, whether it's biology, or whether it is their astronomy. This is something that will definitely take them to another level. Make sure you're bringing the young ones. You know what to do. Just contact us and we'll give you all the information. Listen, so many things happening, but I'm going to touch you on another level. I'm just going to go and bask in all the knowledge and information that I just received from the good brother Wayne Rose. Give thanks, family, for the life giver and the keeper of life, love and happiness, and joy and righteousness. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari, blessed Lord.
Isaacs Institute of Holistic Knowledge presents an international homeschool program that offers African heritage, biology, astronomy, language arts, yoga, and much more. Our classes are created with the young ones in mind, and we cater to youths from kindergarten to high school. Children love our colorful and very animated lessons, while parents recommend it to friends and family. Contact us for a free preview and see for yourself why investing in the international homeschool program will be of great benefit to you and your young ones. Blessings.
From the makers of the Master of Ceremonies, Seven, and the Night of the Black Tiger. From the heart of the kingdom of Kush, the lion-headed god, a pedimere. The conquering lion has to prevail. Ceremonies, the Institute's first full-length video documentary. The divinity of Emperor Haile Selassie I was presented with clear, prophetic utterances aligned with accepted historical events. The legendary and esoteric Kemetic Natal
deity, Asar, also called Osiris, was shown to have strong similarities in his mythological story with the actual lifetime in our present of Emperor Haile Selassie I. Asar, the man and the concept, was born in ancient Kush, Ethiopia. Haile Selassie I, the man, was born 16 Hamle, Ethiopian calendar, 23rd of July 1892, Western calendar, Hara, Ethiopia, ancient Kush. Like many mythological Messiah type figures, for example, the Christ of the scriptures, Asar became a man at the age of 13. Historically, the same can be said of Emperor Haile Selassie I, who was made the Deshemach, the keeper of the gate, and governor at the age of 13 when he was fully 12. At the coronation of Asar, Osiris, 72 individuals came to crown him King of the world. On the 2nd of November 1930, Emperor Haile Selassie I was coronated King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of Judah. 72 nations were represented at this event. At Osiris's coronation, he was attacked, placed in a coffin, and eventually cut into 16 pieces. It took him exactly 5 years before he was resurrected and became the constellation of Sahu, the Orion constellation. It was exactly 5 years, the 5th of May, 1936, to the 5th of May, 1941, that Haile Selassie I was absent from the throne of Ethiopia, officially. This was during the Italian-Ethiopian War, when Ethiopia was unjustly attacked by Benito Mussolini. Article 16 of Collective Security of the League of Nations of that time was abandoned. Article 16. Osiris was cut into 16 pieces by the 72 that came to his coronation, like the 72 that came to the coronation of the emperor. 5 years exactly for Osiris to resurrect, from the 5th of May 1936 to the 5th of May 1941. Exactly 5 years for the emperor, 5th day and the 5th month. The accurate observation is that the esoteric character of the mythos Osiris, Asar, has manifested in the historical Emperor Haile Selassie I. As was said, this has been made clear with detail in our full-length documentary, The Master of Ceremonies. In this documentary, we will reveal that the Emperor Haile Selassie I has a specific alignment with a little spoken of Kushite deity, Natal, known as a pediment. The conquering line hath prevailed.
know I speak in behalf of all of my fellow Americans in welcoming His Imperial Majesty back to the United States. Since His Majesty visited the United States nearly a decade ago, we have seen one of the most extraordinary revolutions in history, and that has been the appearance on the world scene of 29 independent countries in the short space of less than 10 years, including over 150 million people. The conference recently held in His Majesty's capital served, I think, to bring together in a great cooperative movement the people of most of these countries. And the success of that conference was due in no small part to the leadership of our distinguished guest. His efforts to move his country forward and provide a better life for its people, and his efforts throughout the world, which stretch back over 30 or 40 years. For all of this, Your Majesty, we take the greatest pride in welcoming you here. You do us honor, and I can assure you that there is no guest that we will receive in this country that will give a greater sense of livelier pride and satisfaction to the American people than your presence here today. Your Majesty, you're most welcome.
In the case of the Treaty of Uchali, here is a power, a foreign power, at the time a modern foreign power, which had been on extremely friendly terms with Menelik. Menelik throughout thought of himself as a friend of Italy and Italy as an ally of Ethiopia. So he had every reason to enter an agreement with these people in good faith. And of course, the treaty was not undertaken in good faith, and the person who was singularly suspicious of the good faith of the Italians was Empress Taitu from the start. And the disputed article, very roughly, said in Amharic that the Italians would, upon request of the Ethiopian side, represent Ethiopian interests in Europe. On the Italian version, the article roughly had the provision that Italy had exclusive rights to represent Ethiopia in any foreign relations. This was, of course, a major limitation on Ethiopian sovereignty. Taitu saw it immediately. Menelik saw it thereafter. Both were utterly determined that whatever it took, they would not accept this version of the treaty. He prepared the diplomatic ground in a very painstaking way. And in the course of carrying out the diplomatic struggle, Menelik also made careful preparations for the war.
The emancipation of slavery came to the British West Indies in 1834, the 1st of August. While in the United States of America, this process took place in the year 1863. Yet still, in 1884, 1885, the Congo Conference, also known as the Berlin Conference, took place in Germany. This was a gathering of the European colonialists of the day. And it is at this conference that they decided to carve up and divide Africa amongst themselves. This became what is known as the scramble for Africa.
in Abyssinia, the 17th of August, 1844. Born of the kingdom of Shor, was Haile Mariam, aka Abba Dagnio, who became the world-renowned Menelik II, Emperor of Abyssinia, Ethiopia, land of Judah. In 1866, he became the king of the province of Shor after he escaped from Magdala at the fortress of Emperor Tewodros II. He proclaimed himself Emperor of Abyssinia on the 25th day of March, 1889, after the death of his predecessor, Emperor Johannes IV, who was killed on the battlefield. On the 3rd of November 1889, Emperor Menelik II was crowned Negusa Nagas, King of Kings, at the Church of St. Mary on Mount Entoto. Rasmokenen, father of the young Haile Selassie, was the chief representative of Emperor Menelik II and hero of Adowa. In 1896, the Italian army was utterly defeated at Adowa. All of Africa was colonialized at such time. Even Liberia was a creature of the United States of America. Ethiopia preserved its independence. Emperor Menelik gave the Italians Meneliks, Empress Taitu and Rasmokenen, plus the Ethiopian warriors, united to destroy Rome. According to the legend, Kedes Girugis, Saint George, joined the battle against the enemy. The Lion of Judah has prevailed. The title, the Lion of Judah, like the title, the King of Kings, belongs to the Solomonic line of Ethiopian kings. After 1870, the imperial flag with the Lion of Judah was established. After the defeat of the Italians at Adwa, Menelik II hoisted the red, gold, and green Red Up Stand on the 6th of October, 1897. After he passed in 1913, the imperial flag returned with the Lion of Judah. The lion has always been a symbol of strength and power in the ancient African system of monarchy. Haremaket, also referred to as the Sphinx, is seen with the body of a lion and the head of a human monarch. Some say that it is that of an empress. Empress Hatshepsut is seen in the form of a lion, the lioness. King Akhenaten and many others throughout the ancient world portray themselves in the fashion of the King of Peace. In culture and theology, some of the more earlier known deities are seen in the fashion of the lion. Tefnut, wife of Shu, in the ancient Kemetic mythos is seen as a lion. Sekhmet, the daughter of Ra and the eyes of the same, is the fierce lioness goddess Natal. Even kingdoms and nations that are not known for having lions have portrayed the beast in flags, coat of arms, etc. In the Bible, the messianic figure is seen as the Lion of Judah.
The 23rd day of July, 1892, as Ra, the sun, begins its journey towards Leo, the constellation of the Lion. At this very moment, Liege Tafari was born the son of the great Ras Mokene and Waziri Yeshimabet, born in the city of Harar, considered one of the holiest cities in Islam. The wise mind of the young Tafari earned him the title of the Dejaman at the age of 13, plus governance of several provinces at a very young age, to include Harar, Sidamo, and Gori. On the 27th day of September, the feast of Maskal, the commemoration of the finding of the true cross of Christ, 1916, he took the title of Ras and became regent to the throne of Ethiopia, Abyssinia. At that time, Princess Zaditu, the daughter of Menelik II, became Empress Zaditu, Empress of Ethiopia. Rastafari, although regent, was the power behind the government. This was made plain by Empress Zaditu herself. As regent, he toured Europe on diplomatic missions, and because of his shrewd and wise outlook, he managed to place Ethiopia into the League of Nations. Remember that the League of Nations was made up of predominantly European countries. Ethiopia was an independent African country amongst the colonializers of the rest of Africa.
Yes, could you talk a bit about the day of the coronation?
Yes, my coronation day was very memorable to me. Not only we had Ethiopian participants in the event, but also a lot of foreign emissaries partook in the celebration of the coronation day.
The coronation itself was a Coptic service, Your Imperial Majesty.
They are the Coptic, but also the Ethiopian bishop. They are with the Coptic churchmen.
Was a memorable day in the history of Ethiopia. Since the early hours of that morning, all in Addis Ababa began to prepare for the impressive event of the morning. The Emperor and Empress Manen had already spent the hours since the night before in prayer and meditation with the priests at the most holy altar within St. George's Cathedral, the largest church in the capital. Through the early morning, the chanting of priests continued. The church, and nearly all over Addis Ababa, devoted subjects were dancing and chanting praise songs for the new emperor in Amharic.
The son of Ras Makonnen, Haile Selassie, will feed us. His justice is like that of an angel. May God give long life to Haile Selassie, the child of our country.
The ritualistic ceremonies of the coronation were performed in a large auditorium adjacent to the west side of the cathedral, which had been especially constructed for the occasion.
Shortly after 7:30 a.m., His Imperial Majesty, attired in white silk communion robes, entered the ceremonial hall from the church with an escort of aides and the clergy, chanting in the old Coptic language a processional hymn. The spiritual vestment is worn by the Archangel Michael. The precious chasuble is worn by Michael.
On the throne. Thereupon the ceremony began. The Coptic Archbishop of Ethiopia, representing His Holiness the Pope of Alexandria, with his throaty voice, announced,
Ye princes and ministers, ye nobles and chiefs of the army, ye professors and priests, ye people of Ethiopia, look ye upon our Emperor Haile Selassie I, descended from the dynasty of Menelik I, who was born of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, a dynasty perpetuated without interruption from that time to King Haile Selassie and to our times.
The emperor was then vested with the 7 ornaments of the coronation, including his gold sword studded with precious stones, a diamond-encrusted ring, 2 traditional lances, the imperial scepter, and a golden globe of the earth, the imperial vestments, and at last came the magnificent crown. 7 differently scented ointments of ancient prescription were received on the imperial head, brow, and shoulders, one with each of these ornaments. The final ceremony was a grand tour of the cathedral by the emperor and empress, who was also crowned, but with less elaborate rites. They were escorted by the priests and bishops, princes and high dignitaries, Ethiopian bishops and priests from all over Ethiopia, and a large number of Coptic deacons, carrying palm branches and chanting in mighty volume.
Hosanna, blessed be the King of Israel. Blessed is he who cometh in the name of the Lord.
On the 1st of November 1930, Emperor Haile Selassie I unveiled the statue of Menelik II riding triumphant, Battle of Adwa hero. This was the 25th anniversary of himself, Emperor Haile Selassie I, being given the title the Deshamash when he was 13 years of age in 1905. This unveiling of the statue of his great predecessor, Menelik II, on the 1st of November 1930 was done the day before the coronation of himself, Emperor Haile Selassie I, on the 2nd of November 1930, which is exactly 1 day shy of the 41st anniversary of the coronation of the very same Emperor Menelik II, which took place on the 3rd of November 1889 in the Entoto Mountains. The conquering line hath prevailed.
The Italian poor and the unemployed were promised a place in the sun, with free land and an easy fortune in the conquered empire. The mechanical power of Italy's armory was Mussolini's guarantee of a quick, clean war with few Italian casualties. As the chemical warfare service shipped poison gas throughout the summer, troop ships left Naples and Genoa, bound for Suez, Massawa, and Mogadishu. The Italian soldiers sincerely believed they were sailing to liberate and civilize Ethiopia. The fascist propaganda machine had worked hard, pounding home a message of warlike, savage Ethiopians, of a society where millions of slaves longed for freedom, a country rich in resources and ripe for invasion. War materials flowed steadily from Italian industry to the ports of Massawa and Mogadishu. Boats queued at the docks, waiting to land supplies for the most powerful army Africa had ever seen. 6,000 machine gunners, 150 tanks, 700 pieces of artillery, 150 aircraft, and huge supplies of ammunition passed through the docks before the invasion began. During the next 6 months, the shipments of men and armaments would increase 4 times.
At his coronation, Emperor Haile Selassie I was crowned with the titles of King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and the Lion of the tribe of Judah. A unique coronation, diverse even from the god Menelik. He is the king that wore the triple crown, plus coronated Lion of Judah.
Before they set out on the 6-week march into the northern mountains, the armies paraded before the emperor in the age-old ritual of Ethiopian war. Ras Mulugeta, hero of Adwa, approached Haile Selassie. Jan Hoy, I was killing Italians before you were born. Now I march into battle once again. I await you on the battlefield. He saluted the emperor and left with his 80,000 men on the long march north. All day, the warriors paraded before the emperor, boasting of their bravery in past battles. But Haile Selassie knew that the invasion had brought a new kind of warfare to Ethiopia. These old battles had been fought in the old way, hand to hand, from dawn to dusk, won and lost in a single day.
The warriors gathered from all parts of Ethiopia, united with their emperor against the fascist aggressors. Mussolini shouted his orders from Italy,
Emperor Haile Selassie I was on the front line of the battlefield.
Badoglio had turned to poison gas and the bombing of civilian targets to speed up his civilizing mission. He wanted no awkward European witnesses from the International Red Cross to see the victims of bombing raids and the flesh blistered by gas.
This was not the style of war like that of Adawa. This was a war of heavy artillery, illegal substances, example, mustard gas, which was banned by the Geneva Convention after World War I.
He drove north to the front to consult his commanders and rally the dejected troops.
I have a memory where the Italians are there in their tank with their military, with their then up-to-date military equipment. And the Ethiopians are there with their spears and their horses. And there was a sense that there is no way that they're going to be able to combat that mechanistic sort of force. And although as a child, I couldn't quite take this on board, I could imagine now as an adult how desperate the emperor must have felt, and so much courage, so much bravery, and so little ability, really, to defend yourself.
Ancient Kush, Herbal, 2500 BCE. Napata, Ancient Maori, Tarseti. Ancient Kush and Ancient Kemet are one people, Smai Tawe. They share the same Netaru. They share the same gods. But there is one Netar, one God, that is unique to the south, that is unique to Kush, that is unique to Nubia. It is the lion-headed triple crown god, Apedimek. Although unique to Kush, Apedimek is an ancient form of Asar, also known as Osiris. This is why at times Aset or Isis is seen as his wife. He is Osiris lionized. This has been made obvious as he wears the crown of Osiris, the triple crown of Osiris. Apedimet, is also seen with 3 lion heads on his human figure, 3 in 1 and 1 in 3. Although he is not referred to as the Lion of Judah, he is seen as the lion-headed snake in the very same way that the Lion of Judea is portrayed. It is also ancient. But the outstanding characteristic of Apedimet is that he is the god that goes on the front line of the war. He is the god of war that leads his troops into battle. He is the conqueror, the conquering lion, the triple-crowned lion-headed god, Apedimet.
Your Imperial Majesty, I'd like you to talk about your appearance before the League of Nations when you pleaded for your country in 1936.
የተቻለንን ለመዋጋት ቆርጠን ተነሳን። ለምንዋጋበት ብዙ እርዳታ አላገኘንም። ፋሺስት ላደረገው ነገር ለመመከት
Yes, the Ethiopian people, as well as myself, fought as much as we could on the ground, the fascist aggressors. But as it is well known, the fascists were well armed. They had the latest weapons. They had air power. Ethiopia had possessed none. After losing the battle in the front, we thought we should start another battle, a political battle at the League of Nations. You have heard of the speech I have made and of the appeal I have made to the League of Nations in 1936.
Emperor Haile Selassie I appeared before the General Assembly of the League of Nations on the 30th day of June, 1936. The book of Zephaniah, chapter 3, in the Bible, speaks of the Lord gathering all nations together to pour out on them his wrath and indignation. It also speaks of him speaking unto them in a pure language from beyond the river of Ethiopia, as Haile Selassie I is the only head of state to speak before the body at Geneva, to speak before the League of Nations, which is the gathering of the heads of the world. At this time in 1936, they violated Article 16. Article 16 represents the whole aspect of collective security. He spoke to them in Amharic, the language from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, to fulfill such scriptures. Article 16 represents the 16 pieces that Osiris was cut into. And this is why the Emperor of Ethiopia officially was away from the throne for exactly 5 years, the time frame given for the resurrection of Asar, from the 5th of May 1936 to the 5th of May 1941, maybe in the 5th month and the 5th day.
I am here to claim justice, he said. What reply shall I take back to my people? There was no answer, and there could be none. The League was dead. So, said the Emperor, it is us today, it will be you tomorrow.
The year that Haile Selassie went into Britain, 1936, is referred to as the year of the 3 kings. For that year, Britain had 3 kings, one after the other, the very same year that the King of Kings came into Britain. He made his residence at Bath, Fairfields,
And on the 10th of June, 1940, he prepared himself to return to the battlefield, to return to Ethiopia, to rejoin the war on the front line. After shrewdly securing weaponry and soldiers, and a diplomatic agreement with the Allied forces, Emperor Haile Selassie re-entered Ethiopia to lead the troops in the battle. A pediment. Let us keep in mind that after the emancipation of slavery in the West, the European powers still gathered themselves together to carve Africa up like a pie, like a cake. Remember that all the African countries went under the colonial grip. New countries were even created as empires and states and tribes were divided and separated into different groups. Abyssinia, Ethiopia, withstood the test of the onslaught of the European enslavers. We give thanks for Emperor Johannes on the battlefield. We give thanks for Emperor Theodorus on the battlefield. The Lions of Judah, Menelik II, Ras Mokenen, Empress Taitu, lions and lionesses, conquering and to conquer. We give thanks on the battlefield to resist the Italian, to hold back and ward off the British, to keep Ethiopia free. Emperor Haile Selassie I, as was said, unique as he was coronated with the Triple Crown and coronated the Lion of the tribe of Judah. He is the fulfillment of the prophecy of the book of Revelation chapter 5, verse 5. No one found worthy but the Lion of the tribe of Judah. He represents a pediment who wears the triple crown. He represents a pediment who is seen with 3 heads, as he is Haile Selassie, which means the power and the might of the Holy Trinity, the Holy Tree, the 3 in 1 and the 1 in 3. He represents a pediment, as a pediment is the lionhead god that goes to the front line of the battle, that leads his troop into war, just like Kedos Girogis, St. George, as he also is represented in the energy and the presence of Emperor Haile Selassie I, conquering and to conquer. A pediment is a Asar, the same Osiris, and Haile Selassie is the same, the master of ceremonies. His humility and supreme wisdom was on display for the international community to witness during the invasion of the Italian government. Their weaponry and machinery totally outranked that of the Ethiopians. It was a total mismatch. But the courage and the bravery of the
Ethiopians was proven to the world. Hundreds and thousands of planes and tanks could not crush and dominate the barefoot warriors with swords and spears and sticks.
And now to present our eminent guest, the honorary chairman of our Congress, Dr. Billy Graham.
Your Imperial Majesty, Bishop Debelius, delegates, observers, friends, ladies and gentlemen, when we were deciding about the program of this conference, there was one item that I was asked a little bit about, and that was what chief of state we might invite to come and greet us in the name of Christ. And we thought of several, but the one that kept coming back to our thoughts and our minds was that great country of Ethiopia, the land of the Queen of Sheba, referred to in the Old Testament as Punt. And we remembered the story in the book of Acts about the Ethiopian nobleman that was converted to Christ, baptized, and went back to Ethiopia with the gospel. And since that day, Christian kings and emperors have ruled in that enchanting and beautiful country. 35 years ago, there came to the throne Emperor Haile Selassie I. He established a written constitution. He established a parliament, a modern system of communication, built roads, hospitals, schools, and universities. And then the whole world became aware of him when, during the heroic days of the war, His Majesty is the protector of the state's Ethiopian Orthodox Church and is head of the church. And when he returned to his country on May the 5th, 1941, on that historic day, he announced to the world that in Ethiopia, Christian ethics in government, liberty of conscience, and democratic institutions would prevail in his country. And so we give a warm and hearty welcome to our distinguished guest this morning, His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia.
In 1963, the Organization of African Unity was formed, the Great Africa Hall, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the 25th day of May, African Liberation Day. 32 free independent African states, including the ancient Ethiopia, gathered together for the first time in thousands of years, under one roof, to speak of a United States of Africa going forward. Emperor Haile Selassie I was key and very integral in the independence liberation struggle for the rest of Africa. It is because of Ethiopia's stance in the 1930s why the other African countries could have gained their independence. Ghana, Togo, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I is the world's greatest statesman. He is the only head of state to speak to both the League of Nations and the United Nations, Earth's rightful ruler. The Guinness Book of World Records declared that Haile Selassie I is the most decorated personality in the world. Thousands of titles and orders that has been given unto the king, nationally and internationally. In 1966, the Honorable Emperor gave 31 gold medals to the heads of those who caught the vision, Rastafari, in Kingston, Jamaica, in King's House. As an international statesman, Haile Selassie I was given the highest seat in any audience that he was present. Even when he gathered with other heads of state, his seat was the highest in the room. As one BBC commentator said, the Lion of Judah has rooted out all of his enemies, conquering and to conquer. A petty man.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
ባከናወነውም ሲመዘን አሁን በምንገኝበት ዓለም ያሉትን ብዙ ችግሮች ለማስወገድ ያለው ችሎታ ተስፋ የተደረገበትን ያህል እየተዳከመ የሄደ ነው።
On the 27th day of August 1975, the very first official news report was that Haile Selassie I has gone missing. Since then, he has not officially been seen or heard from again. We give thanks for the Lion of the tribe of Judah. We give thanks for the conquering Lion, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, who defend Ethiopia from the invaders. Give thanks to petty men. From the makers of the Master of Ceremonies, Seven, and the Night of the Black Tiger. From the heart of the kingdom of Kush, the lion-headed god, a petty man. The conquering lion
Oh, blessed love to each and every one. Give thanks for your presence with us. Of course, you know, we glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie first. And of course, you know, it is a joy that you are here with us in the Tiger's Lair, definitely the Tiger's Nest. And I'm also just reminding you of the International Tiger's Nest radio program that is coming to you this evening. It comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So definitely this evening at 7 p.m. sharp on Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. Make sure you're there for the Tiger's Nest radio program. If for one reason or the other you think you have to miss it, well, of course, you know, we have an option where you can be a subscriber. You can join the subscription team, and that means when you miss the program, by the time you spin around, you will find the program in your inbox. We will send it to you via the email every day after the program is sealed up. So you will never, ever miss another episode of the Tiger's Nest radio program. Again, once you become a subscriber. Hey, blessed love to each and everyone. Give thanks for your presence with us. Of course, you know what season we are in right now. Of course, got to remind you that Patreon's Day is right around the corner, as they say, the 3rd of November. I know everyone is geared. Everyone should be prepared for that very, very blessed day. We definitely have a wonderful lineup of guests and visitors who will be coming and speaking to us and enlightening us and strengthening us in all good things. We definitely have, you know, the good brother, Dr. Wayne Rose. Yes, he will be with us. And of course, we will be conversing on all things African and cultural and justice and judgment for sure. We definitely have Brother Kemet Shakley. He will be with us throughout the day as well. And of course, you know, that good brother is talking about the whole aspect of, you know, the war, the psychological, economical, and cultural war that is amongst our people or on our people, you know. And in fact, in many cases, we have some friendly fire to it, where we shoot in our own selves. So we're very thankful for that brother as well, who will definitely be with us. We have some other guests, some to be confirmed, that will definitely be in the house and will be sharing their knowledge and their expertise on many different aspects, because it's going to be a wonderful day of knowledge. It's going to be a day of education. It's going to be a day of culture. It's going to be a day of so many different things. And remember, it's a day of giving back as well. It's a day where you yourself can come into the Institute's website and make purchases and leave with much more than you may even expect. And of course, on that day, we're going to have some, what I would like to call climax specials. Them climax specials only take place at a certain time of the day, you know, so you really got to be in tune, and it's going to be a very excited and wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. And of course, the telethon. Remember, our target this year is $12,000. That is our target. That is the budget for this upcoming African History Month's essay competition. And of course, this evening on the Tiger's Nest, I'll be taking some time to go a little more into some detail as it relates to the upcoming telethon, the essay competition, just kind of reviving the audience as it relates to the importance of this venture. But of course, as I always say, the most important thing is that you are on Radio Anu on the 3rd day of November. That's all. That's not all, but that's the main thing. That on the morning of November 3rd, you are up. Well, depending on where you are now, because this is international, so you got to follow up with the time that I'm running on here, which is Eastern Caribbean time. Okay, good. So 5 in the a.m., 4 in the a.m., and 3 o'clock, we'll be burning our chalice and going through Nyabingi session. And believe me, 5 a.m., we're going to have a meditation. 6 a.m., we're ready to
hit the road and you know what I mean, crack some skulls. Yes, the enemy might be trying to get in the way. And of course, we definitely have some wonderful priests from the order that will be coming in to bless us early and bright. You know, at midday, we intend to have a panel round table discussion as it relates to Rastafari and the move going forward. Then the evening as well, I'm going to have a very special Tiger's Nest, unlike any Tiger's Nest that you have ever heard. All right. And then of course we're going to be launching a pedimec. You just saw the trailer a moment ago. A pedimec. I'm talking about the conquering lion hath prevailed. A pedimec. So definitely make sure you're in the house. Remember, this is a totally free showing. You do not have to purchase a ticket or anything to be a part of this. All you have to do is email us. We're not going to throw the link out for anybody to grab. You got to come to us. We got to see that, hey, my brother, I would like the link, you know, whatever the case is, you know, we set you up, we reserve your spot. So on the night of the 3rd of November, 8 p.m., you should be sitting in with us, you know, and we'll be watching the world premiere of our 4th full-length video documentary, a pedimec. Nothing unlike anything you've ever seen. I'm telling you now, unlike anything, I can say that now because of, you know, we definitely, a pedimec is really ready for you. So I can say that now. Maybe when we were just preparing it, I could say it with a level of confidence, but I can say it now with a level of assurity. Unlike anything that you've ever seen is a pedimec. And I'm looking forward for everyone to be in the house. There's no reason why you shouldn't be with us for the full day. I'm talking about the 3rd of November, fully free of charge, all the guest speakers, the lectures, the documentary, the night. There's nothing that you have to pay whatsoever. And even if you decide that you want to patronize us on that day, all the prices will be totally different. All the prices will be slashed in half and so many other different things. And when you buy one thing, you get in 2 things. So many things will be happening. Just make sure you're on board. And we now are looking forward to you being a part of our team, partnering with us in this liberation. And of course, being a part of the contribution or the pledges as it relates to the telethon. But anyway, join me on Radio Anu this evening. And we will speak a bit more about that, plus the subject area that we will be going in. You know, I was planning to speak about the DNA structure tonight. I will see if that is where we carry the conversation. Now, what I want to go into here, I just wanted to give the audience, this is a moment of knowledge here. And we're going to speak about, just quickly, the visitation of Brother Nelson Mandela. I know for sure this is the real Nelson Mandela now. Brother Nelson Mandela in 1962, and his visitation to the kingdom of Ethiopia, the kingdom of Haile Selassie I. And of course, this is something that we would have mentioned from time to time. We would have mentioned this. And of course, you know, this is the age where people challenge your information. So we decided that maybe this needs a bit more of an explanation for those who may be just saying, oh, we're making that up and we ain't got no proof for that, because that's the word, that this is being made up somewhere along the line and really there's no proof for this. Okay, what I want to do first of all, let's just garner some information here for you. And yes, family, Brother Nelson Mandela would have visited, Haile Selassie would have visited the kingdom of Ethiopia even from the time of 1962. All right, let me just take something here. First of all, this is taken from nelsonmandela.org. I just want to get some information here. This is from the Nelson Mandela Foundation, first of all. So at least we can understand where the source of this is. And it says here, this is from his website, his foundation. On this day, 8th of February, 1962. And it says here, Nelson Mandela and his delegation is received by Emperor Haile Selassie in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Okay, good. Now, we're going to just read something here. This one is taken from SouthAfricaHistory.org or sahistory.org.za. And it says here, Mandela smuggled out of country and appears in Addis Ababa. Now listen to this, and this is saying celebrating 21 years. It says here, early in 1962, Nelson Mandela was smuggled across the borders of South Africa. He was granted an Ethiopian passport by Emperor Haile Selassie. Listen to this, and classified as a journalist under the name David Motsamai, which allowed him to travel the region. You hear what's going on? Remember, when Haile Selassie I was speaking at the Meet the Press. I should pull up that video now. But anyway, when Haile Selassie I was speaking at the Meet the Press, one of the reporters asked him if he would contribute to any of the resistance that is taking place in Africa. This is 1963 when he was asked this question. And of course, you know what became of the South African struggle and Nelson Mandela in the later part or the latter part of 1962. Remember, this is the same time when Africa was united. 63 was when the Organization of African Unity was formed. Follow the story, good family. So when the reporter asked the emperor about, being a part of the armed struggle, the emperor clearly showed him, I'm paraphrasing now, that of course, we prefer peace. And if we can negotiate this thing, we will be definitely happy to do that. But if all else fails and we have to pick up arms and join the resistance, we will, And it is well known that the emperor was actually funding a lot of the military resistance. Ethiopia was behind a lot of the military resistance taking place in Africa. The fight for colonialism I'm talking about. The scramble to take Africa back. And this is just an example of that situation where you can see the brother was given a passport, given a name, a new name, just so he can get around and he could come and have an audience with the emperor. He was specifically trained by the Ethiopians as well, as it relates to armed combat. Now, look at this picture here, family. If you observe, this is the emperor meeting with the revolutionaries. Look, Brother Nelson Mandela over here. See me here? Nelson Mandela, before obviously he went to prison, and Emperor Haile Selassie I. Of course, Haile Selassie I will be front and center. Nelson Mandela, of course, liberation, freedom fighter, but of course, he was not the Nelson Mandela that we know today. You understand? And after his exile in prison and coming out, etc., and has become an international hero. But in this day, in this time, he was Nelson Mandela, wanted dead or alive. You understand? So, of course, the great monarch is central, and of course, around him from different parts of Southern Africa, Zimbabwe, Botswana, those who were fighting for their freedom from the white colonialists, even at that time. So you could see here now, as I say, a picture is worth like 1,000, 1,000,000 words, and this is what is being observed here. You can see the photograph, a Kodak moment, if you would like. And again, the story behind of it. So don't be shy, family, to express that Haile Selassie met Nelson Mandela. A lot of these African leaders, even before they took power, Kwame Nkrumah sat at the feet of the king.
A lot of them went to Ethiopia not just for advice and counseling, but even for military training as well. Yeah, give thanks. Hey, family, just reminding you once again, don't forget Black Dominion, freedom, redemption, and international repatriation now and now. Remember, you could definitely check Black Dominion right here. Of course, we always put the link in the description below, just to make it easier for you. But if you want to go the hard route, of course, it's Etsy. Etsy. I mean, can you even spell that one? Let me see. It's etsy.com/shop/Black Dominion, a question mark page =4. The number sign or pound sign items. Man, listen, the link is in the description below. You just scroll along and press the button and forget about all of them long things there. But remember, when you check Black Dominion, yeah, you're definitely in the domain of the Ebonites, and of course, a lot of wonderful shirts, a lot of wonderful clothing, stickers and posters and chalices and mugs and so many different things. As I said, you're definitely living in the time where we are in certain parts of the world. You're definitely getting colder and colder and colder. And for sure, this might be the time to get your warmers. This may be the time to get your hoodies. This may be the time to get your sweaters. And what better a sweater than that with Haile Selassie, Harriet Tubman, Marcus Garvey, Words of Right, Rastafari, roots rock reggae. Look at, you see the nice, what do you call this one here? The roots rock reggae flask where you can carry your green juice and your mugs where you can carry your warm cocoa tea. Yeah, and of course your portraits of the emperor. You can get a lot of nice gifts, shoes, socks, incense. Listen, so many things I see even added here. The sale should still be taking place too. Look at all these slash prices. The price is done so $12 for a guidance. $12 for a guidance. You have on a guidance? You ain't got no guidance? $12. Buy about 10 of them, the man. That's just $120. Buy about 10 guidances, Rastafari. Look them here. Buy about 10 of the guidances, Get 3 nice ones of Haile Selassie. You know what I mean? Get 2 nice ones of Empress Medin, Marcus Garvey. You don't know, you go King Emmanuel, and ask them what else they have. They have shirts, Harriet Tubman, Malcolm X, Nat Turner and some mighty warriors, the Sankofa, the Dinkle symbols. Yeah, so while you're wearing, you're learning and you're teaching and all of that good stuff. So make sure you contact Black Dominion. Come in the domain of the Black and make sure you get your wonderful products. Of course, you order and they ship right to you, right on your doorsteps. I don't think it take no long time. Those of you in Ghana, those of you in Sierra Leone, dope black dad. Hey, get something for your father, man. What's this one? Dope black mom. Everybody say they love their mother. Let's see, show and prove. And definitely we will be happy to serve you. Talking about Black Dominion, in the domain of the Ebonites. Beautiful. Hey, family, give thanks for your presence with us. I'm just reminding you once again to make sure you tune in to Radio Anu. Now, now's a good time to tune in. Yeah, the video done, isn't it? Well, yeah, tune into Radio Anu now. You can. The link is in the description below. You can just go below. And of course, remember the Cash App, the PayPal is there for those who are ready to make their contribution. You don't have to wait until the very day to make your contribution towards the Patrons Day, the telethon for the essay competition, and even your pledge. The pledge is the easiest thing to do. All you have to do is say, hey, I'm going to, and just say what you're going to do, and when we can definitely confirm that we can receive the pledge that you made. So family, it will be very, very nice to know that you're on board with us, that you are a supporter, that you are partnering with us because you understand the vision going forward. Wonderful. Look, Brother Nelson Mandela dinner, man. Yeah, man. Life giver and the keeper of life. Hey, before I go one more time, let me just, give you a nice little dose of a pedimec before we disappear. All right. Rastafari. From the makers of the Master of Ceremonies, 7 and the Night of the Black Tiger. From the heart of the Kingdom of Kofi, the lion-headed god.
Oh, blessed love, my family. Give thanks, Santa Sana, for your presence. All of those coming into the tiger's lair. You're definitely in the tiger's nest. You know, we glorify Kedos Emmanuel Haile Selassie Jah, Rastafari. A wonderful sit down we have for you, my family. Giving thanks for the presence of the Father and the Mother of creation. Of course, Honorable Priest Isaac with you, just blessing the whole international community. If this is the first time you're stepping into the tiger's nest, let me just take a moment to greet you. Of course, you know, you could definitely keep in tune with us right here on the International Connection, priestIsaacInstitute.com. That's priestIsaacInstitute.com. Of course, Radio Anu, and of course, our YouTube platform and Facebook and Instagram, and we could go on and on. But at the moment, we have a wonderful visitor with us in the Tiger's Nest this evening, and we will be speaking of all things cannabis, all things marijuana, all things ganja, the holy herb, many different terms. Some you may not prefer, but we all know what we are talking about. So let me say blessed love to the good brother Michel Emmanuel. He is actually joining us from the island of Jamaica, and he is a PhD. So officially, Dr. Michel Emmanuel, of course, Rastafari, you know, front and center with us. And he is of the faculty of the University of the West Indies, and he also represents the Department of Life Sciences. And of course, as I said, we will be speaking of the whole aspect of the tree of life, marijuana, cannabis, sativa, and how it impacts us even at this time. My good brother, it's an honor. Blessed love.
Give thanks, man. Give thanks for the moment, you know. Glory to word, glory to sound, glory be unto the power of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, Rastafari.
Rastafari. Yes, my Lord. So we go straight into it, you know. Before we even go into the depths of actually what you do at the university, and before we go, you know, we want to know a bit of even how you came into Rastafari. But tell us a little, you know, bit about yourself, your credentials, your accomplishments, whatever you think you could share in this introduction.
Yeah, man, give thanks, you know. Greetings to all listeners, you know. Yeah, so I am from the nature island of the Caribbean, Dominica, you know. That's where I was born. That's where I did primary school and high school. And then I went on to England to do my A-levels, where I was introduced to botanical science from a more practical perspective. And this is really where I made the formative decision at that age that people must live by plants, right? Plants is the sustenance of this human planet, right? So people eat 3 times a day. Sometimes you eat a bowl of cereal, and what constitutes the contents of that cereal comes from possibly 4 to 5 different continents. And I don't think, I've always thought that we don't really have the level of respect and compassion in terms of how significant plants play in terms of the sustainability of, you know, humanity and the spirituality and the nutrition and the medicine that it also provides. So by understanding that, I really took on to the sciences to really sort of understand life from a more intricate perspective, right? So after doing 6th form, I really went back to like Dominica and, you know, participated in like farming. My parents has an estate, so I really participated that before going to like university, and I actually cultivated cannabis prior to going to university. So going to university, you know, my first degree was in my BSc, was a double major in zoology and botany, right? So understanding the progression of both animal life and plant life, because one does not exist without the other. So I never really took the career path that most agriculture practitioners would take based on studying agronomy. The largest deterrent to me in terms of studying agronomy was really the whole animal husbandry and pig rearing and cows and all that. That did not necessarily facilitate, well, create that sort of interest. So coming from Dominica, where it's very natural, you have like, I've been snorkeling from an early age, hiking, so I'm pretty much immersed in nature, so understanding nature now from not just a snorkeling lens, but a scuba diving lens, to understand how life is so diverse in its magnitude, in its colors, in its shape, in its size, and just to travel to and really see the way different people live, how they eat, how they sustain their families, really spurred on a different interest based on how do I put myself in a position to be able to serve humanity, So coming to university, studying my first degree, as I mentioned, zoology and botany. Then I went on to do a master's in plant production and protection. And then my PhD was devoted to post-harvest of fruits and vegetables. And post-harvest, now I just want to touch on that, please. Because like there is always a lot of talk generally within the agriculture sector that we require more land, we require more fertilizers to really maintain the sort of rising human population that we are faced with and climate change. But really, if we understand the level of losses that are generally lost throughout the agriculture value chain, where at the farm gate, well, at production, things are lost, produce is lost. At harvest, we also lose stuff. At transportation, we lose stuff. Packaging, we lose stuff. Retail, wholesale. Even in your own household, you would tend to dispose of certain things that you may purchase in the supermarket, especially fresh commodities, right? So by seeing the level of world food hunger and how we in the Caribbean, which is much closer to home, have the level of importation in terms of to sustain our populations. We import majority of the food from the United States, right? And the deficit is like in the ratio of 10 to 1, based on we may export and produce 10%, but we are importing the other 90%. Like simple statistics, like in any Caribbean island, the importation of potato fries to make fries, like it's in the millions of dollars, right? So, and we have a lot of starch substitutes. So in the developing world, at least 60% of what is produced does not reach the table or your plate, is really lost via very poor agriculture management, very poor transportation, poor roads, poor storage conditions, where in other first world jurisdictions, they keep their minimum losses to at least 12 to 15%, So if you look at what I just mentioned, we are throwing away more than half of what we produce. And even what we throw away is not used in a sustainable way to generate compost and biogas and introduce back into agricultural systems. Is just a whole heap of unprecedented management and landfills, and not able to really manage those things properly. You know, so understanding how we preserve, how we package, how we transport, how we reduce these losses. Like I can give you a simple comparison. Let's say zucchini line, or let's say potato, pumpkin line, or cucumber, right? In the Caribbean, how it would work is, let's say somebody wants to go to the market in town. How it would work is they would probably harvest the cucumber the day before, pile it up. In the like driver maybe come the boxes, he drives in the hot sun, he parks at the rum shop for a while, take a drink. The produce is heating up in the sun, it's not packed properly. You understand? So when he reaches to the market, at least 20 to 25% of these cucumbers have been damaged or squeezed up, or really you will see pitting taking place where water soaking based on the temperature fluctuation that takes place during your transportation. In a first world country, the difference would be a trailer is in the field parked, and you have a tractor, is in the field, driving along the field, and you have a trailer behind it. And on that trailer, you have men. On the trailer, you have a washing basin where people now are in the field in terms of laterally picking, and they are feeding that middle tractor that's driving slowly, and the men are collecting washing them, packing them in boxes and putting them to the end of the trailer truck. And when it reaches the end of the field, there is a refrigerated truck that's waiting to take those boxes into the refrigerated storage truck. And then by the time within the early morning, by let's say 4 or 5 o'clock, these boxes are being delivered to supermarkets, to distribution points. So within 12 hours of harvesting the crop, it's already on display in the supermarket. So you have a much longer shelf life. You are getting a better quality produce, and you have more produce to make your profit margin, your income. So just understanding simple logistics could definitely generate more income, more sustainability throughout the whole production system. So I just wanted to make that simple comparison, you know.
And if just quickly, and how long you would estimate, well, not maybe estimate, the same cucumber that they just wash and package properly and neatly and they send to the supermarket, the amount of that has to come to Jamaica or Antigua or Dominica now, how long would that take? You said in the next 12 hours is on the supermarket shelf in the States. So when it has to leave the country now, how long will that take to come on the supermarket shelf in Barbados?
In terms of shipping, like those perishable crops that tend to have higher respiration rates tend to travel through air freight. So there's a high possibility that, especially in places like Florida, so on, they have a really integrated system from truckers to trains to air freight, where everything feeds in very neatly to be able to reach in a country within the same time that it would take somebody to drive on the road to actually deliver it.
I hear that. It does. Yes. It does.
So the logistics is there, but what I've always seen, though, based on my experience, is the Caribbean. That's why we can use that to get into the whole cannabis discussion. The Caribbean is not new to agricultural value chains. We are built on agricultural value chains, from sugarcane to bananas to coffee to ornamental plants. We have always adhered to international appeal of exporting agricultural commodities. So because cannabis is also an agricultural commodity that we know is the most traded commodity in the Caribbean region and fetches the highest economic value in its raw state. But yet, every Caribbean country is developing own legislations and infrastructure to be export-oriented, not to the neighboring countries, but to first world countries to compete with global superpowers. I have always said that the Caribbean, we have the English-speaking Caribbean in particular, we have a population of 40 million people, right? We are not reinventing the wheel. We have known producer countries that are known to produce the agricultural commodity cannabis, and we have known consumer markets, right? Like the smaller islands that use more desalinated water, may not have those natural resources to sustain cannabis on a commercial standpoint. So those countries that have that advantage will always be able to produce at a much lower cost, right? But if you go to Barbados, even in Antigua, where you are, the value of cannabis is probably some of the highest in the world, but yet we've seen the market currently is driven by a lot of foreign imports coming from the United States and Canada, where in the 1980s, 1990s, 1970s, it was the other way around. Our cannabis was highly valued in every international market globally, but now we are importing cannabis from Canada and the United States to sustain our local consumption. You know, so those sort of things, like understanding those dynamics, really shows you the ulterior motive that has taken place based on criminalizing cannabis, based on, you see the sort of, like in Canada right now, you can travel to different states of Canada with your cannabis, right? But we can travel intra-regionally with cannabis, you know, but yet we are here creating legislations and putting regulations in place to regulate cannabis, where it's all sort of directed from a foreign direct investment model, where it's the game is to bring foreign investment to the Caribbean shores in the name of cannabis.
And oh my, sorry to cut that thought there. And that would kind of want to lead me really. I know you already gone running with the ball with the cannabis, but I wanted to somewhat just ease to the beginning again. So your position there at the university. At the university, right. So as it relates to the cannabis. Because we're going to get back to all what you said there once we have the time. And a moment ago, when I said soundbite, I mean, you said something about the cannabis in Antigua. Well, you don't have to say it again because I have it recorded. So you might hear it again because you're the expert and you're the specialist. So if you say Antigua have one of the highest grade of cannabis, I assume you would have seen. I think your word is bond. But in the university in Jamaica, though, right. Where so you are, what's your connection with it and the decriminalization and the legislations going forward and the plan for cannabis? Give us an idea. Right. So my role in the university, I'm a university lecturer. I teach various courses in the area of horticulture and crop science, from plant physiology to understanding biology of soil to plant breeding. I teach those courses. I am the principal investigator for the Life Science Cannabis Research Group, where I head a group of students and a research lab where we look at different aspects of horticulture, from pest management to quality control to actually growing the plant, to understanding the commercial viability of commercial cultivation of cannabis in an equatorial climate, right? So that is the focus. I also sit on various government boards and groups that I chair. One of them is I'm the vice chairman
for the Cannabis Technical Committee for the Bureau of Standards Jamaica. We gazetted, we drafted, published 3 standards: a cultivation standard, a processing standard, and a packaging and labeling standard to maintain public health and safety and environmental stewardship in the whole production and value chain of cannabis, because we know the negatives what agriculture has done in terms of the environment, in terms of human health, the people who grow these commodity, the pesticides that have damaged the earth. Even in cannabis, we know the level of environmental degradation that has taken place because of its illegal nature, where many farmers would go to the mountains, chop down very old trees, probably just grow 1 crop of cannabis and move to new land. So we need to look at those things, right? So these standards are pretty much drafted in a way to maintain public health and safety and environmental stewardship in the production and extraction and distribution of cannabis within Jamaica. I also am a member of the Cannabis Industry Task Force from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. I'm the chairman of the subcommittee for product development. I also sit on international committees such as the International Horticultural Society, the American Horticultural Society, and some post-harvest societies also, and local also, the Jamaica Horticultural Society, so on. So that is the sort of capacity that I operate in.
Yes,
on a professional level, yes.
Yes, on a professional level, yeah, man. But give thanks for such credentials, my Lord, even with the works being established there. All right, so you go into the whole aspect of the plant, and we were speaking a moment ago now about us as, well, at least you were focusing on us as, if you want to use the term, Caribbean people, as they like to call it, but those of us in the islands now. Yes. And a few islands have already decriminalized it, and to some degree freed it up to the society. Some places you have 4 trees you could plant, some places you have 6. Places. Yeah,
and those are some things that definitely also need to be looked at, because the people who drafted these policies and laws clearly don't have no idea based on a cannabis plant, because you would tell somebody you can have 6 plants, right? But 6 cannabis plants could be 6 male plants, 6 hermaphrodite plants, 6 female plants. So in understanding the value of cannabis is all in the pistillate form, meaning the female plant generally tends to be unfertilized, right? So allowing people to have, if you want to set the law, you allow them to have 5 pistillate plants in the pistillate form. So if you have other plants in seedlings, other plants in the vegetative state, it does not serve the same purpose as the value of the flowering plant, which creates the sort of economic value. So by understanding simple botany and taxonomy and botanical science, those things would be very simple decisions to make if the proper advice was sought, But what we have observed in the region, the policymakers pretty much come from the legal background, or they tend to come from law enforcement. So the idea of regulating cannabis comes from a sort of enforcement mentality, but not in the necessary position where we want to facilitate economic commerce.
Yeah, right? Because that's the same 4 trees or whatever amount of trees they're telling you can have. Then you could have 15 grams or 1 ounce or something, wherein one tree. I mean, I could tell you for a fact, one tree, and I know you know what I'm talking about. One tree, when you break that down, sometimes to hang that up, it's like you have 21 trees in there. You understand? And since you're talking about, you know, the legal aspect of this, it may sound funny, but it's reality. No one wants to go under the you know, the chains and shackles of the law. So then now it becomes a game that you're going to pull up a tree from your yard and you're going to cure it and cut it up. Now automatically you pass the 15 grams or 1 ounce or whatever it is you're supposed to have, and then you're in trouble. So I'm just saying, and I mean, all of that don't really apply in my world. It never applied to me. Even now it don't apply to me.
Well,
I just want the audience to understand that. But I'm just looking at what it is that's going on. And it's real.
That is the whole thing. That is the whole thing to me, that I've been a Rastafari youth from, like, let's say high school, right? So I go through my high school being very conscious of honesty and understanding vegan lifestyle and integrating in nature from a sustainable standpoint. I'm also a international certified organic farm inspector for over 10 years, you know, and I've never really used any synthetic application in any agricultural production that I do, unless it's for experimental purposes, you know. So those things. But what I was actually leading to is that, yes, in the Caribbean, cannabis has an intrinsic relationship, right? And this intrinsic relationship has developed from the coincidence of commingling, right? So the commingling, which is responsible because of the British monarchy that was able to bring African people, Chinese people, and people from Asia in one space, particularly in the larger Caribbean islands, such as Trinidad, Jamaica. So if cannabis was already in the Caribbean prior to the arrival of the indentured laborers, right, which came from India, and the places that the indentured laborers came from in India was places that the British were pretty much heavily in control of, right? So
and I continue. I'm gonna make it get right back to that point, just for clarity. You said did you just say you said the cannabis was here before they came?
Yes, there are many instances of
I'm just asking because there are many that disagree with that, eh? So
right, there are many instances like that cannabis was possibly bought here. So based on documentation, right, looking at the archives, cannabis was brought by the Spaniards to Cuba in the early 14th century, right, in terms of hemp, to assist in the repair of the sail ships and rope and fiber and so on. And we know cannabis has hemp is very much native to Eastern Europe also, you know, because that's pretty close to like China, right? So even from a botanical standpoint, how we describe cannabis is pretty much very a wrong terminology, based on we consider sativa plants to be more equatorial plants, plants with skinny leaves, and plants that grow much taller have a longer flowering period, and we consider indica plants to be denser, big bud, shorter plants, greener leaves, but that's wrong. The real taxonomy of cannabis from a botanical standpoint is cannabis sativa or subspecies sativa is pretty much the plants that do not produce any cannabinoid profiles in terms of CBD or THC. So those plants have been bred over centuries to provide structural support. So how they grow, how they produce, they have very little or no THC, but they are rich in fiber.
So these are the hemp.
So that is all sativa, right? And all drug cultivars are considered to be indica. So you have equatorial drug cultivars and you have temperate drug cultivars. So some will have narrow leaves and some will have broader leaves. So all cannabis that produces the compound THC and CBD are known to be drug cultivars, which are in the indica category, right? So because cannabis has been under the table for so long, we have developed this sort of terminology that does not necessarily suit general botanical classification. The other thing is we always refer to different cultivars of cannabis.
So hold on. So let me ask just quickly. Quickly there, because we like to boast of the Antiguan sativa and the, before all of this high grade stuff came in there. So let me ask you. It's quite possible, all the sativa we're talking about, it's quite possible that I personally would have never, ever, ever, ever partaken of a sativa in my life.
For sure. However, like because of the commingling that was of the British Crown, the culture, because there is something which is referred to in the literature as a cannabis complex, where there is an economy, there is a lifestyle, there is a whole support system and value chain from the cultivation, from the production to the selling to the spirituality of using cannabis, right? So that was very prominent in India, and what happened is that knowledge and culture, because of the sadhus and so on, coming after the emancipation of slavery, because there is some documentation that I have read that shows you in 1913
they got permission from the British too.
Yeah, it was reported that the only time commingling was observed between the new arrival of the indentured laborers and the African slaves was to partake in the smoking of cali weed after a day's work on the slave plantation. So what I am saying here is, yes, the British didn't do it purposefully, but it happened coincidentally based on the popularization of cannabis among African culture became a lot more popularized after the arrival of the indentured laborers. But the British have collected samples from Jamaica in 1809, in 1822, in terms of Jamaica, in cannabis plants that are preserved today in herbariums in England. So if emancipation took place in 1835, how did the British be able to collect cannabis samples from the English-speaking Caribbean in the early 1800s? So it shows you that there was some level of usage, there was some level of understanding of the plant in this hemisphere, which the sort of history may point to the arrival of people from the west coast of Africa arriving in the Americas pretty much happened before Europe was able to discover the Caribbean region. And in archaeological evidence, there is a lot of significance that sort of leads to a relationship. I remember some years ago, I think it's about 10, 12 years ago, a boat showed up in Barbados with about 7 or 8 Africans, which they were dead, but they showed that the boat was a small pirogue boat, must be 30 feet, that had engine, trouble. But what happened is it showed you that these Africans, they all had African passports from the West Coast.
I remember that, man. I remember that story there.
So obviously, Africa in that time being very sophisticated navigators, and so they were able to navigate the time of year and the tides to enter the New World, right? And we know Christopher Columbus and them make a wrong turn, say they go into East India and end up in the West Indies, right? So even fast forwarding a little bit further on, where Rastafari comes into the picture, where the culture of Rastafari is highly influenced by Asian culture. You know, the presence of long hair, the perception of eye, the vegan lifestyle, the use of cannabis in the level of the spirituality that we associate cannabis with. That doctrine definitely was promulgated after the arrival of the indentured laborers. That is clear, right? So, but we have also seen other African influences in terms of the use of cannabis that is not popular among Asians. And one of them is the use of the chillum pipe. In Asia, it's not a culture to use cannabis with water, but it was first understood, it was first documented in the early, I think very early days, as you know, Ethiopia is a very ancient space. So it was first documented in Ethiopia, the use of water in using cannabis, right? Based on the purification, the use. And then they said as early as the 1300s, when they discovered plantains growing in West Africa, because plantains were pretty much endemic to Asia. But in the early 1300s, the British documented the growing of plantains in West Africa. So there were some trading routes that brought these commodities, and with, at that time, the chillum pipe was also documented in West Africa in the early 1300s when the British started invading Nigeria and Ghana, right? So we see how the chillum pipe is such an integral part of Rastafari lifestyle and culture and ceremonial presence also. So we see the promulgation of cultures in terms of the expression that we see today in the Rastafari culture. And yes, we've known and advocated for this association and bared a lot of pain and suffering and jail and the US government invading our islands with helicopters and spraying herbicide and disrupting families in very significant ways over the cannabis plant, right? And today now we've seen where Jamaica was first to mention that Rastafari have sacramental rights. But as you said, we have always had sacramental rights. Like, we have always took the onus on ourselves to feel free to use cannabis and advocate for it. So giving us the opportunity to do that now, but no economic significance to our patronization does not necessarily provide any justice to the Rastafari community and the restorative justice that is owed to these people who have advocated for this plan for so long, especially in this diaspora here, right? So we've seen where in Barbados, they were the first, well, they are the first in the world to produce a sacramental cannabis bill, where it does not necessarily support Rastafari, because one of the main things in there is it does not look at the Rastafari household as a sacred place of worship, right? So definitely the persons who put that together did not do the due diligence in terms of engaging anthropologists in the Rastafari community and persons and elders and various houses to understand. And
so they stress that, don't they stress that they do that?
So what it says is, in order
Barbados for you, man. I know Barbados well.
So in order for you to use cannabis also, it must be produced in a sacramental space of worship, like a Nyabingi grounds that's registered, or a Boba Shanti area, or Orthodox church, right? So, and then it can only be consumed or used in that realms, right? So the other side that we develop in, like, my research has demonstrated clearly that the driving force in the Caribbean for decriminalization is restorative justice and using cannabis as an economic stimulator to attract foreign investment. But yet, we are left with medical industries, right? And the medical industry does not support our socio-economic and cultural norms of cannabis usage in any way, shape, or form. Because we are not even looking at the nutraceutical side or plant-based derived medicine. If we understand our medical laws are set in the area of pharmacology, right? So it makes it very difficult now to make the transition of a plant-based derived medicine into the pharmacopoeia space based on how we generally practice modern medicine. Significance in our local economy, we need to look at not just the amendment to the Dangerous Drug Act, but the medical act also needs to reflect the amendment that's made to the cannabis bill, also the agricultural act, the pharmacy act. So if those things are not looked at in a holistic way to facilitate economic commerce, it's going to be very difficult to provide that level of medical efficacy in administering cannabis to your population, right? So our socio-economic norms and cultural norms, we have sacramental use, we have adult use, or what is considered to be recreational usage, right? But the medical industries that we are creating, I've always said, if somebody in a first, and we want to market it to tourists, look at it, the first dispensary in Antigua is in Heritage Key. It's not catering to the local population, it's catering to tourists in particular. But if I am a tourist and I am coming from a first world country and I use cannabis medically, I am prescribed cannabis, there is no way I am coming to the Caribbean to go to buy possibly a substandard product that does not have any quality control mechanism. I will want to come with my medicine. But if I want to partake in the use of cannabis, I want to partake in the experience of meeting a Rastafari and using cannabis, or walking on the beach and indulging in the euphoric experience
Green Castle Hill
in the tropic.
Right.
So it does not, the puzzle definitely doesn't match, you know?
Yes, my Lord. Listen, my family, you know, the good professor has definitely given us time from his very busy schedule. And I know the time is of the essence also, my Lord. You know, I had a heap of questions and like you're just answering them. I hear the head. I tell you the truth. Yeah, you have me looking for, let me get the next one, man. Because I mean, if the man gets me there. Yeah, but anyway, everything is blessed, man. It's joyful. No, really, you actually, it's just for the audience to either go over this again, or if they were taking their notes or how in tune they were. You actually covered a lot of, even what you said at the beginning, even how the plant, you know, the health aspect. Well, we didn't go that deep into that, but the economical aspect of the plant, the spiritual aspect of the plant as well. But what I would ask in sealing up, in somewhat kind of putting everything in a nutshell, in a sense, because as I said, in the interest of time, I don't want to go over the points that you made. But as far as Rastafari now, because you made an interesting point, and I would like you to touch upon that while answering this. You spoke about restorative justice. Yes. I'm not sure if you're speaking of reparation in general, because you said that to see the cannabis moving forward as really benefiting us. I'm paraphrasing. That's not exactly what you said, but I believe that's what you mean. For us seeing the benefits out of this cannabis vibration, restorative justice is a must. So I don't know if you were specifically talking about the reparation struggle, but if that is so, my brother, in a full circle now, as Rastafari specifically, not that we're leaving out anyone, but I want to see your outlook on that. As Rastafari specifically, as a people, in relation to cannabis, we all know cannabis and Rasta go hand in hand. How do you see us now moving forward, especially on the industrial and economical level?
Sure. And I want to first start by saying, like, yes, Rastafari has advocated for cannabis and has like done so much based on its relationship based on Caribbean culture, because cannabis is one of the indicator species for how the Caribbean region, take it or leave it. But I'm also of the perspective that cannabis does not belong to Rastafari. And if Rastafari has a particular right to cannabis in any jurisdiction, I believe that every national, every African, every citizen of that country should be able to access that right also.
In the same way.
Right? But what I know for a fact is, as the world becomes more liberal in terms of the exploitation of cannabis from an economic standpoint, right? The value is not necessarily going to be so much on the actual commodity itself and the flower, but on intellectual property, such as genetics, such as procedures, such as standardization, such as ways of production. And I've always advocated for the fact that, yes, we have various production standards, but if Rastafari is to develop an ITAL standard for the production of cannabis, that will be the highest standard globally, because it's even higher than organic agriculture. Like the input of animal feces and certain inputs will not be allowed in ITAL, in creating an ITAL standard, whereas it will be something not in a similar fashion, but in a way, shape, or form similar to halal meat, how the Muslims deal with halal meat. So it will have a level of sacredity in how it's produced, how it's handled, how it's sold. So by doing so, that would have a sort of different marketing connotations where geographical indicators could be applied, similar in the way that champagne is managed in France. So in order for this to be classified in a particular way, it must be of a certain genetic stock. It must be produced of a certain level of natural inputs, right? So it has this association with I&I culture that creates a different relationship, an intrinsic one, with the people who are willing to use cannabis in that way. And it has always been so based on the Caribbean region, where Rastafari has always been the forefront in terms of dispensing cannabis, right? So understanding the economic potential is not just we as Rastas want to grow herb and sell, but we need to put structures in place and infrastructure to be able to capture that value, and not just on a short term, but on a long term basis for it to be sustainable, right? So even if this method is used in a different country or a different way, it is protected in law, in registration, that the Rastafari community has to benefit in some way, shape, or form from the intellectual property. And one thing I know is the globalization of Rastafari across the globe makes it even more easier to create that sort of brand equity that Rastafari has with, cannabis. Like if you go to South Africa, the way that Rastafari culture, so Rastafari in the modern day has created the cannabis complex in a different dimension in the modern world that existed in the very ancient world in China and the Himalayas and in India, right? So what I would like to say in terms of my last words is, you have many species of plants on this earth, but you see the cannabis plant as a single species. Its intrinsic relation with human beings in particular is profound in so many ways, from the seeds providing hemp hearts to give you nutrition, to the trichomes in the flowers to provide medicine and spirituality, to the hemp to provide structural support. It is speculated and said that the pyramids were made from hempcrete, that they're able to bring those huge cubes at that height. At that time, it was pretty much dry hemp, but as over time it fossilized and interacted with the natural elements and became solid rocks. You know, that's why it's still standing today, because the cannabis plant has the strongest tree fiber in the whole plant kingdom, right? So how humans have been able to exploit cannabis over the decades. The other day, I was at an economic and ethnobotany conference, and there is this archaeologist named, what's his name, Mark, who went to China and he dug up a 2,000-year-old grave and he looked at the cannabis. They had about an ounce of cannabis, and he looked at in depth, electron microscope, and saw that that cannabis was pistillate cannabis with cannabis that was bred for possibly some psychoactive properties, right? So we have many drugs now. We hear the young youth singing about mollies and all those type of things, but think of that. Cannabis has been used or documented in human usage for over 5,000 years. Is the safest substance out there that mankind can exploit and use, you know? So we are not trying to reinvent the wheel, but we are trying to create more sustainability and you know, like I have seen what cannabis has done in terms of like healing people. Like recently I had my first full remediation of prostate cancer by administering a cannabis extract of a particular chemovore. So it had an equal ratio of CBD to THC, and we made an extraction, and this person consumed this extraction twice a day for 3 years, and we observed the cancer cell count steadily decreasing to now they are pretty much considered to be cancer-free from a medical standpoint. I've seen people with arthritis who have not been able to close their hands in years, and a sublingual drop of a particular milligram concentration, they are able to open their hands and close it within 20 minutes. You know, I've seen policemen, high-ranking policemen, who suffer from post-traumatic stress and insomnia, who have difficulty sleeping. And I've seen how cannabis has improved their well-being and improved their happiness and improved their persona. I've always said you can't go to the shop to buy happiness, but you can always buy cannabis that could put you in a state of happiness, you know? So I give thanks.
Give thanks.
All right.
My good brother. And I really appreciate love that wealth of knowledge and information there. Give thanks and inspiration as well. The good brother Dr. Marshall Emmanuel of the Faculty of Life Sciences, it is, of the University of the West Indies in Jamaica. My good brother, I give thanks for the time. And
I guess this is to be continued, you know?
Obviously, because I had more questions there. I was going to ask you, since you're going there, since you said that, I was going to ask you, what do you think of the ayahuasca brew? But save that for the next time when we go into the more spiritual aspect of the cannabis. Yes, my Lord. I'm going to guide you out and just have a sealing word with the family here. So blessed love again, my Lord. Oh, yes, wonderful. So we give thanks for the good brethren who took the time out of his very busy schedule, as you could see him there, all, you know, definitely in the lab, if you want to say. And it was a great strength. Definitely, I received wealth of knowledge and information, and of course, I know that you all would have as well. Of course, going into the whole aspect of the cannabis, you could see that the brother was like going between worlds, where it was dealing with it on a historical level. For the few moments we spent together, and since the topic wasn't specifically on the history of cannabis or the medical use of cannabis or the spiritual use of cannabis or the industrial use of cannabis, we actually touched upon all these realms, even the economy of the cannabis. But I found that, you know, just touching the historical spots in Columbus, and he spoke of, you know, the Spanish bringing cannabis to Cuba, and Britain getting samples since whatever it was in the early 1800s, and then carrying us, of course, into China, etc., etc. Of course, we give thanks for the speck of history, but of course, as he said, this is a to be continued, so we will go more into the depths of it. And then, of course, the knowledge that he brought from his whole perspective as a scientist, and agriculture in general, and horticulture, you know, talking of, you know, specifically, but directly into the cannabis itself, because he definitely gave us a good wealth of knowledge as it relates to agriculture, not just the cannabis, but just agriculture and crop harvesting and these different things, and distribution, and how it looks when it gets on your plate. So I think it was a very in-depth conversation. We had a professor with us. In fact, the past 3 conversations we had here in the Tiger's Nest is pure professors we sitting down in front of and getting, you know, I mean, a wealth of knowledge and information that, I mean, wow, this, you know, your tuition fee alone for this kind of stuff, yeah, would be a lot. But anyway, family, give thanks. I appreciate, love it. Your presence with us is just a wonderful time here. Just reminding you definitely to subscribe to the Tiger's Nest radio program. If you are not a subscriber, it's a very simple thing to do. You just definitely email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. That's priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and let us know that you would like to be a part of the subscription team, which means you will never miss another episode of the Tiger's Nest again, for we'll definitely email it to you each and every evening after the program is sealed up. You will definitely get it in your inbox, and you could listen to it at, you know, your leisure, your time. And even if you're a person that is always in the Tiger's Nest, I'm so happy for that. But it would be good that you still, you know, reserve the program and preserve the program in your library, because we bury the lies around here, in your library or in the archives for future references. Yeah, that's how we do it, man. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Glorify all good doings and sayings, my family. Very thankful for your presence once more. Kedasi Maniwalai, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Oh, blessed love. Give thanks.
gave to me within my heart is ringing. I'll stay in the garden with him, door the boy, door the poor, around me be falling. And he speaks to me the voice of war, his voice to me is calling. A Rastafari, Selassie, Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy One of creation, as Jah was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, the world without end. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Some trust in chariots and some trust in horses, but we will trust in the word of the ever-living eye. King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. My Lord, asking from the altar to the congregation to please have a seat. And taking great pleasure, continuing with the Psalm chant, 24 Psalm chant of mighty King David, Lord of hosts. King Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, Marcus, Selassie, rock the wages left for me, let me hide myself in thee. Mighty God of whom with the north and the blood from thy womb, which side which through. Be so saved, God of yours, save me from the wrath and power. Mighty I, King Emmanuel, we do give thanks for this Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress Church of True Divine Salvation. We give thanks for such a Congress of our worthy founder, our leader. We give thanks for our President, our God and King in flesh, the Most Right Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. We give thanks to that man that has even established the foundation and the tabernacle of the Lord. We give thanks to the Lord himself, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Give thanks to our God and King Adore, coronated with the mighty Empress on the 2nd of November 1930. Give thanks for all fulfillment of prophecy. Father and Mother of creation with us, King Selassie, Rastafari, glorify Marcus Messiah Gavi, terrible God of old, in the whirlwind, even in the earthquake. The man said, look for him all around, look for him, wherever, he shall return with countless of millions of Africans who have been martyred for righteousness of salvation. Give thanks, Marcus Selassie, Rastafari. So this Congress here that we are all partaking of was established, from 54B Spanish Town Road. Give thanks for such establishment in 1958 officially. On the 1st of March, such a Congress even at this time, as we speak 20 and 2, we are headquartered even now 10 miles Bulbe, fulfilling such prophecy of Marcus Garvey, 9 miles out to the city, and 1 more mile just going up the road to the headquarters. So we give thanks for, from lowland to highlands, and even at this time from highlands to highlands. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Rastafari. Give thanks for this Sabbath day as well, the day of tranquility. We give thanks for this day, which is the day of rest. Not the day of sleep, but the day of rest. A rest from the labors of the world. A rest from even certain thinking and certain doing and certain thoughts. A rest from all, money spending and money and money exchanging and all of that. And this is why you put away even certain things on this day. So we are thankful for this day, and even, more in the golden sabbatical lessons, one will get a deeper culture even on this day. King Emmanuel the 7th. Adonai God, Rastafari. But at this moment we are thankful because this is
the Emancipation Sabbath, because every celebration really, have a Sabbath, because every celebration really is seven days and 7 nights. So if it's Christ Mass, or if it's the Earth Day of the Emperor, or if it's Marcus Garvey Earth Day, or if it's Emancipation, if it's not 7, it's 14 or 21, but at least 7. So every celebration gonna have a Sabbath with it. So since Monday was Emancipation Day, and 7 days haven't gone as yet, so we're still in the emancipation spirit. So we give thanks for such a moment. The King said that we celebrate the fact that at least the shackles and chains have come off our feet and neck and arms and wherever it was, But still, we don't know emancipation is not just, letting people go as such and opening the gates. Enough people never come out the cell, When they open the gate, enough people say they're not coming out. They're in the cell up to now, because when they took off the chains, it's for different reasons. It's not that the enemy just get nice overnight and say, well, boy, I can't believe this is what we do them people here, man. Shame on you, Bob. No, them man was looking at economics and things weren't running too right. Plus they were getting some pressure certain places in the islands and certain places, the so-called slaves were revolting and fighting hard. So they had to think of something, Plus, remember this enslavement and the slave trade and all of that stuff. Remember, this is not something that just happened by chance, These fellas go and sit down around the table and plan this thing properly. You understand? They unlike we the black people, that don't think 50 years in advance and 100 years in advance and 1,000 years in advance. I mean, we used to think so, We used to think so. You see a lot of the great monuments that we have in Africa, they have some legends that go with them that they build overnight and in a week and so. That sounds nice, but in reality, some of them monuments built over generations. So you might see a big pyramid or some big monument, and it's like a great-grandfather, a grandfather, a great-great-grandfather, a great-grandfather, a grandfather, a father, a son, and his son. It may be like 7 generations that build that monument. So even the great-great-grandfather, he may not even, be around to see it. But he done there when the draft was planned, and he expected to go on for generations to generation, But through slavery and colonialism now, as black man, I think, what we can eat tonight, and then, worry about that till you wake up again. Not that you're supposed to worry about what tomorrow, But we have lost the meditation of planning as a nation to build an empire. So when the enemy coming the enemy coming with that thought, the enemy know that they're working for a destiny. They're working for a goal. Along the way, the plan might change just a little bit, but they still have a goal. You think that they plan to put any black man in the presidency in the US? That wasn't a part of the plan. That was not a part of the plan. But because they noticed, okay, tell you what, we have to make a little adjustment just to keep the black people quiet, something, and they put somebody in the seat. So these people, they know how to plan. So they know, right, when they took off the shackles and chains, they know the state of mind that we were in. They know a lot of us would not want to go back to Africa because how long they have us tie up there. If you get a little pussycat, right, and you tie the pussycat and bring it home, right, the pussycat don't try to scrap it. The pussycat don't try to bite you. Even when you give it a little milk, you're not going to want the milk, you're going to do all sorts of things. But just give the pussycat about 2 weeks. You can soon lick the milk, you're hungry, you need something to eat. And then they can come and pet the pussycat and they can start rub upon you and then they let it go and it's not going nowhere. You understand? It's the same thing they do to I and they realize that. It didn't take 2 weeks. It take a longer time. Some places it take 100 years, a year, 100.5 years. Some places go through it for about 200 years. But in general it's like 400, 500 years of slavery and mayhem and all sorts of things that the black man goes through. So at the end of that, after all of that brutality, because the brutality was well planned to it's not just brutality, When you look at some of the pictures of slavery, you see how they hang black people hanging, it's worse than hanging, they used to do the black woman. King Emmanuel teaches about this. These people would bet. They watch the black woman, you know, the black woman about 8 months pregnant. And these people will bet amongst themselves if it's a boy or a girl inside of a baby. Money, you know, you think they're waiting until it born is a They'll take the woman and tie the woman upside down on a tree. Upside down by the ankles and tie her on a tree. And get a knife and stick it in the woman's belly and open that and take out the baby and say, you see, I win the bet, it's a boy. And when they're done, they just throw the baby away, they fling it like if you're throwing rubbish away. And to make sure he dies, somebody will come and step on the baby head. You understand? That's what they do in slavery. But here this, when they do that, they make sure everybody come around and see that. They don't just do it in the dark. They make sure, say, hey, call all of them. Bring them out to the little house. We have something to show them. So when you see this now, especially if it's your mother or your sister or your daughter or whoever going through that, it put a fear inside of you. What? You know what I mean? If you rebel against the slave master, if the slave master say, I want you to serve my God, I don't want you to serve no Marcus Garvey, I want you to serve my God. And they say, no. He just grab you by your collar and call your wife and say, call your children and make your wife and your children watch them light your fire and burn you up until you burn away. Or they tie one of your leg to a horse and tie the other leg to another horse and just rip you apart. They'll do that, you know. And then it's Sabbath, you know, by just giving you the reality where it is. If you really want to understand the importance of emancipation, you have to understand what you're being emancipated from. Holy Emmanuel Selassie. So now when mommy see how they take her big strong husband and just ripping up because he don't want to be no Christian, you know what mommy gonna tell her son? She gonna say, hey, you see what happened to your daddy there? I don't want that to happen to you, eh? So anything the master tell you, you just make sure you do what he said. So now, it's not as if black people wanted to become Christians, and black people are not interested in that. But they force that on us through fear. So a next generation born, and then a next generation born, some of them may not even know the history of how their great-grandfather get tear up and how the great-grandmother gets slew. But all they know is that their mommy teach them to follow what the slave master said. You understand? So when the time comes now to take off the shackles and chains, and they open it's like a prison full of prisoners, and you open the door and say, you're free to go. 100 of them and maybe 2 of them walk out and go about their business. And even the 2 that walk out, you know, because of the way it's set, because remember, when they released the so-called slaves, they had $20 million dollars or 20 million pounds, which is money. A pound, you know, that's not like I weigh 100 pounds, but 20 million money, 20 million, millions, you know, of dollars, pounds, that the black people were supposed to get. They're supposed to call them and say, hey, who want to go back to Africa? Is it yours? What you want? All that. And everyone was supposed to get their share. The black people never get nothing. The same people that were enslaving the black people, they get all the wealth. You check it. So if you release these people in a strange land, they finally get a chance to walk around. Because remember, it's like this is St. Lucia. St. Lucia had plantations. So this area is called Mac. If a man was on Mac plantation, a man never go cross street there. You think he never see view forward. Not unless he's some kind of special slave that does be driving the buggy with master or something. But otherwise, this is where you stay. You don't come out of here. You know? So when you're free now, and you can go where you want to go, after a while, they're going to stand up and say, but I don't know what to do. They come right back to the slave master house and rap on his door. Master, what you want again? You have any work for I to do, sir? And if you notice, that's what happening today. That's why when COVID and so passed, you see black people bawling. Oh, I lose my job. Oh, the hotel lockdown. You know. And we live in an environment. Look at that. Look at all the breadfruit hanging down there. You can pick 10 breadfruit and feed yourself for the day. Not with the food, you know. You can go town and hustle that and buy and sell, you know. But you see, it took a time for black people to catch themselves. That is why Marcus Garvey now had to come and wake us up. Because from the time we get free from slavery, you know, we never catch ourselves until Marcus Garvey comes in. Listen, you just have to check the time. In 1834, That's when the black man and black woman get emancipated in the Caribbean. But hear this, you know, in America, you know when they get emancipated? 1863 in America. They get emancipated. The slaves get free in 1863. Now, if you know the history of Malcolm X, if you know the history of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, you know, them people were in 1950 and 1960. That is just right 100 years after slavery. You just have to put your mind to it, you know. So you may see Martin Luther King on a picture on TV marching with people for civil rights. You may see Malcolm X talking and doing what he's doing. That's just 100 years. So when they shoot them man there, they had old people that were little children when slavery was still going on in America. So what that is showing you, that slavery, the slavery thing is not no old time thing. It just done the other day. You understand? So we as black people that like to say, oh, slavery done, it impossible, because we still feeling the pressures of slavery. We still mentally enslaved, we spiritually enslaved, and we even economically enslaved. Say the mighty I. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie Jah, Rastafari. So we have to give thanks to Marcus Garvey, because this is Garvey month. Messiah, the month of Messiah called the month of August. This is Garvey month. You know, the 1st of August is not just Emancipation Day. The 1st of August is the day that Marcus Messiah Garvey started the conference in 1920 in Harlem of all, you know, Africans internationally. That was the conference where he produced the Black Man's Bill of Rights on the 1st of August. Do you know Idi Amin Dada say that, you know, Idi Amin Dada of Uganda is Marcus Garvey again, eh? And Idi Amin Dada ruled Uganda from 1971, I think, yeah. 1971, Idi Amin Dada ruled Uganda. And Idi Amin Dada say, hey, one day when he just took over power, he had a dream. And the dream tell him to go and drive out the Indians and drive out the so-called Jews, because what? They strangle in the economy as they do everywhere in the world. But Idi Amin see that. You know when Idi Amin say he get the dream on the 1st of August. That's what he say, watch the video. He say on the 1st of August, and he go and he kick the people them out. So the 1st of August is a powerful day. And the 1st of August linked to Marcus Garvey. And then August again is Marcus Garvey Earth Day. And then August the 13th, the same 1920, is when this flag here officially became the flag of all international black people at the same conference. And the same August the 13th is the first day in the Olmec calendar in 3113 BC. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie Jah, Rastafari. So let's give thanks and praise in the man for the black tiger in flesh. Give thanks and praise for the cherub here. Jeremiah is the mighty prophet. Messiah Garvey is his name. The great Elijah. John the divine. Marcus I, Selassie Jah. Service, even down to the 5th priest. Give thanks to the order of 7, you know, 2 more to come to fulfill this mighty order of 7 priests upon the altar of Melchizedek. We give thanks to the seven golden flaming candlesticks upon the altar. You know, the man teaches that the 7 candlesticks, when you read in Revelation, it talks about the altar of God and the 7 golden flaming candlesticks. So right about now we have 5 flaming golden candlesticks up here, but 2 more, you know, to come, you know. So even before a golden candlesticks come up here, you have to make sure it's flame on, you know. You know what I mean? You can come on the altar as a golden candlestick and the flame out, you know what I mean? The man have to keep the flame lit. King Emmanuel I, Selassie Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks for the royal guard even at this hour, standing ever faithfully there at the east gate, rising the very banner we just talked about, the red, black, and green. And give thanks for the red, gold, and green still to come. you know, representing the four corners of the earth, the four winds of the earth. You know what I mean? The four winds universal. It's pure mathematics going on here, you know. It's pure mathematics, you know. It's pure mathematics, Rastafari. It may look simple, but the man set up, even his temple, the man set up in a perfect way. You know, across the world we put up different tabernacles, you know. And of course it's all praises to Jah. But if a man was to put up the tabernacle exactly how the Father set it, with the exact amount of windows, I myself, I'm not an architect, to be honest, I don't even know the exact dimensions of the Father thing. But I know whatever it is, with the right amount of windows, with the door exactly where it's supposed to be. Because remember, this thing is facing perfectly east. Now there are many temples in the world that built like that, perfectly facing east. And at certain time of the year, you know what I mean, the equinox and the solstice, depending on where the sun rises, you will see how the sun comes through certain windows. The sun might come to the window and just touch the box here with the thing here where you put the book on, you know. I witnessed one or two things like that, and it's because of the way that King Emmanuel set up the structure. So you have this gate perfectly to the north, so, you know, now this is south, right? You have this perfectly to the south, okay, you have this perfectly to the north, perfectly to the south, and this one built perfectly to the west. So on a day like the 21st of March and the 21st of September, you know, when the sun rises, it's supposed to perfectly come through like beams of light just coming through straight to the windows and the doors in a perfect alignment. And that's the way the man set it up, just like any ancient temple you see around the world. So you don't build sideways and halfway, you build perfect width, perfect length, altar perfect height, and everything in between, bandstand, everything perfect. If we follow this example, you'd be surprised how much the building aligned with the heavens. King Emmanuel the Seventh. Adonai God, Rastafari. So give thanks again the four guards, protect the four gates, you know, and the guard make sure that nothing creepy or funny pass into the tabernacle. So royal guard, they don't be afraid to say anything in their pockets. I mean, you may just forget, you know, especially if it's a visitor, I guess. You don't feel no way, you have to clean that out, give thanks, and Holy Emmanuel Haile Selassie, Rastafari. Give thanks to Daniel, #1 band, in the midst of us, playing ever so skillfully on their harps. Give thanks for Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, you know, put in the fire and never get scorched. You know what I mean? Not even a ear, not even one of them little ear on their hand. You know what I mean? You know, sometimes you have a lighter and you kind of touch, you smell the hair burning or whatever. Man, they'll be smoking split sometimes. You show into the little thing, you smell it burn up your moustache. You know what I mean? But then man walking through the fire and not even a smell, nothing, not even the, you know. And a man might look at that and say, oh, them Bible thing meaning that, you know. But it's understanding what he's showing, you know. And I passed through enough fire, real life fire, maybe not fire in a house, but I passed through fire. What the fire is symbolic of is you know, going through the wicked world. And many firemen pass through, never get burned. Emmanuel Haile Selassie, Rastafari. Give thanks to the congregation that is here. Give thanks to the congregation that is still to come. You know, give thanks, of course, even for the Freedom Liberation League of the Woman, still to come with us still. Give thanks to Donald the man, show that the woman is like the moon, you know. You know, sometimes you see her in her glory and, you know, I mean, they sit down and watch her and meditate. And sometimes you have to wonder, well, as you see the moon, you know, because she's just keeping herself quiet in her humbleness, because she has her own different cycle than the sun, you know. You see the sun every day, unless some cloud covering it, and it's still there beaming through. But the womb, which represents the woman, the moon, which is the womb, which represents the woman, have its own different cycle. King Emmanuel the Seventh. Adonai God, Rastafari. Give thanks, you know, for your patience, listening, and attention. Time fast spent. And of course, it's a morning of sabbatical joy and happiness. And I give thanks, my Lord and Majesty. I ask the royal altar through the royal congregation to rise. And I will take great pleasure in continuing with the 24th Psalm chant of Mighty King David. Asking any royal angel who know the ear of this almighty chant, upon any priest upon the altar. I know the ear of this chant, free to rise. Those of them who do not know will patiently listen and eventually join in, one to clapping and singing melodiously in order of the Black Christ, my Lord and Majesty. 24th Psalm, a Psalm of David, first verse from 6. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. As well therein. The world
Blessed love to each and everyone. Give thanks for all that are here. Glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie first. I would just ask before we go into the presentation here tonight that one's assist in just making sure that the mics are muted and even the cameras be off until we complete this session here this evening. Very thankful for all who are here thus far. And again, we glorify the life giver and the keeper of life. We give thanks to the Almighty that dwells in all living things and fulfill in this time, modern time, right now time, amongst us in flesh in the person of Emperor Haile Selassie I. As we as Rastafari say, with no apology. Oh yes, give thanks, family. And blessed love to all those again who are here. And this evening, I am definitely asking for everyone to have an open mind with your brother here as we are going into a subject area that I know for sure I am going to delight in. Again, I'm just going to beg everyone to humble with I tonight with the mics and the camera until we are done with this presentation, as this is one of those occasions in the temple where we really go into a lecture presentation. So, you know, I got to take time, some time to come and do that. In fact, next Sunday, I definitely intend to have a wonderful guest with us. As I mentioned before, hopefully in the personage of our good brother, Ras Adonis. And he would like to continue the reasoning on the subject area of the Bible. So we intend to make sure that is an interesting discussion, a needed discussion, as I think we all would have seen. But I say tonight, let us take a slightly different angle. And again, we are, you know, looking at this from a very scholarly level. And I'm very thankful for those who are here, because those who are here are those who are to be here. And for sure, it will be like we are speaking amongst those who value what is to be said. So from Kente Amente to Marcus Garvey, and even though we would have done a few programs leading up to this time, still I'm going to address a few aspects of it, the discussion, as if, you know, it's just like totally new to some of us. Now again, I think by now most of the audience would know that we make a mystic connection with Marcus Messiah Garvey and the
ancient Kemetic character known as Anubis, also called Anpu. Now, the status of Anubis or Anpu, of course, the debate will always go on. It will range from, I don't believe in nobody with no dog head, to someone saying, no, Anubis never existed. Anubis was a principle. To a next person say, no, Anubis was a king, but they just portrayed him that way. Well, you see, what we're getting into this evening, any one of those points there would not stop the meditation from going through, because we're looking now at the scientific revelation of at least what we intend to put on the table this evening. I really hope that you are with me. So let us give thanks to Marcus Mosiah Garvey and I as Bobo Shanti. We have a special vibration, a special place where we place Marcus Mosiah Garvey himself as the God prophet, as the individual that came before the coming of the Lord. Well, I think in general, Rastafari do see Marcus Garvey as that forerunner, the individual that come and cut and clear, make straight the way of the Lord in many different ways. We'll get into some of that this evening. All right. I want to begin here. What you're looking at here is a glyph of the Kemetic deity known as Seth. And Seth has been, what would I say, characterized as the devil or Satan in many different cases. Because you would have heard of Seth wrestling with Osiris and putting Osiris into the coffin and getting him chopped up in several pieces. That is Seth. And then you would have heard of Seth wrestling with, hear this, his nephew, Horus, for some years until Horus conquers Seth and gains the victory for his daddy, Osiris. You usually get the story like that. So Seth now would be characterized as Satan or the devil or some evil vibes because of that story. Now, for those who take their time to do a more serious in-depth study, you would notice that Seth does not always appear to be this satanic character. In fact, in many cases, Seth would have gone before to protect the coming forth of Ra. Seth clearly, like a forerunner, would cut and clear to make sure Ra can pass through. But before we go to all of that, now I'm going to read a few things here. This one is coming from Ancient Egypt Online. And it is speaking about, you guessed it, Seth. And it says here, Seth, Siket, Sut, Suket, was one of the most ancient of the Egyptian gods and the focus of worship since the pre-dynastic period. Now, this is very important, family. We are going to be concentrating on this pre-dynastic period vibration tonight. Pre-dynastic means before the dynastic period of Kemet. So in other words, in ancient Kemet, you have the dynastic period that began about 3100 BC, before the Common Era, BCE. So that's like about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. So anything before that, you have the pre-dynastic period. Because you have Dynasty 1, Dynasty 2, the 3rd dynasty, the famous 18th dynasty, the 4th dynasty, I think those were the pyramid builders dynasty. So these are the dynastic periods of ancient Kemet. But there's a period before that history hardly speaks about, because it can hardly find enough information to really bring to you. And the little that they find, they try to hide it from us. It's the pre-dynastic period of Kemet. So ancient North Africa, ancient Kemet was definitely still in a glorious age before the dynastic period. Remember, Nama was the one that united Upper and Lower Kemet. So that means there was something to unite before he came and united them. So history did not begin for ancient Kemet or ancient Northeast Africa when Nama or Menes came and united the two lands. And keep in mind, that southern Kemet was very closely knit to ancient Nubia going into Kush. So we have to keep in mind the Ethiopian presence in all of this. So speaking of Seth now, it clearly shows you here that this character, Seth, is a very old character. Yeah, Seth is older than some of the prime gods that we like to talk about. We're going to show you all of that. As part of the Enad of Heliopolis, he was the son of Newton-Geb and the brother of Osiris or Asar, Heru the elder, Isis, and Nephthys. Okay, good. Now it says here, if you notice, that Heru the elder, which is different than Heru the younger, or Horus the elder. Follow us good. Seth was a storm god associated with strange and frightening events, such as eclipse, thunderstorms, and earthquakes. He also presented or represented the desert and by extension the foreign lands beyond the desert. His glyph appears in the Egyptian word for turmoil, confusion, illness, storm, and rage. Seth was considered to be very strong and dangerous and strange. However, he was not always considered to be an evil being. Is that so? However, he was not always considered to be an evil being. Seth was a friend of the dead, helping them to ascend to heaven on his ladder. So Seth helping people to go to heaven. Wow. The devil? All right. And he protected the life-giving oasis of the desert, and was at times a powerful ally to the pharaoh, which is the Nesut Bete, and even to the sun god Ra. So we're seeing here that Seth, again, because you have to keep in mind, even when we get conscious and we're checking the Egyptian hieroglyphs, sometimes we still approach it as if it's Christianity we're dealing with it. So it's God and the devil fighting here, etc., etc. Wherein even the God and the devil fighting, cosmics collide. And out of confusion and chaos, you can have stability too. And again, a lot of the Seth within you and the Heru within you, because we have Seth within us and Heru within us. All right, let's follow it good. So it is showing you here that this Seth character that some of us see as Satan, and say his name is Satan. Yeah, this Seth character has not always been seen, as the writer is saying here, as an evil being. For he would assist ones to go up on the ladder to get to heaven, helping them to ascend. He's the God of the desert, yes, but what is he doing in the desert? He's protecting the life-giving oasis. So when you come into the desert, you can get a sip. He has always been seen as a powerful ally to the pharaoh and even to Ra. So as you can see now, in the hours of the night, in the book of Gates, when you see Ra coming through on his back. And then the evening now, in the hours of the night, you have what you call the snake again? A pep?
Yeah.
Yeah, a pep coming through here. This is Satan here. Look, the devil here. And who you see protecting Ra, the same Heru, you know, that he and him were supposed to be fighting over. But you see Seth protecting the Ra on his back as they're going through the hours of the night. You understand it? This is high vibration. Eh? And then you can see the Kente Amente jackal dogs. The Kente Amente jackal dogs, as they would call them, the dog and the dogons, the dog on, leading, even as you can see, even latched on to the back of Ra. So this is why now what we just read here clearly showing you that the Set character has also been seen as a powerful ally to the Kemetic Nesut Bete, to the king, and as well as a powerful ally to Ra himself, the sun god. The earliest representation of Set can be found on a carved ivory comb from the Amratian period, Nakwada first, 4500 BC to 35 BC, Orthodox dates, pardon me. And he also appears on the famous scorpion mace head. His worship seems to have originated in one of the most ancient settlements in the town of Nubit, Komombo, the upper southern Egypt, which I said earlier is bringing us into ancient Nubia, bringing us specifically into what you call ancient Kush at the time. So according to what is said there, you find ancient evidence of him in Nakwada. And you can look at the map here, you see where it's located, even in ancient Kemet. But the vibration is that they have fragments of glyphs and wall writings where Set has been seen coming deeper in the south, deeper in the kingdom of Niam and Taraseti. In Taraseti specifically, you have evidence of the god Set. And that is real pre-dynastic period, way before the dynastic period. But let me just read something here. It says here, Ubit, near modern Kuth, lies close to the entrance, pardon me, to the Wadi Hamamat, the doorway to the eastern desert and its gold deposits. And the city took its name from the word for gold, which is to say Nubit or NBT. That's why some people tell it Nubia means gold, which also means ruler or lord. Nubia, the land of gold. I'm sure you've heard of that. As a result, Set was sometimes called he of Gold Town. Nubit was the most important of the ancient settlements and was located close to the site of Nakwada, which I just showed you a moment ago, the Nakwada settlement from which the early culture takes its name. Pre-dynastic worship of Set was also evident in the 19th nomes of Upper Egypt. All right, now let me say something here about the 19th dynasty now. Okay, let's read this. At this point in history, Set was clearly associated with Upper Egypt and was a popular and esteemed god. However, by the second intermediate period, he was associated with the Hyksos, who probably saw a similarity between Set and Baal. Follow this good, eh? And so he became seen as a force of evil. He was then rehabilitated by the 19th dynastic pharaohs notably Seti the first. That's where his name comes from, whose name means man of Set, only to be recast as an evil deity by the Greek, Romans, and Christian theologians. So you see who take it up now and cast Set back as the devil again. Although, yes, Set may have been in a wrestle with Heru, but what does that really mean? Do we want to take that ancient theology, which may be teaching us how to balance life, and turn it into some drama story about God and the devil fighting? This is very serious, you know, because at the same time, as we were speaking of the same beast within man, when it comes to its fullness, that is where you find the devil in flesh, because the devil does come in flesh. But will you make the devil in flesh overtake you? But anyway, what I was really highlighting is that the ancient God known as Set was seen there way before what is known as the dynastic period. Now, also let me highlight this as well. The ancient god known as Heru. Now, many ones would argue that Heru is actually Ra, which I personally am of the opinion that the falcon head gods all are the same, but under a different expression, that's all. If you study Islam, they have 99 attributes of Allah. So you have 99 names that Allah has, 99 attributes, but it's only one Allah. It's the very same thing here. So in other words, you're not looking at many gods, you're just looking at different expression of the one God. Even the concept of the Father and the Son and all that is the one God, you know, different expression. So it's the same thing here. Remember that the archaeologists just began to discover this. This is not a well taken care of hand-me-down. Yes, it has been hand-me-down and we can see it still there, fresh that we can read it. But we had to rediscover this stuff. People were digging a lot of this out of the sand. And then they obviously went and put them in their museum for quote-unquote safekeeping. Okay? Some of us, we just learn in this language here. Many of the knowledge that we have of this, we read it from the same thieves and archaeologists that went and documented it for us. Give thanks for all scholars that had to come and do their own research and take people back to Egypt and back to Kemet and study the hieroglyphs for themselves. Even those that are doing archaeological work as we speak on the ground right now. So you have to understand and be able to chronicle our experience when it comes to this knowledge here. So in a sense, a lot of us, we are still learning and unraveling. So it's easy for us who just start to learn to read this, to confuse Ra and Heru and say Ra is Heru or Ra is not Heru. But as I'm saying, family, when you really look on it on the real scientific level and not on the sheer literal level, you will understand the difference and see where the concept of Heru is Ra. This is Heru in the form of Ra. Remember, you have different Ra's here. Yeah, Kepara is a Ra. That's the dung beetle with the sun. Hathor has the sun between her horns. So if the sun represents Ra, that means anywhere the sun is Ra. When the sun is on the ram becomes Amun Ra. Without the sun on the head of the ram, it's just Amun. But the sun also goes on Canoe as well. So you have to understand the sun just go on Sekhmet as well. So and the sun don't go everywhere. I never see the sun on Osiris's head. This is a deep science. So wherever you see the sun, you have Ra. So this is the sun on Horus or Heru. It is Ra. That is why the falcon head god Ra is the same Heru with the sun. That's really what it is. Now, so when you look at this now, this is Ra. You must be able to distinguish too. I mean, as I said, it's the same Heru, but it's Ra.
because the sun, you see the sun on his head here. This is Heru here, fulfilling this task. And then now, this is Sokar. So wow, this is Sokar, and Sokar here as well. And these are different falcon head gods. I'm showing you all of this for a reason, not just teach. It's a good lesson as well, but it's fitting into the subject tonight. Good. All right, fair enough. What you're looking at here is a combination of three deities. You're looking at Ptah, Sokar, and Asar. So that's Osiris, Sokar, and Ptah combined into one God. See them here? The three of them combined into one God. So the concept of a trinity, because I always hear one saying, oh, in Egypt, the trinity is a mother, father, and son. I agree with that. I could never agree with that. In the heavens, the trinity is a mother, father, and a son too. And that's the oldest book. But 180 degree from the mother, father, and son in the heavens, 180 degrees precisely, there's the trinity of the three male beings, the prophet, priest, and king. Just like Israel ever have a king, Israel ever have a priest, Israel ever have a prophet. I not running from that. And if it's ancient Kemet we're talking about, well, look at here. The 3-in-1 is seen as three male beings in one character to make the Ptah, Sokar, Asar. That's the name specifically of the deity. Very good. All right. So you get an understanding here again that when you look on the glyphs, you can't just look at everything with a falcon head and say, oh, that's Horus there. No, you see Sokar is usually seen mummified, but not all the time. And sometimes you see Sokar without anything on top of its head. So you, outside of reading the name, you must be able to figure out and identify the character. But you see, the name is just a different expression of the same being, because the same Horus is called Raharakate. Raharakate is still different than the Ra. You know, and you got Horus the blind, Horus the one eye, Horus the elder, Horus the young one. You have different Horus of Edfu. You have different levels of the Heru. But because they have the name Horus, one will say, oh yeah, this is Horus. But then Sokar is the next type of Horus, but just that the Hor is not seen in the name, but we just think it's somebody else. Follow me good, man, Rastafari. All right, good. Very good. I hope you're with me. Now you see, because you see the Horus character. Horus older than Osiris, eh? Oh, how Horus can be older than Osiris, and Horus is the son of Osiris. Yeah, Horus is older than Osiris. In fact, there's something I'm looking for here. I didn't put it in the slide, but I'm going to get to it right now. Let me show this to you. All right, just pardon me here. Now look at this. If you look at this, right? Now, this is a Tumra. And follow me good, eh? According to the story, Atumra and Mut, I don't know why they don't put Mut here, but anyway, Atumra and Mut brought forth Shu and Tefnut. Follow this good. So Shu and Tefnut, the air and moisture, had two children, which is Geb and Nut, the earth and the sky. Geb and Nut. All right, that's the story that we know. Fair enough. And then Geb and Nut had Nephthys, Osiris or Asar, Isis or Aset, and Seth. All right. And then Osiris now had Anubis with Nephthys and had Horus with Isis. Good. Now, Seth and Horus, both of these gods, as I just showed you, and that's why I showed you what I showed. Seth and Horus, both of these gods, are older than this story. Follow me good, eh? Seth is older than this story here. The same story that said Seth
is the son of Nut and Geb. It doesn't mean that may not be so, but because you have to understand what Nut and Geb represent. They actually represent the elements of creation, the earth and the heavens and everything that bring forth life. So it doesn't put a damper on Seth. In fact, it makes Seth look like one of the first created beings, because Nut and Geb are really, again, the earth and the sky. Of course, you know, life come out of the earth, etc., etc. And then Shu and Tefnut, really the air and the moisture specifically, which represent, you know, the elements that create all things coming out of the black hole. Good. But I'm just trying to show you now that we may look at this very literal. And then now Seth becomes Osiris' brother, and Horus becomes Seth's nephew, and all of that kind of funny jazz there. And that is what plays with the mind, because I'm showing you Heru and Seth, and to a certain degree, Anubis is older than everything going on here, even Osiris. Even Osiris. Osiris may be seen as the chief god, yes, which that doesn't mean he is not. But remember, the Osiris is the father of both Anubis and Heru. But Anubis and Heru can be considered older than Osiris. Eh? All right, good. I'm so happy that you're here. I hope you're understanding everything that I'm saying here. All right. Now, just keep it close, family. Let's get to what we're talking about tonight. So, Kente Amente. I say Kente Amente, pronounced different ways. So it has it here, Kente Amente, or Kente Amentue. But anyway, Kente Amente was an Egyptian god of the necropolis of Abydos. It is taught that his temple at Abydos, founded in the late pre-dynastic period, was the first to be built there. The sun Set died in the west and rose reborn in the east, so the name, which means for or most of the Westerners, refers to the dead. All right, it goes on here to say, not a geographical location. He was depicted as a man swathed in bandages, like the mummiform Osiris wearing the crown of Upper or Southern Egypt. All right, let us go through this one here quickly as well. This says, Kente Amente, and many other spelling, is the divine name or title form of the ancient Egyptian mythology. It means foremost of the Westerners, chief of the Westerners, where the Westerners referred to the dead. Kente Mente was the name of a jackal-headed deity at Abydos in Upper Egypt, who stood guard over the city of the dead. This god attested early at Abydos, perhaps even earlier than the unification of Egypt at the start of the Old Kingdom period. Not perhaps, it is. The Abydos area is also associated with Asar or Osiris and with Wept Wawet. Hear that? With Wept Wawet, who was a wolf or jackal-headed god of nearby Swawat, Asut, and Lycopolis, which means city of the wolf. Yeah. As early as the Old Kingdom, Kente Amente is associated with Asar or Osiris. I want to go deep into that. At times, Kente Amente was associated with Yinipu or Anubis, who is also jackal-headed and is associated with Wepwawet in various ways. All right, good. Let's continue here. Don't lose me, family. Kente Amente and many other spirits in the ancient Egyptian, also bam, bam, bam. Good. Now,
I think we would have read some of this. Kente Mente was depicted as a jackal-headed deity at Abydos in Upper Egypt, who stood guard over the city of the dead. Kente Mente is attested early at Abydos, perhaps even earlier than the unification at the start of the dynastic period. But this one gives the date of the dynastic period, 3100 BC to 2686 BC. The name appears on the necropolis cylinder seal of the first dynasty of Den. All right. And you see it here. Den, also known as Horden. Again, that is ancient Kemetic Horus kings as well. And Kwa, naming each of their predecessors with the title Horus Kente Amente. Listen to this. Starting with Horus Kente Amente Nama. Hold on there. I wonder if you pick up what that means. So it is saying now that from the time of the first dynastic period, so the first dynastic king would be Nama, also known as Menes. And the name given to Nama or Menes would have been Horus or Heru, Kente Amente, Nama. I want you to follow that good family. So the king of Egypt would have been given the name of Heru first, and then the name of Kente Amente, and then he as the king, his name would be the last name. Heru, Kente Amente, Nama. So let's say Dizoja. So it's Heru, Kente Amente, Dizoja. Khufu, Heru, Kente Amente, Khufu. Pepe II. Heru, Kente Amente, Pepe II. Three people name. Heru, Kente Amente, and then the king's name. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. But anyway, so what you have here now, so you clearly see. Now watch this. The roles of Kente Amente, Osiris and Anubis underwent considerable changes in the late Old Kingdom. And they have the time frame here for the late Old Kingdom, again, from 2686 to 2181 BCE. Originally, only Anubis or Anpu name appeared in the offering formula that was believed to allow the dead to partake of the offerings they were given to sustain them in the afterlife. Now, in the 5th dynasty, check your dates, from 2494 to 2345 BCE, many gods started to appear in the formula. So prior to the many gods appearing in the formula, in the 5th dynastic period, prior to that, it is Anubis alone's name who would appear in the formula. Hear this? Many gods started to appear in the formula, including Asa or Osiris, whose name does not appear in any text before the start of this same 5th dynasty. And Kente Amente names would be seen. So Kente Mente and Osiris name would be seen. But this is when Osiris name is start to come out. Let me show you. In the course of the late Old Kingdom, the Kente Mente title becomes more clearly connected with Asa, also referred to as Osiris. The jackal hieroglyph that appears in Kente Amente's name in the early dynastic period is traditionally seen as a determinative, pardon me, to indicate the God's form. But Terence Duquesne argued, what's he argued about? That the jackal glyph represented the name of Anubis, and that Kente Amente was originally an epithet or manifestation of Anubis. In this case, if this is the case, Kente Amente would have only begun to be treated as an independent deity in the 5th dynasty, around the same time that Osiris's name first appears. All right, family, let us get this good. I don't want you to lose this. Most inscriptions from that time shows Asa or Osiris and Kente Amente shows that they were already closely connected. Harold M. Hayes asserted that the pyramid text, whose earliest known copy only dates to the end of the 5th dynasty, apply the title Kente Amente to Anubis and not to Asa or Osiris, and that the pyramid texts reflect the beliefs of an earlier era when Kente Amente was not fully independent of Anubis. Wow. Follow it good, eh, family? I'm not going through all of this to confuse you in any form or any fashion. Eh? But what you're clearly getting here now is make sure the family fully understand where we are. You see, family, this study is, the mind has to be somewhat furnished for the discussion. Pardon me, give thanks and praise. Let me tell you what I mean. You see, I mean, I'm calling a lot of dates, Old Kingdom, First Dynastic Kingdom period and all of that. What is that? Somebody please mute your microphone for me, please. Please mute your microphone. Are they giving me work to do, eh? Please mute your microphone.
Blessed love, you can also mute when you're in. You
I know, but that's work they're giving me to do. That's what I say. They give me work to do, so I'm going to do it now. But I will. Yeah, I see. All right, Tony Top, muting your microphone. Thank you very much. Yeah. So again, I beg you, please keep your mics mute, camera off. I don't want to nearly be distracted here even for a moment. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah. So as I was saying. What was I saying, man? Nobody answers. All right, I'll pick up myself. Anyway, let me just start to talk. I'll get there sooner or later. So we were reading there with an understanding that you could see now, or what I was saying is that is why it's good to kind of furnish the mind with the different levels of history understanding, dynastic period. So you say the 5th dynasty, the 6th, at least you have an idea, okay, who was ruling at the time, when that was. You could feel it within your bones. Because as you notice, I'm harping on the pre-dynastic era here. Before the history that we talk about, this glowing history we talk about, we're talking about before that glowing history that many don't even know about, but yet still you have evidence where you pick up maybe not Anubis, but characters that are
by, according to some scholars, is, just Anubis by another name. They think. They think. That is why we were highlighting the Hor kings or the Heru figure, pre-dynastic. That is why I started with Seth. Not just pre-dynastic, but the characteristic of Seth that we tend to put him in the box of the devil, when you can clearly see that not only was he a forerunner of God, a protector of the way of God, but even in the great 18th and 19th specifically dynastic period, the Rameses, and the Setis would have brought back dignity to Suket, also known as Seth. So this is where we are. Eh? All right. So we brought now Kente and Mente into the picture. This is the same Kente and Mente. Similar to what you were seeing up here. Same Kente and Mente, according to what the glyph says. That is leading the boat of Ra, forerunner again, in front. So what are we looking at here? Anubis, sure, Anubis. Eh? What are we looking at here? Horus. No, Ra, Heru, Sokal. Important. That is why I highlighted that. So we learn to be a little more literate here now. You have to pass the stage of A, B, C. This is where I'm taking it here. So of course, many of the glyphs and papyrus and books that we would get this information from, you would already see it written exactly who you are looking at. So this clearly highlights that we're in the realms of Kente and Mente here, leading the boat of Ra. All right. Now the watcher of the dead. See him here, Kente and Mente. Not considered to be Anubis, but Kente and Mente, the watcher of the dead and the provider and protector of them into the afterworld. All right, good. Just bear with I in the family. I really pray that the island bear with I. Now let's bring in Web-Wawet. Web-Wawet was an ancient wolf god whose worship originated in Upper Egypt, back to the south again. He was one of the earliest gods to be worshipped at Abydos, possibly predating and absorbing Kente and Mente. Another god of the Abydos necropolis by the Old Kingdom, Web-Wawet, was popular throughout Kemet or Egypt. But as Osiris grew in popularity, keep in mind, Osiris was only mentioned for the first time according to what Egyptologists have discovered in the 5th dynastic period. That is why I was showing you earlier that even Osiris's children are considered older than him as far as the knowledge, maybe not the storyline, but even the storyline to some degree. But how we know Osiris introduced to us. If he comes in with a story that is older than him to it. Osiris being the son of Nut and Geb really is older than even Nut and Geb, because remember the Trinity. Ptah, Sokar, and Asar. Ptah, Sokar, and Asar. So it's a deep, deep science. But as far as
our archaeological discoveries now. We're talking about archaeological discoveries. Osiris is not seen before Heru, before Set, and even he is not seen before Kente, which really looks just like Anubis. Doesn't appear to have difference. All right, and here comes another Anubis look-alike. Wep standard was associated with Upper Egypt and was given the honor of going before the king during many ritual processions. So Wep would go before the king. You don't notice Wep goes before the king. Kente goes before the boat of Ra. They're all forerunners going before the king. I showed you already, when the kings from the time Kemet began, the kings would take the name of Heru, Kente Amente, and plus the king. Remember, before the dynastic period, they were just Hor kings. So you have Hordan, but after the dynastic period went into full swing, Hor, Kente Amente, and the name of the king. Oh, family, this is so important. It's a trinity you're looking at there. Let's just be clear. It's a trinity. Not just a trinity. Now, remember, Horus is Emmanuel, whether a person agree or disagree. And then Kente Amente is directly linked to Marcus Garvey, whether a person agree or disagree. And then the king on the throne. The seated king on the throne. Because Hor or Heru is the priest. That's without a doubt. Kente Amente already showing himself here as the forerunner, as the one that goes before. And as Wep, they can call him wolf all they want. It's the same jackal deity. We'll prove that right now. All right, just tiger with me, family. Be with the tiger. Tiger with me. Now, Wep the opener of the ways. Follow this good. Wep was an Egyptian jackal god whose name means the opener of the ways. As such, he helped the deceased through the frequently dangerous parts of the afterlife, clearing the way to the final judgment of the dead. Although frequently paired, hear this, Wep, this is the wolf one they call it. Although frequently paired with Anubis in connection with protecting the dead, Wep also had his own independent identity. Very important, had his own independent identity, as well as important cult centers at Asyut, also known in Greek as Lycopolis, Wolf Town. See? Same Wolf Town. And Anubis and Abydos, pardon. Inscriptions from Lycopolis attest to his status as beloved local god, On his own, Wep often appears as a standing jackal or standing jackalhead god when he and Anubis are paired in funerary art. The two gods are typically shown as identical seated jackals facing each other. Kente Amente here. All right. Before I go, this is the Stela of Dan, and this comes from Kwa, all mentioning the great Kente Amente. This one is Wawet. This is Wawet as well. This specific figure is not Anubis, and it's not Kente Amente, it's Wawet. All right. This here, as we would know, is Anubis. Fair enough. Now, usually when you see them facing each other here, it is Wawet
and the great Anpu, which is Anubis. You see them here again. Wep-Wawet and Anubis taking care of the deity to be resurrected. So Wep-Wawet and Anubis always appearing very similar, very similar to each other, are seen working together as a pair. They already showed you that Wep-Wawet would have infused himself also into Kente Amente. All of these are seen as different figures, Follow this in the family. And all three of them seem to infuse themselves somehow into Asar, into Osiris. Very, very important. Watch them here again, the man. God one is known as the opener of the way, and one is known as the foremost of the Westerners. I'm talking about Wawet, the opener of the way, and Kente Amente, the foremost of the Westerners. Do you know, the first time I read about Anubis, I never forget, Anubis, the book I was reading, I'm not sure if it's one of Naim Akbar's book, but the book I was reading clearly said that Anubis is the first god of the North Pole. I said, what? Anubis is the first god of the North Pole. You understand? So Anubis, the jackal character in our mythos, is considered as the first god, again, of the North Pole. And I've come to learn that the Northern Celestial era is known as the House of Anpu. In fact, our great esteemed scholar, Dr. Charles Finch, would show you that the age of Kephas is coming to replace the age of the jackal. The Big Dipper is considered the jackal, and it is moving out of the northern celestial aspect of the heavens, and now the constellation of Kephas is coming in. So this is an ancient science, the ancient jackal of the North Pole. So Anubis, although Anubis now is not necessarily considered to be older than its predecessors, which are Kente, Amente, and Wep-Wawet, but yet still Anubis or Anpu is considered the first god of the North Pole. So now then you have to look at this again in the sense that, okay, is Kente Amente just another name for Anubis, or Wep-Wawet another form of Anubis? Because the story says that they both infused into Anubis. But you can clearly see the two of them here together, looking at each other from across the hallway, guarding the door of the deceased. They're working together as a team, so you can see, at least with the understanding of the story, that they're different beings. Even when Kente Amente is leading the boat of Ra, look how much jackal you see here, 4 of them. Keep this number in mind, family. Please don't fall asleep now. This is getting hotter. 4 of them leading the bark of Ra, while the great Sek here, Sutek, killing a pet. Or not a pet, a pep. Must be a soda there, man, a pep. Yeah, trying to come out of the river and get a late night snack. No falcon stew for you. All right, good. So this is the jackal god Anubis, we are supposed to believe. And this is why I highlight this. This, of course, is the judgment hall. 1 Anubis and 2 Anubis. Now, what you've learned from us thus far tonight, maybe you never really took note of it, but there are many, many, many sightings of more than one jackal-headed figure. So those of us who may not be paying attention, we would simply look on this, the judgment hall, and we all know this. We all know this picture here. And we would say, this is Anubis here, bringing the man in, and then Anubis down here, weighing his heart. Now that may be true. It may be the same Anubis, 2 different scenes. Or one may be Anubis, and one may be Kente Amente, what you say. Because they look the same. They're known for this. And Wep-Wawet and Kente Amente, or Wep-Wawet and Anubis, guarding the way of the dead. So the reality of it, that it could be more than one of the jackal-headed
figures represented here is not impossible at all. But again, as I said at the beginning of this discussion, we are, in a sense, just learning a lot of what we are getting here as it relates to the understanding of the ancient hieroglyphs. All right, now before we step to the next level now, let me just read this here, because this is just part one, eh? Just hold on, just be comfortable. It says here now, the jackal gods of Abydos. The University of Michigan's Abydos Middle Century Project, led by Kelsey Museum curator Janet Richards, and involving Kelsey Museum staff and Michigan students and alumni, reveals Egyptian jackal gods at an important period of transition. Looking at each other here again, but this time it's Kente Mente and Anpu. And it says here, the Old Kingdom, circa, again, 2686 to 2181 BC, the first intermediate period, 2181 to 2025 BC, remains excavated and recorded by the Michigan team, provide a window onto the changing roles of Egyptian funerary deities, including the jackal gods, Anubis and Kente Amente, set against the backdrop of one of the most important funerary landscapes in ancient Egypt. The Michigan team excavation of Old Kingdom tomb chambers show the disappearance of Kente Amente in favor of Osiris. You hear that now? Kente Amente disappear in favor of Osiris. Just like the jackal in the heavens disappear in favor of the coming Kephos, because Kephos represents Haile Selassie. Kephos represents Haile Selassie, just to kind of go jump a few steps forward, and one cannot deny in the glory of Marcus Garvey, as we say, he was a burning light, and he was willing to shine that light for a season. Marcus Garvey, the honorable prophet, just like the jackal constellation, just like Kente Mente, they all, as this says, made way as such for the upcoming character. That's their duty. I'm trying to show the family this science within all what I'm talking about today. So whether it's wet, whether it's Kente Mente, you always see the story saying they either fuse into Osiris or they fused into Anubis, and they made way for Osiris. And even if they made way for Anubis in the presence of Osiris, because Anubis is considered to be one of Osiris's children, but Kente Mente is not Osiris' child, or Wet is not Osiris' child, but Wet and Kente Mente are seen fusing into Anubis, which is Osiris's child. Say right? Yeah. So right, Teneftis. So you see, so you got to be able to look at this very symbolic. You can't turn it into a soap opera. And then and he had a child with his sister. And no, man, no. Come on, let's not lose it here. You understand? This is such a beautiful expression of poetry. All of what we're seeing here. See, it's like a puzzle we're working out. Say we're putting the pieces together and say, wow, okay, this is that, bam, 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 bam. Yeah, so we are looking at here when the Kente Amente, in a sense, was passing the power over to the Anpu. But yet still, Kente Amente, as it says, it shows the disappearance.
Yes, pardon. Yes. Yes, as I was saying there, so the Kente Mente also even showing you, let me just do this here, yes. Infusing into the Osiris character as well. Okay, very good. I think we gather that fully onto itself now. And let me just hear what Marcus Garvey is saying here. I know most of us would have known the words of the prophet. After my enemies are satisfied, in life or death I shall come back to serve you as I've served you before. In life I shall be the same, in death I shall be a terror. And one of the main things about Marcus Messiah Garvey when he speaks about the death vibration, Marcus Messiah Garvey also shows you, when I die, wrap me in the mantle of the red, the black, and the green, for in the new life I shall rise up first. You understand? To free you from your wicked enemies. Now, the thing is, and I really paraphrase it there, one of the things that stand out about Marcus Messiah Garvey is the terminology that he uses there. When I die, wrap me. Now, for the whole night, we're talking about death, and funerary, and the death this, and guarding the death door. I can't tell when last I talk about so much death. But we're talking about Garvey, the same Garvey. Remember when Garvey was young, his father put him in a grave. This is why we were supposed to watch The Night of the Black Tiger before this. But anyway, just in case you didn't see it. This is why his father put him in a grave. Because Garvey, if you look at the word Garvey, you can see the name grave right in Garvey. Marcus Garvey is the full manifestation of Anubis. If Marcus Garvey is the manifestation of Anubis, Marcus Messiah Garvey must be in some way or the other related to the Kente Amente and the Wet as well. We're getting there. So when Marcus Garvey, see the red, gold, and green in here? Yeah. When Marcus Messiah Garvey, when Anubis pardon, same difference, would take the dead body, Anubis would wrap them up in the mantle and bring them to life. These are the same words Marcus Garvey used. Wrap me in the mantle of the red, the black, and the green. For in the new life I shall rise. So what Marcus Garvey was given there was mummification instructions. Because again, that is what Anubis does. He wraps you in the red, the black, and the green, and he brings you back to life. You understand? And when you observe Anubis, even in the temple of Ramessu, you see the red, black, and green, they're seated on red, black, and green. Marcus Garvey colors, in fact. Let me show that to you even before we go into that, so you can be clear with what I'm saying. See them here? See Anubis, the stool, red, black, and green. See? Red, black, and green. Osiris, red, black, and green. Even the feathers on the hat, red, black, and green in the temple of Ramessu. And Marcus Messiah Garvey himself said in his writing that Ramesses II is the greatest of the pharaohs, and Ramesses II clearly shows you that he's one with Marcus Messiah Garvey. Pure red, black, and green inside of the man temple. And as you can see, Anubis here, the red, black, and green. So when he says he shall wrap him, Marcus Garvey, in the red, black, and green, that is Anubis wrapping the dead and bringing them back to life. Very symbolic. Very, 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 very symbolic, family. All right. So now, once we understand that, let's go to the Olmec aspect of it now. Let's just hit this quickly. I think everyone understands by now, without a doubt, the Olmec is Marcus Messiah Garvey. Not just because they look alike. No. It's a deeper science than that. The Olmec has a story. The Shai people, same Olmec people, they have a tradition. They have a prophecy. And they have an ethnicity. And from my studies, everything fit Marcus Garvey. The prophecy, the ethnicity, the fulfillment thereof. And the Shai people or the Olmec people, again, they're the rubber people. But even before we go there, what's outstanding about them? The Olmec, well, differently than how they look, the Olmec people are the civilizers. They're the ones that come and civilize the people. They're the ones that come and teach the Indians how to build temples, how to build pyramids, how to understand the movement of the heavens. It's the Shai people that teach them these things. So just like Marcus Garvey is the civilizer. He's the one that came and civilized the uncivilized. It's just that the real uncivilized didn't want no civilization, so they fought Marcus Garvey till they deported him. You comprehend? But the Olmec is the forerunner. According to the main tradition, the Olmec comes before the bearded man, which is the feathered snake. Follow this good, man. The Olmec comes before the bearded man with the long robe, which is the feathered snake. They like to say the bearded white man, but I'm not falling for that one day. I don't know who telling me he was white. You check. The bearded man, that's who the Olmec come before. You think the Olmec can come before any bearded white man? No, man, the Olmec come before the feathered snake, which represents the Christ. So we all should have a good understanding of what the feathered snake is. The feathered snake is a Quetzalcoatl. The snake and the bird is an ancient tradition from such time. It is nothing that we have lost. And it has to do with the whole science of the sun. So the sunspot cycle itself, and keep this in mind, I know some of you would have heard about this already, but you have to keep in mind the importance of this. Before modern day science could have made this link, we of the ancient times always said that the feathered snake is the manifestation of the cycle of the sun and God in flesh. Straight up, is we make up that, the Son of God thing, nobody else. We said that the feathered snake, the snake with wings, represents the cycle of the sun, plus it represents God in flesh. We say so. So you see us have monuments, and so the temple of the feathered snake and all of that, and statues with the man in the snake and the bird and all of that, because it's symbolic of a reality that must manifest itself into flesh. So again, this is why, and some people try to hide from it, this is why even Christ said, as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so shall I be lifted up. He compared himself with a serpent. And you see, even on the medical symbol, you see the two serpents, the caduce, coming together and the wings spread out. Healing in its wings. That's what the book of Malachi says. The Lord shall rise with healing in its wings. The Son of righteousness shall rise. S-U-N-2 with a capital S, showing that he's talking about somebody, but it's spelled S-U-N, not S-O-N, S-U-N with a capital S. The Son of Right, the proper noun, the Son of Righteousness shall arise with healing in his wings. Which sun has wings? You have to go to Kemet to see a sun with wings. So the sun here, this is the sunspot cycle being expressed. Again, most of you will know it, the equator, once every 26 to 28 days, the polar electromagnetic field of the sun, once every 40 days, 37 to 40 days, depending on the angle. And because we're dealing with electromagnetic fields, and the polar electromagnetic field and the equator magnetic field rotate at a different pace. The equator magnetic field will continue colliding with the lines of the polar magnetic field, just as you see here. And they will continue clash and clash every 87.5 days.
until they coil up underneath the surface of the sun and burst from underneath the surface of the sun, creating what is known as sunspots. That's it. That's the living sun. But I'm showing you now that when you record the sunspot on a computer graph, it gives a strong impression as a snake with feathers. This is us in the ancient time carving the snake with feathers. And this is the modern time when you look at the same sunspot cycle. It looks like a snake with feathers. Okay, don't run away yet. Remember that we were the one that said that the snake with feathers, the snake with wings represents the cycle of the sun. We said that. And it also represents the Son of God in flesh. We say that too. All right. So this is why now we could highlight, I'm going to highlight the mask of Lord Pakal. Lord Pakal now is one of the kings of the Mayan people. And Lord Pakal was considered to be a feathered snake. Lord Pakal is from about 700, 720 AD. You understand? Now the mystics now is that Lord Pakal's temple, his whole necropolis, is seen riddled with the numbers that signify the cycle of the sun, the cycle of the heavens, and of course, the whole science of the feathered snake. But when we observe the mask of Lord Pakal, remember how the mask works, eh? You take this mask here, you get a transparent mirror copy of this mask. So you take a picture, click, and the picture must be transparent. A mirror copy means you turn it around. So left becomes right and right become left. And when you place this transparent mirror copy over the opaque copy of the mask, and you start to connect certain points, they have certain pivot points over the eye, under the eye, even nose is used as a pivot point. And you start to play with both pictures, you start to see different symbols. For example, this, the snake with the wings. Now, to me, that's just mind-blowing, really. Eh? You have to keep in mind, look at the mask, it's just bits and pieces of jade bead that they stuck together to create this mask to put on the face of someone that they consider a Christ. Someone who they considered a feathered snake. Lord Pakal, who lived to be 80 years, just like Pharaoh, the Heru, the Kemetic god Heru. Lord Pakal, just like Tutankhamun, both of them came to the throne at the age of 9. And Tutankhamun is a feathered snake too. We'll get to that. So I'm showing you, you take his mask. Remember, he's the main king from the Olmec kingdom. You take his mask, transparent copy of the mask, you get the feathered snake. There it is, the feathered snake. That stands out. Bits and pieces of mask, jade bead. So, and this didn't come with any instructions for someone to say, oh, well, they say here, read it here, Sam. They say to take a picture of the mask. No. This is serious. So as simple as the mask is, this is one of the most ingenious creations ever. Because it's not just the mask alone you see. The feathered snake alone you see in the mask. You see many different things. You see the Trinity that stands out. The occupant of the mask, that's him here, Lord Pakal. The Buddha that sits in front of his face. And this picture here of Tutankhamun. Now, we have already proven that. I don't want to take time to go into that. Of course, this would have been works we would have done before. But here the mystics, remember, all of these individuals here are considered Christ figures. They're all considered feathered snakes. Tutankhamun for sure. He's the only Kemetic king with the bird and the snake. Again, the Buddha, of course, we know who the Buddha is. The title Buddha alone is the anointed one. So just the title. And Buddha and Tutankhamun have a mystic link with Maya. Remember, Tutankhamun, at his birth, his wet nurse was Maya. And at his death, the person that built his necropolis, his name was Maya. Buddha's mother name is Maya. Maya Diva, something like that. Maya. And then now you have Lord Pakal, who is the king of the Mayan people. So all these three people here have a mystic link with Maya. Lord Pakal and Tutankhamun both came to the throne at the age of 9 as well. So it's not, you know, it doesn't blow your mind why the three of them are seen in this mask. Remember, this is the mask. You know? This is the mask. When you take the opaque copy of the mask plus the transparent mirror copy of the mask, and you put them together and you get all of these different features here. All right, so the Tutankhamun, Lord Pakal, and the Buddha are who are seen in this mask, straight up. We're not here to try figuring it out. We figured that out a long time ago, and we can move on. Now, keep in mind everything we've said thus far, so Tutankhamun stands out again. Yeah, the bird and the snake. Tutankhamun, the king from the 18th dynastic period, the living image of a man, came to the throne at the age of 9, and by 19 or 20, they say he was taken out. That is the history that we get. Okay, fair enough. But he's a next feathered snake. These are outstanding people. I mean, Tutankhamun's whole burial chamber is filled with so much esoteric mystics. Samenkare, some of which we've unraveled as well. Samenkare, you know, and the things that he has been buried with. Even this mask that he has on represents the rays of the sun and represents the bee. That's why at the back of the mask he has the bee sting, which is only the sting of the bee is something that a feminine bee has. So it's a lot of deep vibration taking place here. Now, when you look on his footstool, follow me good. When you look on the footstool of Lord Pakal, not Lord Pakal, Tutankhamun, you have the procession of the 9 lords. Okay. Now again, what I'm saying again, because we talk about this all the time. You have 3 types of people on this footstool. You have at the beginning and at the end, the man with beard and no locks. That alone is very, very mystic. The man with beard and no locks, he's at the beginning. See there at the front? And he at the back behind. Then you have 3 other people. And look how they're spaced. These 3 have long hair and beard. We like to say beard with locks. And then you have 4 Nubian-looking type, which I say the Olmecs, the forerunners. That's why it's 4 of them. And you see them here, and they're well spaced. You could make a triangle with these people. 1, 2, and then 3. You have 3 of the beard and the locks, and then you have 4 of the darker Olmec-looking people. So you see them here. This one have a half his clothes torn off. I think all of that is symbolic of something too. This is some deep thing. This family is symbolic of reincarnation and returning. This is the footstool of this person here. This is the footstool of a feathered snake, the footstool of Tutankhamun. So to me, this is symbolic of him on his throne, and the earth is his footstool. So where he rests his foot, all of these characters you're seeing there at the sole of his feet, symbolic of him returning and connecting, because he's one with Lord Pakal. He's one with the Buddha. That's why they all link with Maya. They come to the throne at the same age, and these different things live for the same amount of time, and these different things because they represent each other at a different time. They're all feathered snake. It could be reincarnation, or it could be another expression of spirit, but they're connected. This is why you see them expressed that way in the mythos, in the mystics, in the esoterics. So he, Tutankhamun, on his footstool, he have all these fellas running. I know there's a different interpretation for that. People say that they're prisoners. I mean, depending on how you look at the spiritual realms. Depending on how you look at the spiritual realms. But I'm telling you that their reincarnation specifically of that same energy. That's why you have 3 different types. Look, the 3 different types here. You have 3 different types. Now remember, this is the same mask, and the 3 different types are seen in the mask. The Olmec looking man, see the Olmec here, you can't miss the Olmec. Look at his eyes and look at his helmet. Remember, this is the same mask here. This rendition turned upside down. So this rendition of the mask shows you 3 figures. It shows you Lord Pakal, it shows you the Buddha, and it shows you the Tutankhamun figure, that rendition. And when you turn the mask upside down, this is the same thing upside down, it shows you 3 other figures. I say that these 3 figures here now in the upside down mask is figures of future characters after the making of the mask. At the making of the mask, these 3 figures were figures from the past. The Buddha, Tutankhamun, and even Lord Pakal, who was the one that would have passed wearing the mask. But when you take this and you turn it upside down, you get 3 other figures here. And these 3 figures, the Olmec figure, obvious, you can see, you can't deny, look how this Olmec look here, look at his helmet, look at his face. Then you come back here, look at the Olmec face right here, and the helmet on his head. Good. In front of his mouth, you see a man here with some fluffy, woolly hair and a beard. He's in front of the Olmec's mouth. He replaces the Buddha. The Buddha was right in front of Lord Pakal's mouth. Lord Pakal is the king of the main Olmec people. So when you turn the mask around, Lord Pakal becomes this dreadful looking Olmec. Follow me good. Lord Pakal becomes this dreadful looking Olmec, and the Buddha becomes this man with the long hair, just like how they say Buddha shall return with locks. Buddha shall return with locks. That's what the story says. You even see it for yourself, the Buddha with the locks, and even the banyan trees that grew over the Buddha statues in Cambodia. Buddha shall return with locks. So the Buddha that was in front of the mouth of Lord Pakal becomes this man with long hair or locks in front of the mouth of this Olmec here. He's the word. When the Olmec speaks, he jump out the mouth. This is very serious, you know. And then now, where the lotus flower was in the other picture, you see the man here, the elder man without beard, with the beard, but no locks appear. These 3 figures appear back again. These 3 figures represent these 3 figures from the past. These 3 figures from the past have been seen in the mask again as 3 figures in the future, clearly. And this is why now we highlight that Marcus Garvey is this Olmec figure here, which is really the main character that we are dealing with tonight. And let me just make it clear to you. For sure, you actually see a trinity here. Let me show you here. And see them first 3 people here? Look at the first 3 people here, family. In fact, let me get my little marker. Look at the first 3 people here. The man with beard and no locks. This represents Haile Selassie. Straight up. This dark represents the Olmec, Marcus Garvey figure, and the high priest beard with the locks figure. Now what happened here? You see, again, this figure at the beginning and it at the end. The first and the last. Everything else in between. And I'm highlighting again the Olmec, dark figure, 4 of them running, and I find that's a mystic when it comes to the 4 running. All right, good. Now, Messiah Garvey, again, is the Olmec people. You see them here playing with the ball, the rubber ball. In fact, many people credit the Olmec people with the whole concept of football, etc., etc. All right. If you heard Vaughn Benjamin, you'd hear him in the song My Joy when he says, even I play football, oh my, even Olmec head still I play football. Olmec head still I play football. Have you ever heard the story when they say, and it's not just Rasta, I hear other people say, they take John the Baptist's head and play football with his head. When they chop off John the Baptist's head, they say they take John the Baptist's head and play football. Some Rastas even go as far as to say that's where football come from. I don't know really, but for sure, that story about John the Baptist's head go far. Now, the reason why I brought that up is because I want to highlight some things from the Bible now. We're coming home now, family. Just tiger with me. We're coming home. Now you see, Elijah. I showing you the science of reincarnation and spirits passing forward. Remember, in the night of the Black Tiger, we did a segment called 1919. I'm sure you remember that, 1919. And one of the things, the reason why we highlight 1919, for example, is that 1919 is very mystic when it comes to Marcus Messiah Garvey. Now, 1919 is the year that the Black Star Liner sailed out first. 1919 was also the year where the model for the cyclone that is used up to today was created in 1919, and we know who Marcus Messiah Garvey is in relation to the cyclone and the whirlwind and the hurricane. Remember, hurricane is the main god of the wind and whirlwind, and that's where you get the term hurricane. You know, we even highlighted in the scripture as it relates to the Isaiah chapter 19, verse 19, that talks about the pillar in the midst of the land of Egypt and the altar on the border thereof. And we're showing you that pillar in the midst and the altar on the border thereof, specifically Isaiah 19, verse 19, represents the pyramid of Giza. All right. But anyway, not to stay too long on that. Now, 1 King chapter 19, verse 19 is going to show you, 1919, Gavin is going to show you specifically when the prophet Elijah passed on his power to Elisha. I wanted to just follow this good family. Now, Elijah, again, is considered to be the prophet in the book of Malachi. Let's go to Malachi quickly, where he says here, verse 5, in the last chapter, Malachi 4, verse 5. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse. Now, the Elijah is seen as a forerunner here. Elijah is coming before the great and terrible day of the Lord. If you read the book of Matthew now, they were asking, the disciples were saying now, okay, and his disciples, this is Matthew now, Matthew chapter 17, verse 10, and his disciples asked him, saying, why then say the scribes that Elijah must come? And Jesus answered and said to them, Elijah truly shall first come and restore all things. But I say unto you that Elijah is come already, and they knew him not, but have done unto him whatsoever they listed. Likewise shall also the Son of Man suffer of them. Then the disciples understood that he spoke unto them of John the Baptizer. So the scripture here is showing you clearly that John the Baptizer, in one way or the other, is Elijah. Some people do not want to hold fast to reincarnation, so they will never admit that John the Baptist is Elijah come in flesh. They will tell you Elijah never died, so he can't be. But whatever it is, right? John the Baptizer is the Elijah return. So John the Baptist or baptizer holds a spiritual connection to Elijah. We cannot run from that. We cannot run from that. Now watch Elijah in action here again now in Kings 19, verse 19, 1 Kings. So he departed hence and found Elisha, not Elijah now, no, Elijah found Elisha, two different people. Hey family, just follow me good, eh? two different people. He found Elisha, the son of Shaphat, who was plowing with 12 yoke of oxen before him, and he with the 12th. And Elijah passed by him and cast his mantle on him, Elisha. Now, what happened there is that Elijah gave his power to Elisha. If you know the story, he passed on, God sent him on the mission, and he gave Elisha a double portion of his spirit, because Elijah was going to move on soon. He's going up in the whirlwind. So before he went up in the whirlwind, and if you notice what Elijah went up in, a whirlwind. Marcus Garvey said, look for me in the whirlwind. So Elijah, before he went up in the whirlwind, he passed the mantle onto Elisha. That's what he said, he cast his mantle. Remember Marcus Garvey said, when I die, wrap me in the mantle. Same word of the red, black, and green. It has to do with moving on to another level. So Elijah passed his mantle to Elisha. So we already see Elijah putting his spirit into a next man, Elisha. Follow me good. Then we still see that God said he gonna send Elijah in the last days. And then they're asking Christ, but if you're the man, where's Elijah that's supposed to come? And then he telling them, Elijah done come already. And then they figure out he talking about Johannes, John the Baptist. You see the vibes? Now, all of them figures here represent Marcus Garvey. That is why Rastafari now, when Rastafari step up on the scene, Rastafari clearly tell you that John the Baptist is Marcus Garvey. Why? Because Marcus Garvey is the one, not just because he said, look to the east. As I said previous night, even if he didn't say none of that, just what he did to come and pave the way, to prepare the minds and the hearts of the Black nation, to bring us back to a state of pride and discipline and industrial growth. Remember, we had ships, 1919, we had ships on the high seas doing trade across the planet. You know, our Negro world going all over the world, being read by people in the interior of Africa, getting Black people to come together and buy shares to own a piece of their liberation. That was Marcus Garvey. So it was a strong preparation, and he brought us back psychologically too. He was the one that showed us, no more white Jesus on the wall. Black angels, Black God. That's Marcus Garvey to us. So he prepared us, and yes, he did point us to Ethiopia in words and in deeds, and pointed us to Rastafari several times. You follow what I'm saying? So Marcus Messiah Garvey, even within his own self, that is why we must refer to him as the prophet, you know, because he went and prophesied, he went before, he cleared the way for the emperor, Haile Selassie, to come and sit in our hearts. I'm telling you, whether you see it like that or not, but that's where I am with that. So that is the characteristic of the Olmec too. And remember, the Olmec are the same rubber people, you know. The rubber people, the Olmecs are the individuals that really, they say, invented the games of the ball, the football, etc. So the Olmec being Garvey, and Garvey being John the Baptist. This whole story, whether it be true or not, about them using John the Baptist's head to play football, is very mystic how it come back to the same inventors of football. The Olmec. All right. Tiger with me, family. We're soon done. We're soon done. No, it took a little more than I expected, but trust me, we have to make sure the point is home properly. So now, return to the Olmec calendar.
Already we did a program previous evening. That's why we did them programs to prep you, showing you the origin of the Olmec calendar. Now, first of all, you see, as I was telling you previous night, look at the face that they mash up here in the Olmec calendar, Shai calendar. It's the Olmec. You see the Olmec best here, with his tongue sticking out. This is from the interior of Africa, the Twa people, the Hutu and Twa people, what they call the Pygmies or the Baka. They also call them the Baka people. You see them here. You see the Olmec even in Greece and France and some old statues, tongue sticking out. That is the Olmec here. You know, so that is why you see the best figure here who control childbirth, etc., on the Olmec calendar. Good, very good. So the Olmec calendar again began on the 13th of August, 3113. As we showed you previous night, in 1920, Marcus Messiah Garvey rose the red, black, and green officially on the 13th of August, 1920, just before his 33rd Earth Day. Now, with all the links we showed you to show you that Marcus Garvey is one with the Olmec, that just adds to it. Marcus Messiah Garvey owning a rubber plantation, that just adds to it. You know, because anywhere you find the Olmec, you always find the rubber tree. Anywhere you find the Olmec, you always find the rubber tree. All right. Now, the Olmec animal symbol is the bat. The Olmec animal symbol is the bat. And that is why now there's a strong link with the Olmec and Anubis, because the jackal is the equivalent. The Kemetic Anubis symbol is similar to that of the Olmec Mayan people and the bat. So that is why now you see this is the Mayan bat mask. This discovered in Mayan Kingdom. Obviously, it looked like Batman. And we've been telling people that Anubis is linked to Batman even before we found that. Because you have to see the link, you know. Remember, Anubis is linked to the Olmec through the bat. Because it's the similar, the works of the bat is that of the jackal from the Mayan to ancient Egypt. All the scholars say that. And it's true. Okay. In the mythos we're talking. Fair enough. Good. Now, I mean, this is deep. We've gone a bit into the fairy tale folly days, and I don't want to even linger too long on it. But look, you see, you can even see Anubis and how they look similar. Look at the ears. Look at the ears, because you see, remember the bat now. I know it's deep, it's deep, it's deep, it's deep, it's deep, it's deep, it's deep. But you just got to take it from me. I know it's deep. I myself meditating and looking at it. It's deep. But then the man's already sure. So the main symbol, I don't want to get too caught up on Batman. The main animal symbol for the resurrection is the bat, which is the same animal symbol or the same characteristics given to Anpu, Anubis. Now follow this link, family. The Olmec is the forerunner. Anubis is the forerunner. Whether it be Kente Amente, whether it be Wet Wawet, they're all forerunners for Osiris, the Christ figure. It even goes as far as to say they absorb themselves into Osiris and eventually come off the scene to give Osiris the glory, just like John the Baptist come off the scene to give the Christ the glory as well. It's just a mystic thing. We all see Marcus Garvey, as I say, burning inferno. The king crowned, and after a while, Garvey just out, and there's the king, absorbed into the king, like a positive, because the day that they say Marcus Garvey passed on, the 10th of June, 1940, that was just 2 days ago, isn't it? 10th of June, 1940, according to the emperor in his own autobiography, that was the day he began
to plan for his return to Ethiopia. The same day Marcus Garvey supposedly passed. As Marcus Garvey said, when Marcus Garvey dies, Marcus Garvey lives. So if you understand the African spirit, if this is so, the energy and the oneness is like, it was like Elijah putting his mantle on Elisha. You know, because whether you like it or not, whether you think they disagree or not, Haile Selassie and Marcus Garvey share a one spirit, especially in the redemption work. So for Garvey to come off of the scene, the very same day, the actual day when the king said in his autobiography, time to leave England, and Garvey was in England too. And Marcus Garvey was in England too. Remember, it is Anubis was the one that wrapped Osiris up in and bring him to life after 5 years of death. Remember, Anubis is the one that wrapped Osiris up and bring him to life after 5 years of death. This is why I be telling fellas, Ras. We just be throwing the baby out with the bath water, Rastafari. I love high and new knowledge just like everybody else, you know. But we can't remove the ancient landmarks set by the elders. Trust me. Because even if it's symbolic, which it is, but it must crystallize into history, something material that you can put your hands on. This is obviously the fulfillment of what we know as history, and it's the same thing that the Bible is saying. It's the same thing that the scriptures speak of. So Elijah, Elisha, John the Baptist, Marcus Garvey, Idi Amin, look at a line of Olmecs coming there. Follow me, follow me. A line of Olmecs, a line of Olmecs. So look at them on this, the footstool again. A line of Olmecs here. This is a line of reincarnation. This footstool, you know, is symbolic of people that will come. I'm telling you. That is why it belongs to one of the key feathered snake, and that's why he put his foot on there, to show you it's him too. He in the midst of all of them. You understand? Look at all of them Anubis here, looking characters. And then the dog, and then the here, and then the here, and then the here. Because this is symbolic of many, many Olmecs to come. This is symbolic of many righteous ones to come. Again, this is why again you have, look, see? This is why again you have, again, Elijah, Elisha, John the Baptist, Marcus Garvey, Idi Amin again. And these are individuals you can point out that apparently have a spirit together. Not just from the scripture. We also using now ancient main tradition to show you how they link together. You understand? Idi Amin, you can't deny Idi Amin is an Olmec. Whether you like him or not, Idi Amin is an Olmec. Idi Amin sick. He know exactly when he's going to die. Do you know it was the 1st of August that Idi Amin said he got the call to go and take over Uganda? The 1st of August. The 1st of August. That's when we start. That's when we started on the 1st of August, the convention in Harlem in 1920, from the 1st to the 31st of August. The 1st of August is what we call Emancipation Day. We call the 1st of August the first day of Messiah, Marcus Garvey. So Idi Amin is in sync. Idi Amin said he knew exactly when he was going to die. And according to the history, Idi Amin passed on the 16th day of August and was buried on the 17th day of August. Now you can't run away from this. The buried thing, the gods of the dead, the buried vibes. The fact that Idi Amin was literally put in the grave on Marcus Garvey's Earth Day. Come on. Remember when Garvey was young, he was put in the grave. So he knew who he was. As I said, the name grave in his name. He's the one that says so when I die. And if death have powers, he's the one that keeps saying that and wrap me in the red, black, and the green. Anubis talking, so I shall rise. And Anubis again is one of the three. Anubis again is one of the three with the Heru and the Asar. Okay, can't forget the Trinity here now with the priest and the forerunner and the king. You can't forget this. It's right there in front of you. This is Anubis, not Kentamente. This is Anubis, not Wawet. So this Anubis here represents Garvey, and Anubis or Anpu is considered to be the jackal of the North Pole. The North Celestial Pole is considered the house of Anpu family. So, and keep in mind that these deities we're talking about are funerary deities. Funerary, dealing with the dead, whether you like you're dead or not. And according to them, when Marcus Garvey passed now, all the dead he talking about, according to them, that took place on the 10th of June, 1940. And that day was the resurrection of the king. He says so in his autobiography, the king says so. Just meditate, you can see the oneness of the spirit. And just to prove it again, Idi Amin, because we didn't wait for Idi Amin to come off the sea to say, hey, you know what? No. It's long time King Emmanuel tell us Idi Amin is Marcus Garvey. Long time. And now years 2003, Idi Amin passed, according to what we've learned. I like to say it like that. And that happened on the 16th of August, the day before Marcus Garvey's birthday. And while the sun coming up to celebrate Marcus Garvey's birthday, they put in Idi Amin Dada in the ground, in the grave. Because Wawet and Kendamente, their funerary gods, they watch the gate of the dead in oneness. So I'm going to show you again the footstool, and you can see that there are different Olmecs coming in different times. Yeah, Elijah, watch this now, man. Elijah was seen as a hairy man. Read the Bible, it says Elijah was a hairy man. Okay. Elisha, who Elijah gave his power to, the children were mocking him and called him thou bald-head man. So Elijah was a hairy man. Elisha was a bald-head man. And then John the Baptist was a next hairy man. And then Marcus Messiah Garvey again, a man without locks and beard. You see the cycle there, and you can see it right here on the footstool as well. So again, all of what we're looking at here is just for us to understand the science and unravel the mystery that is before us. And to me, the mystery of Anpu, which is Anubis, Kentemente, and Wawet is a serious mystery to be unraveled, which is what we have unraveled here. And I will repeat in closing too. If you notice, the Kentemente Anubis character is always leading the pack. It always goes before. Always go before the pharaoh, always go before the king. And then always come off with the scene, even in the heavens, to make the king come and shine. And this is what we have seen fulfilled in Marcus Garvey. But even prior to that, you know, in other characters making their way up to him and even after him. So the reincarnation continues, the saga continues, the energy continues, and I will tell my family, do not take the ancient writings as a joke. Eh? Don't just gloss over them, whether it be glyphs, Bible, or otherwise. Don't just gloss over none of this stuff. And say, yeah, I know what it means, man, and move on. You yourself, your history, your vibes is written and encoded in enough of them glyphs, and even in the scripture. Even in the scripture, I always tell people, read Revelation. In Revelation, many angels are released. 7 angels here, then 7 angels in the temple, then this angel flying over here, and this next set of 7, and the next set of 7 with trumpets. So you don't think you are one of them in them set of 7s? We can't belittle ourselves. You have to know who we are in the prophecy. Because we see the fact that we sitting and listening to them prophecy here mean that we are also part of the prophecy. I will take no more of your time, family. I give thanks for your patient listening and attention, and such meditation of righteousness. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari I. I give thanks and praises. Yes, family, love in the house to each and every one. And of course, give thanks again, and I will ask the royal ones, those who desire to make any contribution whatsoever towards this reasoning, please freely. You don't have to even put up no hands. You could just come on board. You could put on your camera, put on your mic, whatever it is. And we are open here for any level of reasoning, questions, or comments. Blessed love. Anyone whatsoever that has anything to add. I know a lot of talks were here in the chat, but I didn't read anything whatsoever. But
yeah.
Yes, give thanks. Blessed love.
Blessed love, give thanks. This was a really, really enlightening, a really good presentation. So give thanks. And I wanted to get your opinion about the serpent. A lot of people have a lot of negative things to say. Even as you were sharing the set, what he was doing, his relationship with the serpent as they were on the ship. So what's the difference between the feathered snake and just the regular snake without feathers? I was curious about that.
I don't think that I don't think because let's say the regular snake without feathers doesn't have feathers, that is what makes it bad as such, really. I just think it's all symbolism in the sense that I always like to use the example, for example, of the Bible. I like to use this example with the lion. Now, as Rastafari big up the lion a lot. So we would say that we're lions because our father is the chief lion, the Lion of Judah. So we become very connected with the lion figure, even from a scriptural point of view. And rightly so, because the lion is our symbol, the lion symbol, big for us. But then now when you read the Bible, the lion is also seen in a negative way or an evil way. And he shall trample the lion and adder on the feet. Adder is like a snake too. Even Nebuchadnezzar, which is considered to be a chief enemy of Israel, his kingdom was typified as a lion with 2 wings. So I'm just saying that to say it's not a book of rules that says the snake have to be bad, or it's good when it has wings, or
a lion is good and a snake is bad, etc., etc. It's just how we utilize the symbol at the time. So the lion can be good and the lion can be bad. Same thing with the snake, and I would assume in other ways. I would say that because of our religious upbringing, the few stories where the snake may not seem to be such a nice guy has been stained on our mind. So the snake eventually, and in fact, it's not even a snake. People argue that it's a serpent, because a serpent may not necessarily be a snake too. So just like a fruit is not necessarily apple. So all of that is up for interpretation as well, because it doesn't necessarily mean it was a slithering snake in the garden. But that's just my humble opinion on that outlook. So yeah, we brand the animals. Sometimes we take it out of the symbolic level and just brand the animal. So all of a sudden, a snake is this bad thing. Yes, sir.
Give thanks, my Lord.
Blessed Lord.
Yes, my Lord. This was really, this was new and profound, and well, I would say, yeah, this was a really good one.
So no one else in the family saying anything? I'm very thankful.
Greetings, Adrian.
Yes, Honorable Brethren, blessed Lord.
Blessed Lord, Professor, it's such an honor to be
You could speak just a bit louder for me, King.
It's a big honor and one honor and one pleasure, the opportunity to be in the Haile Temple. And for see this kind of differences of some things apparently are the same, but when we have it a little more to study, we can deconstruct some perceptions and see like three processes to Anubis to arrive in the history of Egypt. But the only thing I want to say, are you hear me?
It's very low, but I put my ear closer, so I'm gonna try to, yeah.
I want to share some comments and finally make a little question to the.
Okay, if you could do it a little louder, it'd be good for us, because I'm kind of straining to hear, although I'm picking up.
Can you hear me good now?
Yeah, but go through. Yeah, you go through.
For me, I living 1 year in Mexico and the experience to know a little of the culture of that land, because also I living in a piece of the Maya land in Tulum in Mexico.
Yes,
The things there are really, really, really powerful. I experienced so nice vibe coming when I'm starting to make some relations about the at first just for inner experience, inner vibing with the Pakal Botan and Haile Selassie, like feeling they are really, really connected like kings. And I have it mention. I want to make a mention about that, because Haile Selassie, in his desk, in his imperial palace, in his imperial office, over his desk chair, he has a statue of Pakal Botan.
Wow, I never see that one. That's deep.
And for me, when I knew that, it gave me a lot of answers about the knowledge of, like, Haile Selassie giving to his sons and daughters, as we are Rastafari people, the knowledge to study for what one we have to do with the knowledge of the seven seals. The seven seals he left to us, like Pakal Botan uses, like the king of the Mayans, the king of the black magic people of South America at that time.
Mystic, yes.
Pakal Botan is knowledge like an astronaut, like the divine astronaut.
Astronaut, yes. Yeah.
Every picture every picture of Pacal Botan you can see in Mexico, he has his dreadlocks. I never listened an Idren or a professor speaking about this directly, but for me, for sure, if you see clearly the image of Pacal Botan in different places, is with dreadlocks.
Dreadlocks?
Yeah, with dreadlocks.
Rastafari. Yeah.
It's like a tubular hair. In every picture, every sculpture you can see about Pacal Botan. And I want to make a little question, because you speak the bat are the animal of the Olmec culture, like the important animal for the Olmec, the bat.
Yeah. That's the question? Or you telling me?
The bat? No, I'm gonna make the question now. And the bat have it a really important relation with the sound and the frequency of the sound. And I want to know if there are some information or something we can know about this. Because I don't know, I don't think so. It's a choose thing by the culture. Say, yeah, the bat is gonna be, we are sacred animals. There are something they must to do. They must to feel like them animals or reach that knowledge and make them like them sacred animal of the culture. And I want to do if there are some information about that or not.
I would believe that, and I'm not answering here in like in the definitive, but only from experience. I know, the presence of certain animals have a spirit. They say a place that have a lot of donkeys is a very blessed place. You see a lot of honeybees around. It represents royalty. So if your people is saying that the bats, I don't know if it's like a messenger or they bring a good spirit, I would have to more lean on what your people are saying, because I think they would be more closer to the culture than I. But what I could say with the bat, as simple as it seems, as simple as it seems. Go ahead, you go ahead.
I'm not from that land. I'm not from that land. I'm living in Chile. I'm living 1 year in Mexico.
Okay, but you live in Chile?
Yes, brother. I'm from Chile and I'm living
in Mexico.
In Chile now.
Okay, but you
in Chiloé Island, in the south of Chile.
Yeah, good man. Wow, that must be seriously cold.
Yeah, man.
Good man. But in Chile, the culture is a bit different though.
In Chile, the culture, we have it like original culture. The most big group of the original culture in Chile is the Mapuche people.
Okay, right.
Mapuche. Mapuche, it's a combination word, Mapu and Che. Mapu, it's earth, and Che is people. So the meaning of Mapuche is people of the earth.
People of the earth. Wow. Yeah, man. Rooted culture, man. Well, you see, that's why I would quickly, because I have respect for the primitive and ancient culture, and especially people that through all the confusion that have preserved, even if it's 15% of the culture, you have to give thanks for that. Because some of us, we lost our culture totally. Even when I was younger, I would see more of our African culture amongst the older people than today. So that's why when you hear ones that are still keeping up the culture, you must definitely rejoice. But what I was saying earlier is that if you notice, like
see, like in sports, you have bat and ball. We never really sat and thought about that, you know. But that's a play on our psychology, our psyche again, bat and ball. Because remember the Olmec people, as I said, them is the one that, if you want to say, the rubber people then. So for sure, the Olmec are considered to be the real ball players, because they're the rubber people. And the animal symbol is the bat. Bat and ball. Just like in cricket, you need a bat and you need a ball. It's like in baseball, you need a bat and you need a ball. So that marriage between bat and ball, the terms that they give to these wooden objects to hit the ball, I am positive it's just a play on words. Somehow it does something to your psyche, because they know that the people that invented the ball, that their animal symbol is the bat. So bat and ball still go together up to the like today. Yes, that wasn't a part of the script, but since you brought it in, I just dropped it in the whole kettle there. But yes, my Lord, give thanks for your contribution. You know, it was a bit soft though, but give thanks. I hope everyone would have at least pick up what you were saying there. Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. Really appreciate it. Yes, family, anyone else that has anything to say concerning the reasonment? I don't know what I would have left undone. Well, I'd assume there's so much more I'm going to say for real. It's a deep subject. Little more. And little more. Yes, family, blessed. Feel free to put on the right. You're live and direct.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, greetings. Great, you know, great presentation, really full joy. The lecture.
Oh, give thanks, man.
You know, give thanks for the edification, you know. Hailing from Jamaica, I never even get some of them knowledge, you know, maybe the Rastaman, they must say Haile Selassie, you know, chant, and now I really understand why they must say Selassie, so, you know, YouTube, I'm going to find the priest original from years back, and it's been awesome since, you know.
Give thanks.
Knowledge and wisdom, I guide I even in I endeavors what I tried, you know.
Appreciate it, man. Great.
The rubber tree mystic. I'm born in a yard with a rubber tree, you know. See, you know. Some man say mystic still.
So what your birthday?
Yeah, really. June. Yeah, me had one of the first. Or they link up with the temple from them family.
Yeah. I can't remember the date. What it was again?
Yeah, it was the 7th.
What date in June it was again?
The 7th.
Yeah. So Earth did not too long past it for real. Blessed Earth is still.
Yeah.
All right, just checking the vibes. We have an Olmec look too. So when they said you know, you're born in the yard with the rubber tree. You know?
Yeah, so I said it's kind of mystic, you know.
Yeah, of course. And you can, you know, you have a slight, you have the features of it a bit, you know.
Yeah, I'm a little ball, so many even know that's what go on. Learn more still, you know. I continue to learn. So the universe really inspire and I say motivate, you know?
Yeah, man, enough respect, man. Give thanks. Well, of course, I give thanks that I could be a strength, straight up. Yeah, that's it, man. It's just humility, man, straight up. Yeah, just
man, I try to, any youth who want to learn, you know, man, definitely pass it on to know them black heritage and stuff, you know. When I get them thing in a school and I say, wow, if the truth is told, the youth can grow for real, you know, words of Nas, you know.
True, man. True. Well, like the lecture tonight and so a lot of this is to show that, you know, everything is us, you know. Well, not everything, but all them agency here is us. We don't have to separate ourselves from it. You know what I mean? And maybe, well, that ain't us really, but the main aspect of it is us. We don't have to separate ourselves from it and maybe try box ourselves in one little corner alone. You know what I mean? All of it is us. We're supposed to can gravitate to it all. You know, it's our agency. As you can see now, the east connected to the west, the north connected to the south, the heavens connected to the earth. So when we now box ourselves in one little corner and we're not connected nothing, you know, where we go. So we have to connect to. Yeah, man, we have to connect.
I have to connect to the internet, you know?
Yeah, man. Internet, right. Don't give thanks, man. Yes, my Lord, give enough thanks still.
Man, what? Enough more, because I go get the youth from in the homeschool. You know, just time. I just a little time.
Yeah, my Lord, give thanks. We appreciate love that, eh?
True, all right.
So how much youth do I have there?
2 now.
If you want to 4 of them.
2 warriors.
2 warriors, yeah, man. Oh, man. Yeah. Give thanks. I could ask the age.
Yeah, I have 5 and 13.
Yeah, man, the homeschool perfect.
And the 13-year-old at the August, you know, the next to Marcus Garvey, you know, the 18th.
Woo. The day after, man. You see, I know some link there now. That's what I was seeking for when I was here earth there.
Sure.
He born in the rubber tree yard too?
No.
Okay. Close enough, man. Close enough. Perfect.
Yeah, but him make a trad. Find him grandmother still live there, you know?
True.
But you know, only for hurricane come through that was years back and the tree that it live out since, you know?
Yes,
Mistake.
the same rubber tree.
Yeah.
Man, come face tree, man.
Yeah, the same hurricane come face.
Wow.
Yeah.
Real revelation thing. And I wouldn't be surprised the hurricane come in August. But so you go. Okay. Yeah. And if you check it, every last year in Jamaica, 17th August, it was a flood.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it just come up on the day, you know, like if man see that 5 days ahead, just kind of show up and that's it. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's how Marcus works. Yes, my Lord, give thanks. No problem.
Great.
Give thanks. That's the fire.
Yeah, man.
Yes, family, well, I give thanks for the moment, you know. Give thanks that everyone with a full joy. Let me see. I see, I wouldn't call no names, but give thanks to all those that in the chat there, you know. Well, I'm humble, believe me, I'm humble, believe me. It's just a humbling vibes for me. Yeah, see, give thanks to the man here. If you look at the king now, watch the king, good. Watch the king and watch this thing here, good. This man here in the front, and he behind too.
beginning and the end. And you can see even down to the complexion. Even down to the complexion, look just like how the emperor be looking. And then behind him now you got the dark brother here. See? Them brethren's dark. Them brethren's dark, but all of them on the same footstool. Yeah, this is like a book, you know, to figure out what's going on, and you just put all the different pieces together. And that's when you start to point out things and say, oh, so this is the king, man. Yeah, this is this, and you figure it out and you work it out and you find yourself in the real standard. That's what it's all about, you know. Give thanks. So I'm gonna give thanks for the love. Crazy said, give thanks, honorable, for the ancient Kemetic knowledge, fulfillment in Haile Selassie. And yeah, electron, so many things. Tony Topper said a few things here in the chat, but he definitely came on and gave his words too. So give thanks to each and every one. Yes, family. That's how it is when them lectures done, you know. Nobody does want to go home. But I'm sure we all home already. So yeah, man, give thanks to General Idi Amin Dada. Give thanks to the mystics. And the main things with all these things, you know, is somehow you're supposed to find a way to apply it to your life. It must be realistic. Not just a heap of knowledge. It must somehow can apply to your knowledge itself and your being and your faculty going forward, you know. And don't make no amount of knowledge cloud the mind from Haile Selassie neither, you know. I mean, I know everyone here may not be looking at things the same as I know, and I'm not trying to convince or convert nobody into anything. But I just saying, not throw away the baby with the bad water. That's the main thing, you know. And give thanks continually for Haile Selassie the first in our good doings and say. All right, loved ones, give thanks, love and majesty, and you don't know. And I will sit and sup with the item again. Give thanks from Kente Mente to Marcus Garvey. And you see now, simple as it is, it's not too much ones, even ones that you see deep in this stuff. A lot of ones not even aware of the difference between Kente Mente and Marcus Garvey. Because as I say, we just learning this, even if it's 50 years ago or so, they started to dig up a lot of things 100 years ago. And we're putting pieces together. And even those that went before us, they don't know it all. You know, we also have to come and look and research and take a next look at it and say, oh, I see, that's saying something different. Yeah. So that's why we're bold. They're going to be those that come after us and see something else. So give thanks again. Love in the house. And again, we'll sit and sup again. King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love. Give thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge presents an international homeschool program that offers African heritage, biology, astronomy, language arts, yoga, and much more. Our classes are created with the young ones in mind, and we cater to youths from kindergarten to high school. Children love our colorful and very animated lessons, while parents recommend it to friends and family. Contact us for a free preview and see for yourself why investing in the international homeschool program will be of great benefit to you and your young ones. Blessed. blessed love family, and this is why we encourage you to enroll the young ones in the international homeschool program, whether it be the Afrocentricity, astronomy, whether it be the language arts, biology, whatever the case is. We are encouraging you to contact us via email, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and enroll the young ones today. And remember, you can get a free preview of any one of the courses that you desire, so you can see what you and your young ones will be getting. Very good. And you see, this is where the whole balance of the homeschool program comes in, because the international homeschool program is about the mind of the youths. Now, many of you would have seen this video here, I am sure, as it relates to the Sesame Street parade that was taking place a few days ago. And one of these young children here, these young princesses here, she was celebrating her birthday, and herself and her little friend, they were so happy to see all this Sesame Street friends and Grover and Elmo and Big Bird and all of the fuzzy stuff, fuzzy monsters. And this little monster was coming down the road, high-fiving everybody and hugging and taking pictures with everybody. But when the monster came across the two little black girls, one of them had their arms open, ready to welcome it. And it just said, no, we don't deal with these ones here. Now, I didn't hear anything coming out of the monster's mouth, but everyone can see the gesture that was made. Now check this, watch it, look at that. High-fiving everybody. Who these? No, we don't touch these, and move away. Look at the faces of the children. Look, high five, see? They deal with children too, but not these ones. Nope, we don't touch these. Why? Why not? And you can see even, look at that. And even the backpack, the children have on backpacks, you know, of the same monster. And the monster refused to touch them. The monster refused to high-five them. In fact, one of the little girls obviously wants to hug the monster. But the monster means that she or it or whatever it is ain't paying no mind to these little children. And remember, it's one of their birthdays, eh? So you could imagine how they feel. This is their hero. This is their superstar. And you know, you see, family, let me tell you. Now, obviously, I can feel it for the young ones. But then on the flip side of it now, this is why, as I said earlier, we have to instill in the mind of our youths their true Afrocentricity. So even if the child was there, the child shouldn't have no form of vibes or feeling to want to go and hug up Elmo. Of course not. Listen, most of you who know me, you know me from that lecture that we did years ago, Fairy Tale Folly Days and Nursery Crimes. And since then, we have done several documentaries, series, radio programs on the subject, because the subject is very broad. You're talking about fairy tales, you're talking about folly days, you're talking about nursery crimes, you're talking about cartoons, you're talking about Bugs Funny, you're talking about Mickey Mouse, you're talking about these same Sesame Street characters. We've taken some of them and broken them down and showed you who they were in history. Some of them were killers, some of them were maniacs, some of them were generals in some of the most atrocious genocide or acts of attempted genocide that has ever taken place historically on this planet, and they have been now morphed into cartoons and morphed into puppets and all sort of foolishness. And we believe that SpongeBob is our friend, and Barney, I love you, you love me, killers. We believe that they are our friends, and we teach our children these things. But now, if we really teach the mind of the young ones exactly who these killers are, puppets and cartoons, their origin, and I'm not just speaking off of my head, I have it on a record. If you visit our website now, priestisaacinstitute.com, and you go in the area called shop, you see all of the lectures that we would have done, the webinars that we would have done. Remember that we just did the Santa Claus Massacre. If you don't have a copy of that, you need to get a copy of that. Remember, we just did the fairy tale folly days and nursery crimes, the execution. If you don't have a copy of that, you need a copy of that as well. Clearly, the firing squad, all of these different editions. I mean, it may sound harsh to some, but doesn't this look harsh to you? You understand? Now, as I said, if the child understood who these puppets represented, if the child understood who these monsters represented, what Sesame Street really stands for, and Ernie and Bert and all of the stuff that they're trying to push on us today, they would not even want to hug this stuff here. They would not even want to be there. Come on, family. Those of you who are conscious, talk the truth. Those of you who are really conscious, any children that we bring up wouldn't want to hug these people here or this. You know that, not unless we are conscious and we kind of still half stepping. You got to teach your children that this is witchcraft. Don't tiptoe around it. That's our problem. We tiptoe around it. Some of us, we so conscious, but we still buy the Barbie doll for our child. We tiptoeing around it. So now when your child sees Barbie, obviously your child is going to want to hug Barbie. Your child is going to want to hug SpongeBob. Your child is going to want to hug whoever else they have out there, Otis the cow or the bull or whatever it is. They're going to run to embrace them because they believe that's their friend. When you should be their friend, we turn them over to the computer and to the television, and they create a lot of new friends. Because the same friends are on their backpack, as you see. The friends have been on their baby bottle, on their diaper, on their pillowcase. So they grew up with Big Bird. They grew up with the Cookie Monster. They grew up with Grover and Elmo and all of these things. So when they finally see them on the parade, obviously, and they're street side, they're going to want to hug. And then the thing passes them and just brushes them away. And when I say the thing, I don't mean the suit. There's a person inside of that. That person, he, she, whatever, is another thing. Not just the idea of the character, but the human being that is portraying this. Look at it, clearly showing you. Look at it. No, we don't touch these. No. Let me move on. And look at the little children feeling so. And I know a lot of you, sympathize and empathize with the young ones. And of course, again, I do sympathize with them. I could understand how they feel. But after I blow that off, let's look at this on another level now. We got to be proactive, not reactive. Number one, we shouldn't even be there. Straight up. Straight up. I'm just telling you the truth. Now, don't tell me I'm insensitive to the subject. I already showed you. I understand. And I could feel it for them. We done that. Case closed. Let's move on to a next subject now. They shouldn't even be there. Admiring this furry stuff here. That alone shows you that the mind is not clear. Not their fault. Look at these little children. They just came into the world. It is us who mold them to want to hug this stuff up. Would they want to hug up Marcus Garvey if they saw him? Would they want to hug up Malcolm X if they saw him? I'm just asking you, were they trained to do that? And this is why, as I said, we promote the International Homeschool Program, you see. A lot of us not only just talk, a lot of us talk about people talking, not understanding that this is more than talk. This is works. So we can talk and huff and puff about this, but what's the alternative? What's the solution? Obviously, it's education. This is why I do my best in every nook and cranny, in every crevice to get the education to the people, old and young. But of course, the youth is priority. Our International Homeschool Program, Afrocentric studies, the children that pass through our homeschool program, their parents, and you've heard them yourself, their parents clearly let you know that they have seen an improvement in their children's love for Africa, even if their family has already been Afrocentric. But our international homeschool program boosts that. Don't talk about astronomy. Parents would tell me, man, I never knew that he was so smart, because you never gave him the knowledge to feed on. Reality, language arts, family, biology, our children telling you how the eye functions, how the ears function, how the heart functions, photosynthesis, the atoms, little babies, 3, 4, 5 years old, just as young as these children here, or even younger, telling you about Kwame Nkrumah and Jerry Rollins and Thomas Sankara. How many of you know about Thomas Sankara? Children this age can explain that to you, when they're born, when they die, how they were assassinated and what they did. So when you fill them with the right knowledge and the right information, they would not even want to see Big Bird and Grover and the Smurfs. A right-minded African youth will never run to try to hug up Papa Smurf. Papa Smurf wouldn't even get a chance to diss them like how this little creep dissing them. Look at that. Dissing the farmer, dissing the future leaders of our people, queens and empresses, being dissed by some weirdo in a costume. Can you imagine that? And family, that's just the reality of it. So this is why even we now got to step up the game when it comes to that. And this is why we do our part. We ain't running with no flag trying to save the world, but we as a people, instead of huffing and puffing, because I've read some remarks as it relates to that. And a lot of us, we huff and puff. And this should be a crime. And where's justice? Justice, people want justice for that. The justice starts with us. You see, this is what happens when you're lukewarm, That's why Christ talk about being lukewarm. A lot of us lukewarm and semi-conscious. When you're semi-conscious, this is what will happen. Then we start to huff and puff about this, and we vex with Sesame Street. We want apologies from Sesame Street for this. We should apologize to the children. We supposed to apologize to the children. Not Sesame Street apologize to us. We should apologize to the children for not teaching them who their enemies are and not teaching them who their real heroes are. That's what we need to apologize about. So if you go to our website, family, and you go into the area called shop, and of course, the website clearly, priestIsaacInstitute.com, priestIsaacInstitute.com, and you visit our website and you go into the area called shop. Look at here, and you press the button shop and you scroll down, you will see all the different lectures that we would have done, of course, different webinars, and of course, the different online lectures, specifically Semenkare, Ramesses II, the Divine Black, and you keep scrolling through. You will come to the Santa Claus Massacre. That's another one you should check out. And you will also come to Fairy Tale, Folly Days, and Nursery Crime, The Execution. And again, within these series of lectures, you get a good understanding of why you shouldn't even play around these cartoons, why you should not even play around these nursery crimes, why you shouldn't even partake in these folly days. If you're serious about spirituality, if you're serious about consciousness, if you're serious about connecting, with yourself, you understand. Many of us, we're burning this and burning that and say we all kind of things, and we're not even in tune with ourselves properly to understand what's happening around us. Reality, family. So yes, I can feel it. I do feel it, especially for the young ones. But I'm not going to huff and puff like I see so much people huffing and puffing on the social media and vex with Sesame Street. Why you vex with Sesame Street for? So if the devil come and rob you, you vex with him. You should have your place well divinely secured. We're supposed to vex with ourselves for having our young ones so lost that they see Satan coming and want to hug him. And then we want an apology from Satan for that. Yes, family. So yeah, man, make sure you get your young ones enrolled in the international homeschool program, family. Afrocentricity. And remember, this alone should show you what it's all about. Some of us as Rasta people, mothers and fathers, and we conscious, we have children. Don't be lying to me now. Some of us listening to this, that bonfire, we have children that would have done the same thing. If they saw a big bird, they would have tried to hug Big Bird. Don't be lying to me. How is it that we have children that want to do that? Your child's supposed to say, oh, daddy, look, Barney coming. Let's go, let's leave. Run. Not run because you're afraid, but run because you don't want that energy around you. We're supposed to teach them that. And you can't teach them that. You can't teach them that SpongeBob is the enemy unless you know the origin of SpongeBob. And then that's another thing. Some of us know the origin because you've heard our lectures, but somehow I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because it's he says so. Yeah, we have that sick mentality. It's he says so. We never hear it nowhere else. He talking about Batman is Bruce Wayne and Great Scots and all of that. But I never heard Dr. Ben say so he making it up. We ain't going to bother with him. People say that. Literally say that too. We're sick. Anyway, give thanks. Family, hey, let me just remind you of this before I go. Of course, you know, every Sunday we are in the Tigers Temple, and this Sunday will be no exception. We're going to have a wonderful program as it relates to the anniversary of the Earth Day of the King. We're talking about the 130th Earth Day of Emperor Haile Selassie I. Listen to the title of this lecture this Sunday. This is The Comet and the King, huh? The Comet and the King. And as you can see, Kepra is on the poster. We're going to have a special mention of Kepra as well. This is going to be a beautiful presentation. You don't know how it is. If I tell you so, so we go. You know, we're going to be unraveling the mysteries as well. I'm not afraid or ashamed to say that. You know, yeah, you could put, you can bet the farm on that. We will be unraveling the mysteries in no time too. You know there's a comet passing through the heavens. You know that, right? You don't know that? C2017 K2? Okay. And it's passing through the heavens now. Where is it in the heavens? I will show you when you come Sunday. Those of you who listen to the Tiger's Nest, you know what I'm talking about. But still, we're going to, you know, open the heavens more on Sunday in the Tiger's Temple. We ain't going to be having no argument in the temple. No, what I would consider kindergarten talk, you know? Yeah, we're going to have the opening of the heavens now. You understand? Real opening and unraveling the mysteries. And we'll see who the real tiger in the temple is. I'm very, very serious because some of us have this as a joke. I'm very serious. Some of us have this as a joke, as if this is a plaything and don't understand the reality of this thing when it comes to the understanding of the mind and where we are as a people. So I'm looking forward to your presence with us in the temple. And remember, this temple, there's no contribution for this temple on Sunday. No contribution needed. But of course, if you have a good heart and a good soul, you'll still make a contribution to come into the temple. So it is 8 p.m. sharp, the 24th Sunday, celebrating the Earth Day of our God and King Emperor Haile Selassie I. Remember, for sure, to get your link, you have to email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Let us know I would like the link to come into the temple on Sunday, and we will just give you the link to come into the temple on Sunday. No charge whatsoever. There's never a charge to come into the temple. The temple, there's no charge. We ask for a $10 contribution. That's what it is, nothing more than that. That's it. So this Sunday, the contribution is not needed. But of course, if you have a good heart and a good understanding, I'm sure you'll still make your contribution. I mean, it's only $10 towards the effort. What do you think?
well, it's up to you. But you don't have to do it to come into the temple. Though. Just contact us and let us know you would like the link for the temple on Sunday, and you will get it. Life give and the keeper of life. Give thanks, family. Enroll the young ones in the International Homeschool program, or at least contact us for a free preview. Give thanks. Make sure you join us in the Tiger's Nest tonight, 7 p.m. on Radio and international flavor, the universal spice. All the links are in the description below this video. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks, man. Stay away from Sesame Street. Yeah. That we make a mystic connection with Marcus Messiah Garvey and the ancient Kemetic character known as Anubis, also called Anpu. Now, the status of Anubis or Anpu, of course, the debate will always go on. It will range from, I don't believe in nobody with no dog head, to someone saying, no, Anubis never existed. Anubis was a principle. To a next person saying, no, Anubis was a king, but they just portrayed him that way. Well, you see, what we're getting into this evening, any one of those points there would not stop the meditation from going through. Because we're looking now at the scientific revelation of at least what we intend to put on the table this evening. I really hope that you are with me. So let us give thanks to Marcus Messiah Garvey and I as Bobo Shanti. We have a special vibration, a special place where we place Marcus Messiah Garvey himself as the God prophet, as the individual that came before the coming of the Lord. Well, I think in general, Rastafari do see Marcus Garvey as that forerunner, the individual that come and cut and clear, make straight the way of the Lord in many different ways. We'll get into some of that this evening. All right. I want to begin here. What you're looking at here is a glyph of the Kemetic deity known as Seth. And Seth has been, what would I say, characterized as the devil or Satan in many different cases. Because you would have heard of Seth wrestling with Osiris and putting Osiris into the coffin and getting him chopped up in several pieces. That is Seth. And then you would have heard of Seth wrestling with, hear this, his nephew, Horus, for some years until Horus conquers Seth and gains the victory for his daddy, Osiris. You usually get the story like that. So Seth now would be characterized as Satan or the devil or some evil vibes because of that story. Now, for those who take their time to do a more serious in-depth study, you would notice that Seth does not always appear to be this satanic character. In fact, in many cases, Seth would have gone before to protect the coming forth of Ra. Seth clearly, like a forerunner, would cut and clear to make sure Ra can pass through. But before we go to all of that, now I'm going to read a few things here. This one is coming from Ancient Egypt Online. And it is speaking about, you guessed it, Seth. And it says here, Seth, Siket, Sut, Suket, was one of the most ancient of the Egyptian gods and the focus of worship since the pre-dynastic period. Now, this is very important, family. We are going to be concentrated on this pre-dynastic period vibration tonight. Pre-dynastic means before the dynastic period of Kemet. So in other words, in ancient Kemet, you have the dynastic period that began about 3100 BC, before the Common Era, BCE. So that's like about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. So anything before that, you have the pre-dynastic period. Because you have Dynasty 1, Dynasty 2, the 3rd dynasty, the famous 18th dynasty, the 4th dynasty, I think those were the pyramid builders dynasty. So these are the dynastic periods of ancient Kemet. But there's a period before that history hardly speaks about, because it can hardly find enough information to really bring to you. And the little that they find, they try to hide it from us. It's the pre-dynastic period of Kemet. So ancient North Africa, ancient Kemet was definitely still in a glorious age before the dynastic period. Remember, Nama was the one that united Upper and Lower Kemet. So that means there was something to unite before he came and united them. So history did not begin for ancient Kemet or ancient Northeast Africa when Nama or Menes came and united the two lands. And keep in mind, that southern Kemet was very closely knit to ancient Nubia going into Kush. So we have to keep in mind the Ethiopian presence in all of this. So speaking of Seth now, it clearly shows you here that this character Seth is a very old character. Yeah, Seth is older than some of the prime gods that we like to talk about. We're going to show you all of that. As part of the Enad of Heliopolis, he was the son of Newton-Geb and the brother of Osiris or Asar, Heru the elder, Isis, and Nephthys. Okay, good. Now it says here, if you notice, that Heru the elder, which is different than Heru the younger, or Horus the elder. Follow us good. Seth was a storm god associated with strange and frightening events, such as eclipse, thunderstorms, and earthquakes. He also presented or represented the desert and by extension the foreign lands beyond the desert. His glyph appears in the Egyptian word for turmoil, confusion, illness, storm, and rage. Seth was considered to be very strong and dangerous and strange. However, he was not always considered to be an evil being. Is that so? However, he was not always considered to be an evil being. Seth was a friend of the dead, helping them to ascend to heaven on his ladder. So Seth helping people to go to heaven. Wow. The devil? And he protected the life-giving oasis of the desert, and was at times a powerful ally to the pharaoh, which is the Nesut Bete, and even to the sun god Ra. So we're seeing here that Seth, again, because you have to keep in mind, even when we get conscious and we're checking the Egyptian hieroglyphs, sometimes we still approach it as if it's Christianity we're dealing with it. So it's God and the devil fighting here, etc., etc. Wherein even the God and the devil fighting, cosmics collide. And out of confusion and chaos, you can have stability too. And again, a lot of the Seth within you and the Heru within you, because we have Seth within us and Heru within us. All right, let's follow it good. Eh? So it is showing you here that this Seth character that some of us see as Satan, and say his name is Satan. Yeah, this Seth character has not always been seen, as the writer is saying here, as an evil being. For he would assist ones to go up on the ladder to get to heaven, helping them to ascend. He's the God of the desert, yes, but what is he doing in the desert? He's protecting the life-giving oasis. So when you come into the desert, you can get a sip. He has always been seen as a powerful ally to the Pharaoh and even to Ra. So as you can see now, in the hours of the night, in the book of Gates, when you see Ra coming through on his back, and then the evening now, in the hours of the night, you have what you call the snake again? A pep? Yeah. Yeah, a pep coming through here. This is Satan here. Look, the devil here. And who you see protecting Ra, the same hero that he and him were supposed to be fighting over. But you see Seth protecting the Ra on his back as they're going through the hours of the night. You understand it? This is high vibration. And then you can see the Kente Amente jackal dogs. The Kente Amente jackal dogs, as they would call them, the dog and the dogons, the dog on, leading, even as you can see, even latched on to the back of Ra. So this is why now what we just read here clearly showing you that the Seth character has also been seen as a powerful ally to the Kemetic Nesut Bete, to the king, and as well as a powerful ally to Ra himself, the sun god. The earliest representation of Set can be found on a carved ivory comb from the Amratian period, Naquada first, 4500 BC to 35 BC, Orthodox dates, pardon me. And he also appears on the famous scorpion mace head. His worship seems to have originated in one of the most ancient settlements in the town of Nubit, Komombo, the upper southern Egypt, which I said earlier is bringing us into ancient Nubia, bringing us specifically into what you call ancient Kush at the time. So according to what is said there, you find ancient evidence of him in Naquada. And you can look at the map here, you see where it's located, even in ancient Kemet. But the vibration is that they have fragments of glyphs and wall writings where Seth has been seen coming deeper in the south, deeper in the kingdom of Nyam and Tarseti. In Tarseti specifically, you have evidence of the god Seth. And that is real pre-dynastic period, way before the dynastic period. But let me just read something here. It says here, Ubit, near modern Kuth, lies close to the entrance, pardon me, to the Wadi Hamamat, the doorway to the eastern desert and its gold deposits. And the city took its name from the word for gold, which is to say Nubit or NBT. That's why some people tell it Nubia means gold, which also means ruler or lord. Nubia, the land of gold. I'm sure you've heard of that. As a result, Seth was sometimes called he of Gold Town. Nubit was the most important of the ancient settlements
and was located close to the site of Nakwada, which I just showed you a moment ago, the Nakwada settlement from which the early culture takes its name. Pre-dynastic worship of Set was also evident in the 19th nomes of Upper Egypt. All right, now let me say something here about the 19th dynasty now. Okay, let's read this. At this point in history, Set was clearly associated with Upper Egypt and was a popular and esteemed god. However, by the second intermediate period, he was associated with the Hyksos, who probably saw a similarity between Set and Baal. Follow this good, eh? And so he became seen as a force of evil. He was then rehabilitated by the 19th dynastic pharaohs, notably Seti I, that's where his name comes from, whose name means man of Set, only to be recast as an evil deity by the Greek, Romans, and Christian theologians. So you see who take it up now and cast Set back as the devil again. Although, yes, Set may have been in a wrestle with Heru, but what does that really mean? Do we want to take that ancient theology, which may be teaching us how to balance life, and turn it into some drama story about God and the devil fighting? This is very serious, you know, because at the same time, as we were speaking of the same beast within man, when it comes to its fullness, that is where you find the devil in flesh, because the devil does come in flesh. But will you make the devil in flesh overtake you? But anyway, what I was really highlighting is that the ancient god known as Set was seen there way before what is known as the dynastic period. Now, also, let me highlight this as well. The ancient god known as Heru. Now, many ones would argue that Heru is actually Ra, which I personally am of the opinion that the falcon head gods all are the same, but under a different expression, that's all. If you study Islam, they have 99 attributes of Allah. So you have 99 names that Allah has, 99 attributes, but it's only one Allah. It's the very same thing here. So in other words, you're not looking at many gods, you're just looking at different expression of the one God. Even the concept of the Father and the Son and all that is the one God, you know, different expression. So it's the same thing here. Remember that the archaeologists just began to discover this. This is not a well taken care of hand-me-down. Yes, it has been hand-me-down and we can see it still there, fresh, that we can read it. But we had to rediscover this stuff. People were digging a lot of this out of the sand. And then they obviously went and put them in their museum for quote-unquote safekeeping. Okay? Some of us, we just learn in this language here. Many of the knowledge that we have of this, we read it from the same thieves and archaeologists that went and documented it for us. Give thanks for all scholars that had to come and do their own research and take people back to Egypt and back to Kemet and study the hieroglyphs for themselves. Even those that are doing archaeological work as we speak on the ground right now. So you have to understand and be able to chronicle our experience when it comes to this knowledge here. So in a sense, a lot of us, we are still learning and unraveling. So it's easy for us who just start to learn to read this, to confuse Ra and Heru and say Ra is Heru or Ra is not Heru. But as I'm saying, family, when you really look at it on the real scientific level and not on the sheer literal level, you will understand the difference and see where the concept of Heru is Ra. This is Heru in the form of Ra. Remember, you have different Ra's here. Yeah, Kepara is a Ra. That's the dung beetle with the sun. Hathor
has the sun between her horns. So if the sun represents Ra, that means anywhere the sun is Ra. When the sun is on the ram become Amun Ra. Without the sun on the head of the ram, it's just Amun. But the sun also goes on canoe as well. So you have to understand the sun does go on Sekhmet as well. So and the sun don't go everywhere. I never see the sun on Osiris's head. This is a deep science. So wherever you see the sun, you have Ra. So this is the sun on Horus or Heru. It is Ra. That is why the falcon head god Ra is the same Heru with the sun. That's really what it is. Now, so when you look at this now, this is Ra. You must be able to distinguish too. I mean, as I said, it's the same Heru, but it's Ra. Because the sun, you see the sun on his head here. This is Heru here, fulfilling this task. And then now, this is Sokar. So wow, this is Sokar. And Sokar here as well. And these are different falcon head gods. I'm showing you all of this for a reason. Not just teach, it's a good lesson as well. But it's fitting into the subject tonight. Good. All right, fair enough. What you're looking at here is a combination of three deities. You're looking at Ptah, Sokar, and Asar. So that's Osiris, Sokar, and Ptah combined into one God. See them here? The three of them combined into one God. So the concept of a trinity, because I always hear one saying, oh, in Egypt, the trinity is a mother, father, and son. I agree with that. I could never agree with that. In the heavens, the trinity is a mother, father, and a son too. And that's the oldest book. But 180 degree from the mother, father, and son in the heavens, 180 degrees precisely, there's the trinity of the three male beings, the prophet, priest, and king. Just like Israel ever have a king, Israel ever have a priest, Israel ever have a prophet. I not running from that. And if it's ancient Kemet we're talking about, well, look at here. The 3-in-1 is seen as three male beings in one character to make the Ptah, Sokar, Asar. That's the name specifically of the deity. Very good. All right. So you get an understanding here again that when you look on the glyphs, you can't just look at everything with a falcon head and say, oh, that's Horus there. No, you see Sokar is usually seen mummified, but not all the time. And sometimes you see Sokar without anything on top of its head. So you, outside of reading the name, you must be able to figure out and identify the character. But you see, the name is just a different expression of the same being. Because the same Horus is called Raharakate. Raharakate is still different than the Ra. You know, and you got Horus the blind, Horus the one eye, Horus the elder, Horus the young one. You have different Horus of Edfu. You have different levels of the Heru. But because they have the name Horus, one will say, oh yeah, this is Horus. But then Sokar is the next type of Horus, but just that the Hor is not seen in the name, but we just think it's somebody else. Follow me good, man, Rastafari. All right, good. Very good. I hope you're with me. Now you see, because you see the Horus character. Horus older than Osiris, eh? Oh, how Horus can be older than Osiris, and Horus is the son of Osiris. Yeah, Horus is older than Osiris. In fact, there's something I'm looking for here. I didn't put it in the slide, but I'm going to get to it right now. Let me show this to you. All right, just pardon me here. Now look at this. If you look at this, right? Now, this is a Tumra. And follow me, good, eh? According to the story, Atumra and Mut, I don't know why they don't put Mut here, but anyway, Atumra and Mut brought forth Shu and Tefnut. Follow this good. So Shu and Tefnut, the air and moisture, had two children, which is Geb and Nut, the earth and the sky. Gebanut. All right, that's the story that we know. Fair enough. And then Gebanut had Nephti, Osiris or Asa, Isis or Aset, and Seth. All right. And then Osiris now had Anubis with Nephti and had Horus with Isis. Good. Now, Seth and Horus, both of these gods, as I just showed you, and that's why I showed you what I showed. Seth and Horus, both of these gods, are older than this story. Follow me good, eh? Seth is older than this story here. The same story that said Seth is the son of Nut and Geb. It doesn't mean that may not be so, but because you have to understand what Nut and Geb represent. They actually represent the elements of creation, the earth and the heavens and everything that bring forth life. So it doesn't put a damper on Seth. In fact, it makes Seth look like one of the first created beings, because Nut and Geb are really, again, the earth and the sky. Of course, you know, life come out of the earth, etc., etc. And then Shu and Tefnut, really the air and the moisture specifically, which represent, you know, the elements that create all things coming out of the black hole. Good, but I'm just trying to show you now that we may look at this very literal, and then now Seth becomes Osiris' brother, and Horus becomes Seth's nephew, and all of that kind of funny jazz there. And that is what plays with the mind, because I'm showing you Heru and Seth, and to a certain degree, Anubis is older than everything going on here, even Osiris. Even Osiris may be seen as the chief god, yes, which that doesn't mean he is not. But remember, the Osiris is the father of both Anubis and Heru. But Anubis and Heru can be considered older than Osiris. Eh? All right, good. I'm so happy that you're here. I hope you're understanding everything that I'm saying here. All right. Now, let's keep it close, family. Let's get to what we're talking about tonight. So, Kente Amente. I say Kente Amente, pronounced different ways. So it has it here, Kente Amente, or Kente Amentue. But anyway, Kente Amente was an Egyptian god of the necropolis of Abydos. It is taught that his temple at Abydos, founded in the late pre-dynastic period, was the first to be built there. The sun Set died in the west and rose reborn in the east, so the name, which means for or most of the Westerners, refers to the dead. All right, it goes on here to say, not a geographical location. He was depicted as a man swathed in bandages, like the mummiform Osiris wearing the crown of Upper or Southern Egypt. All right, let us go through this one here quickly as well. This says, Kente Mente, and many other spelling, is the divine name or title form of the ancient Egyptian mythology. It means foremost of the Westerners, chief of the Westerners, where the Westerners referred to the dead. Kente Mente was the name of a jackal-headed deity to the dead. Kente Mente was the name of a jackal-headed deity at Abydos in Upper Egypt, who stood guard over the city of the dead. This god attested early at Abydos, perhaps even earlier than the unification of Egypt at the start of the Old Kingdom period. Not perhaps, it is. The Abydos area
is also associated with Asar or Osiris and with Wept Wawet. Hear that? With Wept Wawet, who was a wolf or jackal-headed god of nearby Swawat, Asut, and Lycopolis, which means city of the wolf. Yeah. As early as the Old Kingdom, Kente Amente is associated with Asar or Osiris. I want to go deep into that. At times, Kente Amente was associated with Minnipu or Anubis, who is also jackal-headed and is associated with Wepwawet in various ways. All right, good. Let's continue here. Don't lose me, family. Kente Amente and many other spirits in the ancient Egyptian, also bam, bam, bam. Good. Now, I think we would have read some of this. Kente Amente was depicted as a jackal-headed deity at Abydos in Upper Egypt, who stood guard over the city of the dead. Kente Amente is attested early at Abydos, perhaps even earlier than the unification at the start of the dynastic period, but this one gives the date of the dynastic period, 3100 BC to 2686 BC. The name appears on the necropolis cylinder seal of the first dynasty of Den. All right, and you see it here, Den, also known as Horden. Again, that is ancient Kemetic Horus kings as well, and Kwa, naming each of their predecessors with the title Horus Kente Amente. Listen to this, starting with Horus Kente Amente Nama. Hold on there. I wonder if you pick up what that means. So it is saying now that from the time of the first dynastic period, so the first dynastic king would be Nama, also known as Menes. And the name given to Nama or Menes would have been Horus or Heru, Kente Amente, Nama. I want you to follow that good, family. So the king of Egypt would have been given the name of Heru first, and then the name of Kente Amente, and then he as the king, his name would be the last name. Heru, Kente Amente, Nama. So let's say Dizoja. So it's Heru, Kente Amente, Dizoja. Khufu, Heru, Kente Amente, Khufu. Pepe II. Heru, Kente Amente, Pepe II. Three people name. Heru, Kente Amente, and then the king's name. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. But anyway, so what you have here now, so you clearly see. Now watch this. The roles of Kente Amente, Osiris, and Anubis underwent considerable changes in the late Old Kingdom. And they have the time frame here for the late Old Kingdom, again, from 2686 to 2181 BCE. Originally, only Anubis or Anpu name appeared in the offering formula that was believed to allow the dead to partake of the offerings they were given to sustain them in the afterlife. Now, in the 5th dynasty, check your dates, from 2494 to 2345 BCE, many gods started to appear in the formula. So prior to the many gods appearing in the formula, in the 5th dynastic period, prior to that, it is Anubis alone's name who would appear in the formula. Hear this? Many gods started to appear in the formula, including Asa or Osiris, whose name does not appear in any text before the start of this same 5th dynasty. And Kente names would be seen. So Kente and Osiris name would be seen. But this is when Osiris name is start to come out. Let me show you. In the course of the late Old Kingdom, the Kente title becomes more clearly connected with Asa, also referred to as Osiris. The jackal hieroglyph that appears in Kente Amente's name in the early dynastic period is traditionally seen as a determinative, to indicate the god's form. But Terence Duquesne argued, what's he argued about? That the jackal glyph represented the name of Anubis, and that Kente Amente was originally an epithet or manifestation of Anubis. In this case, if this is the case, Kente Amente would have only begun to be treated as an independent deity in the 5th dynasty, around the same time that Osiris's name first appears. All right, family, let us get this good. I don't want you to lose this. Most inscriptions from that time shows Asa or Osiris and Kente Amente shows that they were already closely connected. Harold M. Hayes asserted that the pyramid text, whose earliest known copy only dates to the end of the 5th dynasty, apply the title Kente Amente to Anubis and not to Asa or Osiris, and that the pyramid texts reflect the beliefs of an earlier era when Kente Amente was not fully independent of Anubis. Wow. Follow it good, family. I'm not going through all of this to confuse you in any form or any fashion. But what you're clearly getting here now is make sure the family fully understand where we are. You see, family, this study is, the mind has to be somewhat furnished for the discussion. Pardon me, give thanks and praise. Let me tell you what I mean. You see, I'm calling a lot of dates, Old Kingdom, First Dynastic Kingdom period and all of that. What is that? Somebody please mute your microphone for me, please. Please mute your microphone. Are they giving me work to do, eh? Please mute your microphone.
Blessed love, you can also mute when you're in.
I know, but that's work they're giving me to do. That's what I say. They give me work to do, so I'm going to do it now. But I will. Yeah, I see. All right, Tony Top, muting your microphone. Thank you very much. Yeah. So again, I beg you, please keep your mics mute, camera off. I don't want to nearly be distracted here even for a moment. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah. So as I was saying. What was I saying, man? Nobody answers. All right, I'll pick up myself.
Anyway, let me just start the talk. I'll get there sooner or later. So we were reading there with an understanding that you could see now, or what I was saying is that is why it's good to kind of furnish the mind with the different levels of history understanding, dynastic period. So you say the 5th dynasty, the 6th, at least you have an idea, okay, who was ruling at the time, when that was. You could feel it within your bones. Because as you notice, I'm harping on the pre-dynastic era here, before the history that we talk about. This glowing history we talk about, we're talking about before that glowing history that many don't even know about. But yet still you have evidence where you pick up, maybe not Anubis, but characters that are, by according to some scholars, just Anubis by another name. They think. They think. That is why we were highlighting the Hor kings or the Heru figure, pre-dynastic. That is why I started with Seth. Not just pre-dynastic, but the characteristic of Seth that we tend to put him in the box of the devil, when you can clearly see that not only was he a forerunner of God, a protector of the way of God, but even in the great 18th and 19th specifically dynastic period, the Rameses, and the Sethis would have brought back dignity to Suket, also known as Seth. So this is where we are. All right. So we brought now Kente Mente into the picture. This is the same Kente Mente. Similar to what you were seeing up here. Same Kente Mente, according to what the glyph says. That is leading the boat of Ra, forerunner again, in front. So what are we looking at here? Anubis, sure. Anubis. What are we looking at here? Horus. No, Ra, Heru, Sokal. Important. That is why I highlighted that. So we learn to be a little more literate here now. You have to pass the stage of ABC. This is where I'm taking it here. So of course, many of the glyphs and papyrus and books that we would get this information from, you would already see it written exactly who you are looking at. So this clearly highlights that we're in the realms of Kente and Mente here, leading the boat of Ra. All right. Now the watcher of the dead. See him here, Kente and Mente. Not considered to be Anubis, but Kente and Mente, the watcher of the dead and the provider and protector of them into the afterworld. All right, good. Just be with I in the family. I really pray that the island be with I. Now let's bring in Web-Wawet. Web-Wawet was an ancient wolf god whose worship originated in Upper Egypt, back to the south again. He was one of the earliest gods to be worshipped at Abydos, possibly predating and absorbing Kente and Mente. Another god of the Abydos necropolis. By the Old Kingdom, Web-Wawet was popular throughout Kemet or Egypt But as Osiris grew in popularity, keep in mind, Osiris was only mentioned for the first time according to what Egyptologists have discovered in the 5th dynastic period. That is why I was showing you earlier that even Osiris's children are considered older than him as far as the knowledge, maybe not the storyline, but even the storyline to some degree. But how we know Osiris introduced to us. He comes in with a story that is older than him too. Osiris being the son of Nut and Geb really is older than even Nut and Geb, because remember the Trinity. Ptah, Sokar, and Asar. Ptah, Sokar, and Asar. So it's a deep, deep science. But as far as our archaeological discoveries now, we're talking about archaeological discoveries. Osiris is not seen before Heru, before Set, and even he is not seen before Kente, which really looks just like Anubis. Doesn't appear to have difference. All right, and here comes another Anubis look-alike. Wep standard was associated with Upper Egypt and was given the honor of going before the king during many ritual processions. So Wep would go before the king. You don't notice Wep goes before the king. Kente goes before the boat of Ra. They're all forerunners going before the king. I showed you already, when the kings from the time Kemet began, the kings would take the name of Heru, Kente Amente, and plus the king. Remember, before the dynastic period, they were just Hor kings. So you have Hordan, but after the dynastic period went into full swing, Hor, Kente Amente, and the name of the king. Oh, family, this is so important. It's a trinity you're looking at there. Let's just be clear. It's a trinity. Not just a trinity. Now, remember, Horus is Emmanuel, whether a person agree or disagree. And then Kente Amente is directly linked to Marcus Garvey, whether a person agree or disagree. And then the king on the throne. The seated king on the throne. Because Hor or Heru is the priest. That's without a doubt. Kente Amente already showing himself here as the forerunner, as the one that goes before. And as Wep, they can call him wolf all they want, is the same jackal deity. We'll prove that right now. All right, just tiger with me, family. Be with the tiger. Tiger with me. Now, Wep the opener of the ways. Follow this good. Wep was an Egyptian jackal god whose name means the opener of the ways. As such, he helped the deceased through the frequently dangerous parts of the afterlife, clearing the way to the final judgment of the dead. Although frequently paired, hear this, Wep, this is the wolf one they call it. Although frequently paired with Anubis in connection with protecting the dead, Wep also had his own independent identity. Very important, had his own independent identity, as well as important cult centers at Asyut, also known in Greek as Lycopolis, Wolf Town, see? Same Wolf Town. And Anubis and Abydos, pardon. Inscriptions from Lycopolis attest to his status as beloved local god, On his own, Wep often appears as a standing jackal or standing jackalhead god when he and Anubis are paired in funerary art, the two gods are typically shown as identical seated jackals facing each other. Kente here. All right. Before I go, this is the Stela of Dan, and this comes from Kwa, all mentioning the great Kente Amente. This one is Wet Wawet. This is Wet Wawet as well. This specific figure is not Anubis, and it's not Kente Amente, it's Wet Wawet. All right. This here, as we would know, is Anubis. Fair enough. Now, usually when you see them facing each other here, it is Wet Wawet and the great Anpu, which is Anubis. You see them here again. Wet Wawet and Anubis taking care of the deity to be resurrected. So Wet Wawet and Anubis always appearing very similar, you know, very similar to each other, are seen working together as a pair. They already showed you that Wet Wawet would have infused himself also into Kente Amente. All of these are seen as different figures, you know, follow this in the family. And all three of them seem to infuse themselves somehow into Asar, into Osiris. Very, very important. Watch them here again, man. God in the one is known as the opener of the way, and one is known as the foremost of the Westerners. I'm talking about Wawet, the opener of the way, and Kente Amente, the foremost of the Westerners. Do you know, the first time I read about Anubis, I never forget, Anubis, the book I was reading, I'm not sure if it's one of Naim Akbar's book, but the book I was reading clearly said that Anubis is the first god of the North Pole. I said, what? Anubis is the first god of the North Pole. You understand? So Anubis, the jackal character in our mythos, is considered as the first god, again, of the North Pole. And I've come to learn that the Northern Celestial Area is known as the House of Anpu. In fact, our great esteemed scholar, Dr. Charles Finch, would show you that the age of Kephas is coming to replace the age of the jackal. The Big Dipper is considered the jackal, and it is moving out of the northern celestial aspect of the heavens, and now the constellation of Kephas is coming in. So this is an ancient science, the ancient jackal of the North Pole. So Anubis, although Anubis now is not necessarily considered to be older than its predecessors, pardon me, which are Kente Amente and Wet Wawet, but yet still Anubis or Anpu is considered the first god of the North Pole. So now then you have to look at this again in the sense that, okay, is Kente Amente just another name for Anubis, or Wawet, another form of Anubis? Because the story says that they both infused into Anubis. But you can clearly see the two of them here together, looking at each other from across the hallway, guarding the door of the deceased. They're working together as a team, so you can see, at least with the understanding of the story, that they're different beings. Even when Kente Amente is leading the boat of Ra, look how much jackal you see here, 4 of them. Keep this number in mind, family. Please don't fall asleep now. This is getting hotter. 4 of them leading the bark of Ra, while the great Sek here, Sutek, killing a pet. Or not a pet, a pep. Must be a soda there, man, a pep. Yeah, trying to come out of the river and get a late night snack. No falcon stew for you. All right, good. So this is the jackal god Anubis, we are supposed to believe. And this is why I highlight this. This, of course, is the judgment hall. 1 Anubis and 2 Anubis. Now, what you've learned from us thus far tonight, maybe you never really took note of it, but there are many, many, many sightings of more than one jackal-headed figure. So those of us who may not be paying attention, we would simply look on this, the judgment hall, and we all know this. We all know this picture here. And we would say, this is Anubis here, bringing the man in, and then Anubis down here, weighing his heart. Now that may be true. It may be the same Anubis, 2 different scenes. Or one may be Anubis, and one may be Kendeamente, what you say. Because they look the same. They're known for this. And Wet Wawet and Kenteamente, or Wet Wawet and Anubis guarding the way of the dead. So the reality of it, that it could be more than one of the jackal-headed figures represented here, is not impossible at all. But again, as I said at the beginning of this discussion, we are, in a sense, just learning a lot of what we are getting here, as it relates to the understanding of the ancient hieroglyphs. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, the Honorable Priest Isaac here. Give thanks for stepping into the tiger's nest. Give thanks for your presence with us. As you can see here, the popes literally worshiping the Black woman, talking about the Black Madonna, and we as African and melanated people literally drooling all over the white guy here. I'm sure many of you remember this fella here that was walking through Africa and had us all over the place worshiping, drooling off of him. Obviously, this is a psychological situation here that is definitely mind-bending. Hey, we're going to go into some of that this evening. I'm just reminding you, of course, of our international homeschool program. How many of you as parents have already contacted me just to make sure you can get a free outlook, a free introspect, a free, preview of the international homeschool program, as I have always promised you, whether it is the biology, whether it is the African heritage and history, whether it is the astronomy, whether it is the language arts, whatever the case is, as far as the arsenal that we have now for the international homeschool. As I said, once you contact us and you desire a free preview so you can see exactly what it is you are getting into, and of course what you are enrolling your young ones into, just call me and we'll send that to you right away. Email me and you'll get that within a few moments so you could see for yourself the levels that we are carrying this international homeschool program. But definitely, family, what I really want to highlight to you at this moment here is the upcoming Sunday brunch. Let me take my time here. And this one will be hosted by the Honorable Empress Naya. Now, of course, many of you would have partook of the virtual child giving workshop. I'm sure you remember that. Yes, that was definitely a wonderful put together. That was beautiful. So the Honorable Empress Naya is coming again with another somewhat semi-workshop, but this one is considered a consultation, but it's going to be beautiful, definitely virtual, and it will be plant-based class. Yes, showing you how to prepare specific foods, especially those of you, as I said earlier, we did a child, well, not we really, but the Honorable Empress did a childbirthing workshop. And of course, many of you who would have partaken of that or partook of that would have continually kept abreast with the Honorable Empress as far as consultations dealing with pregnancy and of course, prior to the pregnancy and after, and breastfeeding and so many different things. So we definitely know now this is another level where you are actually being taught how to prepare specific foods, even being consulted on what foods you should be eating and not eating specifically for the sisters going through a time of pregnancy. But in general, this would be a class for each and every one, no matter what gender you are, age, size, whatever the case is. This is going to be a wonderful sit down. This is the Sunday brunch, it is called here, and of course promoted with Rastafari Empress Naya, as I see right here. And it has here equipment needed, juicer, blender, cutting board. So that means this is serious. This means we're going to be doing some slicing and dicing. Yeah, you got to come ready for this one. And of course, mixing bowl, glass jars and cloth and nut bag. Okay, nut bag. Nut bags, what's nut bags? But anyway, those who know will know. And of course, grocery lists are emailed every Thursday and Friday. So this is like a cycle thing that will be taking place. This is all towards the benefit of the individual, whether it be male or female. And of course, as it says here on the poster, international doula, yoga instructor, and plant-based culinary chef. Yes, the Honorable Empress Naya is actually certified, literally certified in each of these crafts that has been expressed. So of course, to get more information, you can call or WhatsApp area code 1268 728-8289. And of course, remember our holistic online health food store. You could just visit our website. That's Priest Isaac Institute at priestisaacinstitute.com. priestisaacinstitute.com, and visit our online, holistic online food store, where you can get all your different food items, your nuts and your grains and your honey and your agave and your herbs and your natural almond butter and natural cashew butter and all of these good stuff you could definitely get. So give thanks. And of course, this Sunday, this upcoming Sunday specifically, being such as the first class this Sunday, you could definitely contact the Honorable Empress to be a part of this. As I said, this Sunday, just contact, of course, and get more information as it relates to the upcoming Sunday brunch. Again, all about preparing, the plants-based meals. Not just cooking now. Food preparation is not always about stove and fire and all of that, You can prepare and don't strike a match. You better believe it. But there are different ways to prepare. And this is going to be beautiful juicing and different pastries and whatever the case is, it will be expressed to you. Wonderful. Looking forward to that affair for sure. And of course, you know how to contact us, so you can register to be a part of that, so you can get more information and exactly how this will be playing out. And as I said, you could email and you could definitely call. And let me just say, since I'm doing that mention there, once you yourself, family, once you have an event that is taking place, whether it's a virtual event, whether it's an in-house event, whatever the case is, or whether you have a service, whether you have a business to promote, whether you have products to sell, whether they be shirts or hoodies or necklaces or shoes or belts, whatever you may create, your craft with your hand or something you buy to sell back, whatever it is, family, you can definitely advertise right here on the YouTube channel with the Tiger's Nest. And I'm talking about Priest Isaac's YouTube channel, the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge, and you will get the best mileage, I'm telling you, for the dollars that you will be spending for these mentions that we will be giving. People will hear your ad. People will hear about your business. I am promising you. people will contact you. Yeah, you better know that. And of course, once you have that good product, people definitely will patronize. So for sure, if you desire to get your word out, your business out, your information out, just contact us. I'll be more looking for the information. If you have a script, you can give me the script. If not, just give me the information. We'll put it together. And of course, if you have an ad already set, or your poster, your flyers, your website, all of that is necessary. But contact us so I can give you more information on exactly what I need from you. Remember, we have mention spots as little as $10 and you get a proper mention. And remember, that's going to thousands and tens of thousands, and in some cases, hundreds of thousands of people. And remember our videos, because this is video-wise now, evergreen videos, so they definitely, continually to play themselves over and over again. So looking forward to hearing from you so we can partner together, so we can definitely get the word out. Wow, what you're looking at here, this is today. Oh yes, this is today. Remember, this is the summer solstice, the 21st day of June. This is the sunrise today on Greencastle Hill. As you know, for months we have been promoting our summer solstice experience. It definitely came to a sort of climax today at the sunrise yoga hike. What a beautiful vibes. That's the sun coming up there. And I myself just around what is known as the solstice stone, a stone that when you sit on it, it puts you in a perfect position to align yourself with the upcoming sun. Wonderful. And of course, we had a wonderful yoga expression. Yes, this is what we've been asked. I'm showing you about my family. And I know many ones wanted to come, but hope that I will see you in September for the equinox. And of course, we will be replaying this and doing many other things. And of course, this was a wonderful yoga session. At the climax of Greencastle Hill, you see the Honorable Empress Naya literally leading this whole session here. What a beautiful, beautiful meditation it was. This is some sun salutations taking place here. Yes, penetrating the upcoming sun. What a wonderful vibes. Yes, and a little bit of the same. Honorable Rastafari here. And there was more of us even behind here on the sacred what do we call it? The sacred room. Yeah, sitting on the sacred couch. This is like a great stone chair that can hold about 30 people. Beautiful vibration, wonderful. As I said, family, looking forward to your presence with us, giving thanks. That's the King Jahili as well, right next to the solstice stone there. King Jahili also really led forward the yoga in the uprising just while the sun was coming up. So we had two mighty yogis with us, and give thanks for all those who came internationally. Of course, it's 3 hikes to the hill we did in this summer solstice. We had wonderful guests coming in from England. We had guests here from Italy. You hear, family? So why? I mean, you need to be here too. You know what I mean? To make everybody from Italy and England come and get the vibes. Come and join us, family. I'm looking forward to you coming in to be with us even in September. What a wonderful vibes, so we can show appreciation to the meditation. Very good, very mighty, very joyful. And you see myself there. You may have been wondering, so where is he in the picture? Yeah, that's me there. That's this morning itself. It's Tuesday, the 21st day of June, taking in the summer solstice uprising. Very beautiful. So it's, family, you don't have to wait until an equinox, and you don't have to wait until the solstice to come. You can come whenever you're ready. You can call or you can email us now and say, hey, I want to come down to see Greencastle Hill. Not just even Greencastle Hill. I want to come and spend 3 days with you, brothers and sisters in Antigua. What's that? What do I have to do? You tell us how long you stay in 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. We will prepare a package around your stay. You don't have to worry about nothing else. Just tell us you're coming, and we're going to make sure the 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, we'll make a package for you, create it for you, and then correspond with you and let you know, well, this is exactly what you need to do for this package to come alive and to entertain you. Well, it's already alive, but for you to partake of it. Beautiful family. What a wonderful day. Remember, today is the summer solstice. That is when the sun is at its most northern part in the ecliptic belt, its most northern part in the zodiac belt. Beautiful. All right. So I'm very thankful for those of you who appreciate, these works and patiently took the time to listen to what we had to express before we got to the subject area for this evening. All right, beautiful. Yes. Now, as I was saying here, and just as how I titled it, that the papel, the Pope, would be worshiping the Black Madonna. What you're looking at here, you're seeing the current Pope, that is Francis there, Pope Francis, and the Pope that stepped out a few years ago, Pope Benedict XVI. And this was like somewhat of the exchange of power. Well, don't let nobody fool you. Yeah, you may see Mary and the Christ child here, the Black Madonna and the child here. But we know that the essence, the energy that these fellas are penetrating here is towards the Black Madonna, the Black Mother of Christ. If you look here, this is Pope John Paul II. This is the real Pope here. Yeah. And as you can see, paying homage and showing reverence to, again, the Black Madonna and the Black child. So this is a real thing. And the reality is that this is what it has always been about, the worship of the Black Madonna, the Black woman, the Black God. So this is why when you check in European art, the first set of gods of Greece were Black. Zeus was originally Black. All of these Greek and Roman gods were melanated beings, were of the African stock. Somewhere along the line, they became Caucasian, and then they were given to us. This is why we have done programs showing you even on the coins during the time of the Byzantine Empire, where you would see the picture of Christ or the carving of Christ, the image of Christ on the coin. A man with woolly hair, with African features. The Christ figure was seen as Black. Whether you believe Christ is a metaphor, an allegory, historical, whatever you think, the first Christ was Black. Look at Zeus. Zeus is mythology, but the original Zeus was Black. The original Greek gods were Black before they came to be seen as something else. You understand? So the Pope of Rome, the head of the Roman Catholic Church, Papa, understands that the divine feminine, number one, the fact that they understand that it is necessary to pay homage to the divine feminine, that is something to look into, and that the divine feminine is a Black woman. I mean, you can bonfire all you want on the Roman Catholic churches. Even you other sects of Christianity burning fire on the Roman Catholic Church, which you came out of. And I ain't giving them no ranks, but I'm just saying, in the little weird little stuff that they have put together here, you see them paying homage to the divine feminine. Mary has a special place in the Roman Catholic expression, worship, reverence, etc. Oh, Mother Mary, Mother of God, and they wake up 7 o'clock in the morning to roll their beads around their finger and praise Mother Mary, the Mother of God, the Mother of God, they call her. She may not be seen as God, but for you to get your prayer to Jesus, who will carry it to God, you have to give it to Mary first, or else he ain't going nowhere. So as far as these Roman Catholics see, all you fellas here that trying to get the word to Jesus, just like how somebody would tell you, you praying to God, your prayer is not reaching nowhere. You got to go through the Son. If you don't accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, those prayers will never reach to the Almighty. Wow, is that so? Yes. But then the Roman Catholic telling you, yeah, well, that is true. But if you don't send the prayers to Mary, the prayers ain't going to reach to Jesus, and the prayers is not going to reach to Jehovah. No time soon. You understand? So for whatever it's worth, the Roman Catholic Church has retained that understanding of the divine feminine. It's not just them, you know. Remember, all the Orthodox churches would carry that vibration, that energy there. The Roman Catholic Church is coming from the Roman Orthodox Church. It's not necessarily called so today. I don't know if it's still recognized as that, but it's not called that. But it obviously seems to carry some of those Orthodox tenets like this, pay homage to the divine feminine and still keeping the divine feminine in that ancient Orthodox look. Of course, all over Rome, you have all kind of white Jesus and white Mary, you know, but this stuff is in the cellar. They hide these things, you know. Sometimes you see it pop out here and there. Sometimes you see the Pope carrying a Jesus with some dreadlocks, a brass Jesus on a brass cross with some dreadlocks. Yeah, I think he did that when he went to Brazil or one of these places. That's Pope Francis. We have pictures of that. So how is it now that they understand this? They are worshiping the divine feminine. And we as a people, the divine feminine and the divine masculine too, worshiping this fella here. Remember when this dude went to Africa, how everyone like literally fell at his feet, started to worship him as if he is God returned. You know why? It has to do with how brain scrubbed we are. You know, we could never react like that unless we were totally trained, mind-bended to look at white people in general as God. He don't look like no Jesus. Any one of them fellas there could just grow a beard and some long hair and they pass with Jesus Christ. Nothing special about him. Check this here. This is from the Mirror, Bearded backpacker worship as Jesus by stunned locals as he travels across Africa. But some want to crucify him. And it says here, and Daniel Christos, so that's what the fella named with you. Daniel Christos, Christos, imagine that, has been snapped walking barefoot with a stick in Africa. But some have taken his appearance a little too seriously. The black people, a little too, man, we, you know, in Africa, you think we Jesus crazy in the West. Oh. Man, that's how you know Africa is the real motherland. Anything that touched down it multiplied times 10. It multiplied times 10. You go to Ghana, you wonder if it's Ghanaian. It multiplied times 10. So these, even if somehow in your sensible mind you know, well, look, this man is not even the quote-unquote Jesus. He's a man dressed up. But you're so lost into Jesus that you almost bring it to a worship stage for him. It says here, a man with long hair and a beard to match has been hailed as Jesus as he travels across Africa. Daniel Christos, is Daniel his real name or he changed it to Daniel Christos, might have the look and a similar name to the Son of God, but that's where the similarities end. He insists, yeah, right. As if, I mean, well, if you insist to shave and cut off your hair and put on a suit and let the people go back to their sensibility, yeah, he insists. Yeah, anyway, they wouldn't go back to their sensibility. They'll be looking for the next bearded, long hair, bearded white men walking around. That's why they treat Santa Claus so. You see why they treat Santa Claus so? Because he's the best thing to Jesus. You know what I mean? But they're not aware of even what they're doing. The fact that this fella walking through Africa with a stick and no shoes, with his long hair and his beard, and everybody saying, oh, that's God, Jesus the Messiah. And he talking about, no, I'm not. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So obviously something wrong there. It's the same sort of vibes we give to Santa Claus, throw all our money to him. Psychologically, yeah, you may not pick up what I'm saying fully, but believe me, that's what's happening. Yeah. So it says here, the backpacker from Perth, Australia, has